All attributes martial arts. Arc 3, Black Sparrow Legion, Part 1 of 3. Black Sparrow Legion, Blackbird City. Similar to the Crimson Tiger City that Wang Teng had seen before, it was also named after a legion, like a military town, with garrison points scattered around it. The Force airship fell from the sky to a plaza outside Blackbird City. Blackbird City is heavily guarded. Any outside vehicles, airships or other means of transportation that want to enter must undergo screening. Led by Ni Jiancheng, Wang Teng and the others disembarked from the airship. People were already waiting in the square. "Old Ni, you're the one leading the team?" A sergeant in military uniform stepped forward, his voice booming as he laughed. "Niu Li." A hint of surprise flashed in Ni Jiancheng's eyes. He hadn't expected that this person would come to pick them up in person. Keep in mind that he was active on the front lines of the battlefield for many years. A powerful warrior once claimed that he could single-handedly defeat an elite force of 100 men, and that he was superior to the entire force in terms of mobility and flexibility. His team also achieved numerous feats on the battlefield, always playing a crucial role at critical moments. How could someone like that have time to pick them up? You look so surprised. What, can't I come to pick you up? Niu Li laughed. That's true. Ni Jiancheng nodded and said, "You're a very busy person, and it's rare to see you even once in a while. I just finished a mission and came back to hand it over. I heard that the top students from Wanghai were coming, so I volunteered to come and pick you up. I also wanted to see if I could pick out a few promising talents," Niu Li said. "It's rare that you're interested." Ni Jiancheng's eyes flashed and he smiled. "There are indeed some quite good students in this year's class. It's just a matter of whether you can pick them out." "Oh?" Niu Li was genuinely surprised and couldn't help but look at the group of students behind Ni Jiancheng. His gaze swept over them, then paused slightly. Among these students, there were some he couldn't understand. This student. His gaze fell on one of the figures looking around furtively. He didn't seem as well behaved as the others, completely unlike someone trained in a military academy. A slight smile crept onto his lips. A troublemaker. "How was it?" Ni Jiancheng asked with a smile. "Their strength is not bad, but we'll only know if they're truly capable once they've put to the test," Niu Li said noncommittally. "Let's go, we can talk as we walk. I'll take you to get your military credentials first." Ni Jiancheng nodded, signaling everyone to follow, and then said meaningfully to Niu Li, "That kid is a bit different from ordinary students. Don't underestimate him." "Oh?" Niu Li was even more surprised, but he just smiled and didn't say anything more. Wang Teng was walking in the group when he noticed Niu Li's gaze. The other party is from the military, and he seems to hold a high position. If he likes to observe, let him observe, it won't hurt him. Ellipsis. After passing the screening, the group successfully entered Black Sparrow City. Many students were very curious. After all, it was their first time visiting this military stronghold stationed in another world. Although their good military skills prevented them from looking around like Wang Teng, their eyes still darted around, looking here and there. Wang Teng discovered that Black Sparrow City was not much different from Red Tiger City, which he had seen before. The simple, low-rise buildings, the military weapons that could be seen everywhere, and the patrolling soldiers that passed by from time to time were almost exactly the same. Of course, the layout and structure of the buildings are definitely different. Niu Li led them to a 3-story building. Upon seeing Niu Li, the soldiers immediately saluted him with reverence, "Lieutenant Colonel Niu." Wang Teng was stunned. The unassuming officer in front of me was actually a lieutenant colonel. Only then did he notice the military insignia on Niu Li's shoulder, 2 silver stars, which represented a lieutenant colonel. Wang Teng had previously learned about the military rank system, which is divided into several levels from bottom to top. The colors representing sergeant, lieutenant, colonel, general, and marshal are yellow, blue, silver, red, and gold, respectively. Each level is further divided into several sub-levels, based on the number of stars. Obtaining a military rank is not easy. One must not only possess a certain level of skill but also accumulate sufficient military merits. Wang Teng was only a junior sergeant, and had previously been issued the corresponding uniform with a yellow star as his insignia. He brought it with him, but didn't wear it. Niu Li was a lieutenant colonel, so one can imagine how many military achievements he made on the battlefield. This guy is a big shot. In terms of strength, Wang Teng could tell that his opponent was also a 7-star warrior, comparable to him, but in terms of military merit, he was far inferior. With my abilities, getting a school-level position shouldn't be too difficult, Wang Teng thought to himself, stroking his chin. His ambitions have never been small. First, get a colonel-level rank. Once you reach the general-level rank, then consider promoting someone to general. Even a salted fish has dreams. At this moment, Niu Li nodded and said to the soldier, "These are new recruits. Take them to register and get their military ID cards." Okay. The registration process is simple. Verify identity and make military identification tags on site. Nearly 100 people spent less than an hour. Wang Teng received his military ID card, which contained no extra information, just his name and rank. Junior Sergeant, that's Wang Teng's military rank. He was a man with a military rank, which wasn't something any new recruit could have. Wang Teng nodded secretly, then looked at the military ID in Hanju's hand. Intermediate Sergeant. Wang Teng was somewhat bewildered. Hanju's military rank was actually higher than his. This is not scientific. He stole another glance at Wan Baicho's side. Intermediate Sergeant. Another one. Wang Teng. What's wrong? Hanzu noticed that his expression was a bit strange and couldn't help but ask. Wan Baichu also looked over, her gaze filled with doubt. Why are you all at the rank of Intermediate Sergeant? Isn't it said that military ranks are hard to obtain? Wang Teng asked, puzzled. You mean this? Hanzu said suddenly, what's so strange about that? We've been working here for 4 years now, and we've done quite a few military missions. Some of us, like Do You, have even received the rank of Junior Sergeant. Haha, no wonder, no wonder. Wang Teng chuckled awkwardly. It seems that the sergeant rank is nothing special after all. I was too naive. You need to get a colonel-level military rank before you're comfortable showing it off. Speaking of which, our military ranks are all earned through merit. You got a lower rank as soon as you entered the school, and you're still not satisfied? Wan Baichu said irritably. Who said that? I've been besieged by countless senior students in my quest for this rank. The main academy really screwed me over back then, Wang Teng complained. I heard that you were the one who beat those sophomores to tears back then, and you actually have the nerve to say that. Wan Baichu looked at him strangely and said, Nonsense, I was just a freshman back then, trembling in fear under the intimidation of the sophomores. You have no idea how tough it was for me. Wang Teng firmly denied it. Is he that kind of person? There is absolutely no such thing as bullying upperclassmen. Behind him, a group of senior students silently shed tears. Hey! Wan Baichu and Hanzu responded with a disdainful sneer. This guy was not only ruthless but also shameless. After completing the identity verification process, Niu Li led everyone to the accommodation area. Blackbird City isn't particularly big or small, but it has all the necessary facilities. As Wang Teng and his group walked along, they saw many shops and all showed expressions of surprise. Niu Li said, Black Sparrow City is a military town controlled by our Black Sparrow Legion, with a garrison strength of 80,000, of which martial artists account for less than 1/10. Of these 1/10 of the martial artists, military martial artists make up about 3/5. In addition, there are martial artists from various forces, and even free martial artists. They are stationed in the other world year-round and need various resources. Therefore, many financial groups that cooperate with the military will open shops and subsidiaries here. These companies and shops not only sell various resources, but also buy star beasts hunted by martial artists, or items seized from enemies, etc. Make money? Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and he suddenly interrupted to ask. Niu Li paused for a moment, looked in the direction of the voice, and was slightly taken aback when he realized it was the student he had been paying attention to. Looking at Wang Teng's money-grubbing expression, he was both amused and exasperated. This kid was indeed different from others, but he still nodded and said, making money, and a lot of money. Wang Teng seemed to see a huge business opportunity and planned to find an opportunity to take advantage of Tantai Zan. The disciple of the dignified commander of the Black Sparrow Legion should be able to open a small company here with ease. However, this cannot be rushed. The Wang family's development must proceed step by step. One cannot become fat in a single bite. Everyone was speechless when they saw Wang Teng looking thoughtful. Did this guy want to do business here? You think too much. Niu Li smiled and shook his head. Doing business here is not that simple. Not only do you need to be strong yourself, but you also need to have a background and capital. Otherwise, they might be devoured by those financial giants until nothing is left, and they might not even realize it. He continued, in addition, there are many entertainment facilities here. Martial artists and soldiers fight on the battlefield and face death at any time, so they also need to relax occasionally, otherwise the oppression on the battlefield will drive them crazy. Everyone nodded, finding it very humane. Niu Li introduced the area, and they eventually stopped in a residential area. The accommodation area is large and has been built like a residential community. The style is simple and not luxurious. Looking around, the rows of 5-story buildings are simply neat and tidy. Alright, this is the dormitory area. You'll be staying in building 26, 1 room per person. Find your own rooms. Today is mainly for familiarization and rest. Tomorrow we will have a military exercise. We will assemble in front of the dormitory building at 7 o'clock in the morning. I will come to find you then. Also, Black Sparrow City has many interesting places you can explore on your own. However, I must remind you that some areas are off limits. Don't force your way in. Control your curiosity, otherwise. At this point, Niu Li glanced around, revealing a set of white teeth, and said, "Military law enforcement action." Everyone's gaze sharpened. Military court-martial is no joke. They were all military academy students, so they naturally understood the weight of those words, and at that moment they all nodded obediently in agreement. "Old Ni, I'll be going now if there's nothing else. Once you've settled things here, remember to come over for a drink. I happen to have 2 days off, so I'd like to relax a bit." Niu Li turned to Ni Jiancheng and said, "No problem, I'll have a couple of drinks with you tonight," Ni Jiancheng said with a smile. After Niu Li left, Ni Jiancheng looked at everyone and said, "Let me briefly explain the military exercise that Lieutenant Colonel Niu just mentioned. The military exercise is mainly to test your strength. You are all new recruits. The military needs to test your strength so that it can assign tasks. Tomorrow, veteran martial artists will spar with you. Their combat experience may be a little higher than yours, and their combat awareness may also be stronger. So be careful. If there's nothing else, let's call it a day. Once you've tidied up your room, go explore on your own." After saying that, he left, leaving a group of greenhorns standing there, looking at each other in bewilderment for a long time. Then everyone scattered and went to their own rooms. Their rooms were probably assigned according to their ranking, and the 3 of them stayed in adjacent rooms. Before returning to the house, Wang Teng and Han Zhu agreed to go out for a stroll in half an hour. Wang Teng's room number was 306. He took out his military ID card and swiped it. Beep. The door opened. This military ID card has many functions, including accommodation, purchasing, and passage. It is almost equivalent to an ID card in the military. Their military achievements will also be recorded in this military register, which can be easily checked. Wang Teng entered the room, which was very simply furnished. Apart from the essential living facilities such as a bed, table, chair, and bathroom, there was nothing superfluous, which was in line with the consistent style of the military. They all have single rooms. Martial artists are different after all. Each of them has to cultivate every day and has their own secrets. If they lived together, there would definitely be a lot of inconvenience. Wang Teng looked around and found there wasn't much to tidy up. The room was clean, he just needed to make the bed and do a little cleaning. Half an hour later, Wang Teng, Han Zhu, and the other 2 left the dormitory and wandered around aimlessly. They went to the shops and companies they had passed earlier. They hadn't noticed before, but as they got closer, they saw many familiar names. Taobao Offline Mall, Penguin Weapons Flagship Store, Rice Rune Flagship Store, Jingdong Offline Mall, Cat Licking Supermarket, ellipsis. Go check out the Penguin Weapons Flagship Store. I heard that Penguin Group recently launched a new type of battle sword, the Penguin Flagship version, and a lot of people bought it, Wan Baichu said. Isn't your weapon a long whip? Why are you also interested in sword-type weapons? Han Zhu asked in surprise. What do you know? If I didn't have no talent for swordsmanship, do you think I would have chosen the long whip? Wan Baichu said irritably. Old Han, swords are a popular weapon that appeals to both men and women, Wang Teng said with a smile, leading the way into the Penguin Weapons Flagship Store. TCH, you're the ones who don't understand. A knife is a man's romance, Han Zhu insisted, speaking with an arrogant expression. You forgot that I'm a master of both swords and sabers, Wang Teng chuckled. Damn, Han Zhu was speechless, forgetting that the guy in front of him was a freak, skilled with both knives and swords. The Penguin Weapons Flagship Store is easy to spot. A clumsy, chubby penguin that somehow looks surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Welcome, a pretty sales assistant greeted them immediately upon seeing them. We'd like to see your store's newly launched battle sword, Wan Baichu stated his purpose directly. Okay, please follow me. The sales assistant wasn't surprised at all. She led them to the second floor and stopped in front of a counter. Several people had already gathered in front of the counter, all examining a sword-shaped weapon inside. This is our newly launched Flamingo series battle sword, and its main material is a rare otherworldly iron ore, flaming stone. Not only that, our team of weapon refiners at Tencent Group also meticulously designed a refining plan for it, ultimately creating this new type of battle sword. Its strength, flexibility, and sharpness surpass even the Crimson Flame series. The sales assistant was very responsible and gave a long, detailed introduction before finally revealing the price. This uniquely designed and powerful limited edition battle sword is now available for only 399 million, not 500 million or 400 million. Any of you gods planning to buy one? Hanzu, Banpakashu, the surrounding customers. Haha, 399 million? That price is alright, let's take a look first. Wan Baichu gave a dry laugh. The surrounding customers also showed reserved yet polite smiles. That was the smile of poverty. The sales assistant smiled charmingly and nodded, saying, Okay, everyone, take your time looking around. If you're interested, please let me know. No problem, you go ahead and do your thing, Wan Baichu said. After the sales assistant left, Wang Teng said speechlessly, 399 million is not bad. You guys are all seniors. You can easily save up that amount by doing a couple of tasks. Bullshit, after all these years of missions, I've only ever had a maximum of 200 million. I can only keep it for less than 3 days before it's gone, Wan Baichu said irritably. No way, this is really miserable. Wang Teng's eyes widened. He was a 4-star or 5-star warrior level martial artist, how could he be in such a bad situation? Most of our money is spent on cultivation resources. Force cultivation techniques and force combat skills are all expensive. We can't save money normally. Han Zu looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with longing. That's a longing for small amounts of money. Wang Teng shook his head, feeling incredibly happy. You don't need to spend money to buy any cultivation techniques or combat skills, nor do you need resources like pills or source stones. You can just collect attributes, which is incredibly satisfying. Only in this way can you save money. Wang Teng couldn't help but sigh. The group left the Penguin Weapons flagship store without buying anything. Poverty limited their purchasing power. Continue strolling around. They went into Taobao's offline mall, where there were many different kinds of products at varying prices, catering to the mass market. There were more people in the store than at the Penguin area. There are no sales assistants. Customers simply scan a code to pay for what they want before taking it away. They walked around and arrived at the trading area. Taobao's trading post is where martial artists trade items. If you have anything you want to sell, you can bring it here to determine its quality and price. If you think it's suitable, you can sell it to Taobao. If you don't think it's suitable, no problem, you can just leave. However, the items traded by customers are kept confidential and cannot be viewed by others. Wang Teng and his 2 companions wandered around outside the trading room for a while, but found it uninteresting, so they prepared to leave. At this moment, 3 martial artists came out of the trading room, and their conversation reached Wang Teng's ears. The price they offered wasn't low either. You should just buy that alchemy furnace. You're not an alchemist, so it's a waste for you to keep it. That's right, the best course of action is to sell them off and buy other supplies. I want to take another look. You all know the origin of that alchemy furnace. I have a feeling it's unusual and could probably fetch a higher price. It's just that they don't know its value. Come on, Taobao's appraisers are all recognized. Even they can't tell the difference. What more do you want? As the group walked further and further away from each other, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Please wait a moment. The 3 martial artists immediately turned around and looked at Wang Teng suspiciously, following the sound. Are you calling us? Not bad. Wang Teng nodded with a smile. The 3 men appeared to be freelance martial artists. They exchanged a glance and cautiously asked, Is there anything I can help you with? I heard you say you have alchemy furnaces for sale. Before he could finish speaking, the man who possessed the alchemy furnace suddenly changed his expression, revealing a wary look. He glared at his 2 companions and said, What alchemy furnace? You must have misheard. He vehemently denied it and turned to leave. Although this is a military headquarters, there are also many martial artists from other forces, as well as free martial artists. There's no chance of any double-crossing happening in Black Sparrow City, but that might not be the case outside the city. Although the people in front of them looked young, as 3-star warriors, they found that they could not see through them at all. This shows that these young people are even more capable than them. Such strength at such a young age is usually attributed to genius martial artists from powerful factions. These types of martial artists are generally difficult to get along with, they are arrogant and domineering, and it's not impossible that they might even resort to extortion. Wang Teng hadn't expected such a strong reaction, but then he thought it was normal. Ordinary martial artists like them couldn't afford to offend them, so they could only avoid them. But, does he look like a bad guy? So scared. Han Zu and Wan Baichu couldn't help but chuckle. They knew Wang Teng quite well and naturally knew he wouldn't do anything reckless. So he didn't say anything, he just watched from the side. Wang Teng shook his head speechlessly, then flashed forward to block the 3 martial artists. What do you want to do? This is Black Sparrow City, don't do anything reckless. The 3 martial artists' expressions changed, and they shouted. Many eyes were instantly drawn to it. Wang Teng smiled faintly, and without wasting words, directly showed his military ID and said, "The 3 of you don't need to be nervous. We are military martial artists. We were a little interested when we heard what you said, so we stopped you abruptly to ask for more details." The 3 martial artists glanced at the military ID in Wang Teng's hand, breathed a sigh of relief, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Sorry, it seems we misunderstood. Overall, military personnel are trustworthy, at least I haven't heard of any scandals." Upon hearing this, the people around stopped paying attention. "So, you 3, it's all a transaction anyway. If I'm satisfied with the goods, the price isn't an issue," Wang Teng said with a smile. The 3 exchanged glances again. The martial artist who possessed the alchemy furnace hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, then I'll show it to you. But this place doesn't seem quite right." "Then let's find a place to talk," Wang Teng nodded. After discussing it, the group decided to book a room at a hotel in Blackbird City. It wasn't expensive, so Wang Teng paid directly. Inside the room, now that things had come to this, the martial artist didn't hesitate. He took out a pill furnace and gestured for Wang Teng to enter. Wang Teng's gaze immediately fell on the alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace is quite antique, with rust on the surface and an overall black color. It is round and robust, about half a person's height, and exudes a calm and heavy aura. The surface of the alchemy furnace was covered not only with rust but also with a lot of uncleaned dirt, making it difficult to see the patterns on it. It vaguely resembles flame and cloud patterns. Apart from that, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it. This is what you meant by unusual. Wang Teng looked at the owner of the alchemy furnace, his gaze revealing a strange expression. Ahem. The martial artist coughed awkwardly and said, "As for the alchemy furnace, you can't just look at its appearance, you have to look at its function. The function of a pill refining furnace is indeed important. Some furnaces can enhance the concentration of the flame, increasing the speed of pill refining. Others can prevent the loss of medicinal power, maximizing the potency of the pill. Still others will emit unusual sounds during the refining process. Skilled alchemists can use these sounds to discern the progress of the pill refining process and take appropriate action to improve the success rate. And then there are other furnaces." The text mentions the functions of more than 10 different alchemy furnaces. Then Wang Teng smiled slightly, seeing the somewhat bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, and continued. Of course, most importantly, when refining high-grade pills, both the intensity of the flame and the impact of the primal force are extremely intense. And only a high-grade pill furnace can withstand it. So, what function do you think this alchemy furnace serves? After saying that, he looked at the owner of the alchemy furnace. Who exactly are you? The other person's expression changed completely as he looked at Wang Teng, filled with shock. Han Zu and Wan Baichu were also filled with astonishment. Based on this knowledge alone, they could tell that Wang Teng's alchemy skills were definitely not low. What a monster! He truly is a prodigy. Not only is his martial arts prowess formidable, but his alchemy skills are also unmatched. This is just too much. Wang Teng pointed to himself and laughed. Me? I'm just an alchemist. When it comes to understanding alchemy furnaces, apart from the furnace's forgers, perhaps only alchemists truly understand them. Oh, by the way, besides being an alchemist, I'm also a blacksmith. Han Zu and Wan Baichu stared at each other. Wang Teng is actually a blacksmith? Is it true or not? How many brains does this guy have? He's learned so much. Is he even human? Faced with Wang Teng's gaze, the martial artist subconsciously took a step back, swallowed hard, and asked, "So, do you still want this alchemy furnace?" Wang Teng didn't reply, but instead circled the alchemy furnace once and then flicked his finger. Clang! The lingering sound echoed inside the alchemy furnace for a long time before gradually subsiding. "Tell me, how much are you willing to sell it for?" "If the price is right, I might buy it," Wang Teng said noncommittally. The appraiser from Taobao just appraised this alchemy furnace, saying it's equivalent to a 7-star product and offered 200 million to buy it. "But I think it's worth more than that. Let me tell you, we found this alchemy furnace while searching for a mineral vein on a mountain. Judging from its age, it's probably over 1,000 years old, but it's still well preserved. So I think its quality is definitely more than 7-star, the martial artist said. "Let's just talk about the price," Wang Teng said. The martial artist hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "If you want it, at least 400 million. 400 million. Wan Baichu shouted, glaring at him. "You've got a good plan. Dao Bao appraiser offered 200 million, and you actually doubled the bid. Do you really think we're easy targets? Come on, what a crappy alchemy furnace. Go to an authorized store outside and buy a genuine one. 400 million is enough to buy a 9-star alchemy furnace." With that, he grabbed Wang Teng and turned to leave. Seeing that they were about to leave the room without looking back, the martial artist's expression changed after his two companions repeatedly gave him meaningful glances. He quickly called out, "Wait." Wang Teng stopped and looked at the other person. "What do you mean?" "Then what price do you think is appropriate?" the owner of the alchemy furnace asked hesitantly. "The quality of your alchemy furnace is indeed a bit higher than a 7-star furnace because it contains special materials, which is why it has been preserved to this day. However, it does not exceed the 7-star level, so I will only offer 230 million at most," Wang Teng said after seemingly considering it for a moment. 230 million? That's only 30 million more. The martial artist was somewhat unwilling and shook his head, saying, "I can't accept this price. I have a feeling that this alchemy furnace is unusual. Who's the alchemist, you or me? What good is your feeling?" Wang Teng said irritably. The martial artist blushed and said stiffly, 250 million. "If that's not enough, I'd rather go to the trouble of taking it back to Earth and having other appraisers take a look." Wang Teng seemed somewhat hesitant. "I think we should just forget about it. This money didn't come out of thin air. This guy is obviously a complete novice. What's the point of him adding 20 million for no reason?" Wan Baichu said speechlessly. "I also think we shouldn't waste it like this. 20 million can buy a lot of things," Han Zhu advised. Both of them were used to being poor and were very frugal. They could stretch every dollar to its limit, let alone a sum of 20 million. "I quite like this alchemy furnace, but just as my two companions said, we can't waste 20 million. Wang Teng shook his head, looking disappointed. "Let's go." The three turned to leave. Just then, a voice came from behind, 240 million. Wang Teng paused in his steps. Seeing that he was actually somewhat tempted, Han Zhu and Wan Baichu immediately pulled him and quickly walked towards the door. Seeing this, the martial artist finally gave up struggling and shouted, "You won! You won! 230 million it is." Outside the door, Wang Teng's lips curled into a smile, but he quickly suppressed it and turned back to say, "Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Why bother? Young man, I've really lost out," the martial artist said with a mournful face. "Come on, you've already made a profit at this price. Even if you took it to Earth to sell, you might not get this price," Wang Teng said. "It is precisely because of this uncertainty that I decided to sell it to you," the martial artist said. "Alright, enough chit-chat. Can I trade with Originium?" Wang Teng asked. Yes, source stones are the best." The martial artist nodded repeatedly. Wang Teng swept his mental energy across the area and directly took out 23,000 low-grade yellow rank source stones from his spatial ring and handed them to the other party. Transaction complete. After obtaining the alchemy furnace, Wang Teng left with Han Zhu and the others without saying a word. As soon as Wang Teng and his group left, the three martial artists all smiled. "You're something else. Taobao offered 180 million, but you raised it to 200 million, and in the end you still sold it for 230 million. These young people are so easy to fool. Haha, I originally thought that selling it for 200 million would be the highest I could go, but I didn't expect that fish would bite on their own and I would make an extra 30 million. Please treat us, it would be unreasonable not to. Let's go have a meal of spiritual food prepared by a master chef tonight, it's on me. Ellipsis. I feel like we've been taken advantage of. These freelance martial artists have been around for years, they're all seasoned veterans, Wan Baichu said on the way. It's still uncertain who will suffer a loss, Wang Teng said with a mysterious smile. You mean? Han Zhu asked in surprise. Could that alchemy furnace be a valuable item, worth more than this price? Wan Baichu's eyes lit up as he whispered. Haha, of course it's good stuff. Luckily, you two cooperated perfectly, otherwise I would have had to spend more money. Those three martial artists are indeed old hands, they won't act until they see the benefit. Wang Teng laughed. The two were somewhat bewildered. Something seems off about this result? They genuinely believed Wang Teng was going to suffer a loss, but it turned out that the three seasoned veterans were the ones who actually lost. So Wang Teng and the others were kept in the dark. This guy is really cunning. Tell me quickly, what's so special about that alchemy furnace? Wan Baichu urged, full of curiosity. That alchemy furnace is at least level 9, Wang Teng chuckled. Damn, you've hit the jackpot. Han Zhu's eyes widened. If it reaches 9 stars, the price will really be over 400 million. It's really hard to say who will lose out. If that martial artist knew that Wang Teng had gotten away with it, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. After that, Wang Teng had no more interest in wandering around. After returning to his dormitory, he couldn't wait to take out the alchemy furnace. Without saying a word, he sat down cross-legged and activated the fire elemental force in his body to form flames. Supported by the primordial force of the flames, the alchemy furnace slowly floated in mid-air. Flames rose from the bottom of the alchemy furnace, enveloping the entire furnace and burning fiercely. As the flames burned, the cloud-like patterns on the surface of the black alchemy furnace suddenly glowed with a crimson light, and the rust on it slowly peeled off. More than an hour later, a brand new alchemy furnace appeared in the center of the room. The jet-black surface is covered with flame-like cloud patterns that seem to be burning, sometimes converging into the shape of a dragon, sometimes into the shape of a phoenix. Like mythical creatures coiling around the furnace body, lifelike and clearly extraordinary. It really is it. Wang Teng circled the alchemy furnace with great interest, finally confirming that it was indeed the alchemy furnace he knew, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. His alchemy skills mainly came from alchemists in this other world, and among the knowledge he acquired was some information about alchemy furnaces. Since alchemy furnaces are an indispensable and important helper for alchemists, a good alchemy furnace can often help them increase the success rate of alchemy. The function of the alchemy furnace that he had explained to the three martial artists earlier was not just to fool them, but also to be true. High-grade alchemy furnaces possess a wide variety of functions and are extremely rare and highly sought after. But he ran into it today. That was pure luck. This alchemy furnace is called Black Meteor, and it is an extremely famous alchemy furnace in the Star Martial continent. According to Wang Teng's memory, there have been more than a dozen legendary alchemy furnaces passed down from ancient times to the present on the Star Martial continent. These dozen or so alchemy furnaces all have extraordinary origins and experiences. Without exception, they had all worked with master-level alchemists and had been their dedicated alchemy furnaces. After many changes of ownership, some disappeared into history, while others still exist today. However, these alchemy furnaces are either in the hands of prominent alchemy families or in the hands of alchemy masters. After all, only they could protect such a treasure. The black meteorite furnace before us is one of those dozen or so alchemy furnaces. It was formed from meteorite iron falling into volcanic lava and, after being forged over countless years, acquired a unique power of fire. Later, it was obtained by someone and eventually fell into the hands of a legendary blacksmith, who forged it into this black meteorite furnace. The black meteor furnace once served 5 alchemy masters, but it disappeared 1,500 years ago when its last owner died unexpectedly. Many alchemists have searched far and wide, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, 1,000 years later, it was unearthed by a few earth warriors and fell into Wang Teng's hands. When luck comes, there's no stopping it. Wang Teng put away the black meteor furnace. Although he wanted to take another look, he really couldn't look at it anymore. If he continued watching, he feared he might not be able to resist starting the furnace to refine pills. As a high-level alchemist, he was naturally eager to use such a divine alchemy tool. However, the time and place were both wrong, and besides, I didn't have any herbs on me, so I had to wait until next time. So here's the question. What exactly is the purpose of the black meteor furnace? Judging from the operation just now, its function is to effectively concentrate the power of flames and accelerate the alchemy process. As mentioned before, the material of the black meteor furnace comes from a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite iron that fell into a volcano and underwent countless years of forging, naturally resulting in some peculiar changes. Therefore, its most well-known function is to concentrate the power of flames. As for the others, only those who have used it know about them. Wang Teng pondered for a while, then took a deep breath, cleared his mind of distractions, and began to cultivate. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, everyone gathered in front of the dormitory building. Lieutenant Colonel Niu Li reappeared, along with Ni Jiancheng and other instructors. After everyone assembled, Niu Li didn't waste any time and led them directly to the military canteen for breakfast. The military canteen was large, with tables arranged neatly and food already prepared on them. The food on each table was placed in a uniform manner and location. Wang Teng was secretly astonished by the scene in the canteen. He felt that even a person with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder would have all their problems cured if they were thrown into the army for 2 months. When they arrived, squads of soldiers were entering the mess hall to prepare for their meal. Huh? Suddenly, Wang Teng let out a soft exclamation and looked at the 2 teams that walked in through the door. Hearing the voice, Han Zhu followed his gaze and smiled. They are students from Xingshan Military Academy and Yun Air Force Academy. Are there other military academies coming this time? Wang Teng asked in surprise. What's so strange about that? These 2 military academies are just like us. After graduation, we'll all join the Black Sparrow Legion. I'm telling you, you should learn about these things. Wan Baichu said. Why bother knowing so much? Are you afraid your head isn't big enough? Wang Teng said nonchalantly. I give up, Wan Baichu said speechlessly. By the way, did they participate in the martial arts competition? I have no recollection of it at all, Wang Teng asked, puzzled. Quote ellipsis quote. Han Zhu and Wan Baichu both felt a headache coming on. I think you're only eyeing those people from the Shadu Military Academy and the First Academy, Wan Baichu said irritably. Haha, is that so? Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. The students from Xingshan Military Academy and Yun Air Force Academy clearly saw Wang Teng and his group as well, and their expressions changed slightly. Especially the way they looked at Wang Teng. That's the look in the eyes of a mediocre student when they see a top student. It's not that they were really bad students, they were from all of the dozens of military academies across the country. Compared to Wang Teng and even Han Zhu, they felt like complete underachievers. Soon everyone arrived, and it was time to eat. For a moment, the only sound in the cafeteria was the sound of eating. After finishing their meal, Niu Li led them to the military training ground. The training ground wasn't close to the accommodation area and canteen. Even at a martial artist's pace, it took nearly 10 minutes to walk there, even at a jog. In fact, this training ground is very similar to the drill ground of the Yellow Sea Naval Academy. It covers a large area and is divided into many zones. Niu Li led the group through the gate, walked around the perimeter for a while, and finally arrived at an area with a ring and spectator seats. Perform well, and try not to hold back. Your performance in the martial arts demonstration will affect the later arrangements, so take care of yourselves. After giving a few instructions, Niu Li, Ni Jiancheng, and the other school instructors prepared to go to the audience seats to watch the game. Suddenly, Ni Jiancheng stopped and turned around, saying, by the way, this military exercise does not allow the use of any strange weapons. These words seemed to come out of nowhere, leaving Lieutenant Colonel Niu Li completely bewildered, looking at Ni Jiancheng with a puzzled expression. However, Han Zhu and the others immediately realized what was happening, their expressions turned strange, and their eyes all fell on Wang Teng. Quote. Wang Teng was a little confused. Why are you all looking at me? What's it to me? Your weapon is the strangest one here. Don't you have any self-awareness? Wan Baichu said. Everyone else nodded in unison. Wang Teng finally realized what everyone was talking about. Brick. These people actually look down on his brick? Why should I? That's a weapon too, and I didn't break any rules, Wang Teng said, looking at Ni Jiancheng with dissatisfaction. Niu Li was even more puzzled. What exactly are these weapons they're talking about? Why are you playing riddles? Can't you just say it clearly? Why should I? What do you think? Ni Jiancheng glanced at him speechlessly and chuckled. You're not ashamed, but I am. Don't try anything funny. Fight well and let everyone see your true strength. Wang Teng was somewhat unwilling. There must be many geniuses among these military warriors. How could he lose more of his spirit and comprehension attributes without using bricks? Seeing him like this, Ni Jiancheng was really troubled. I really don't understand what's so special about that brick. Aren't other weapons good enough? This kid is a genius, but his thought process is almost completely off topic. Perhaps the more talented someone is, the more unconventional their ideas become. Looking at Han Zhu and the others, they seem quite normal. It seems they're not geniuses enough. That makes perfect sense. However, considering that today's martial arts performance still depended on Wang Teng to save face, he softened his tone and said, I won't stop you from using bricks in other places. Such as on the battlefield, where there are so many enemies, you can use them however you want. But don't use them today. After all, the martial artists you are fighting against today are all your own people, some of them may even be your seniors. Brick? Niu Li keenly caught the word and was immediately filled with question marks. What the heck? A martial arts master, Huang Hai's top student, actually uses bricks as weapons. Are you sure you didn't say something wrong? But seeing everyone's nonchalant expressions, he had no choice but to accept it, and then looked at Wang Teng with a strange gaze. This kid. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, I won't need to this time, but you can't stop me again in the future. He was initially unwilling to agree, but Ni Jiancheng's words moved him. He thought that since they were all on the same side, he should save them some face. Besides, with so many enemies on the battlefield, he could certainly reap a harvest, so this little bit wouldn't make a difference. Ni Jiancheng breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Wang Teng would be stubborn to the end, but fortunately the kid still gave him face. He didn't say anything more and walked up to the audience seats with Niu Li and the others. At this moment, many military warriors were already seated in the audience seats on both sides, scanning the crowd below with their eyes and whispering among themselves. There were many soldiers around, all waiting with great interest for the military exercise to begin. After all, these are not ordinary recruits. They are all genius martial artists from military academies, and the upcoming martial arts battles will definitely be a rare and exciting spectacle. Among them, one or two might become outstanding figures in the military, truly remarkable individuals. Therefore, many soldiers who are not on duty and have free time will choose to come and take a look. People from Xingshan Military Academy and Yunhai Air Force Academy also arrived. They stood not far away, forming two square formations. They didn't speak, but their eyes kept glancing at Wanghai Air Force Academy members. Wang Teng didn't pay much attention to them. At that moment, he looked at a group of people on the other side of the arena. They numbered only about 50, far fewer than the students from the three military academies, but their aura was far more imposing than that of the three academies. Their expressions were very casual as they sized up the new recruits from the three military academies, their eyes seemingly carrying a hint of mockery. In the middle of the audience, at the head of the table sat a man in his 30s wearing a military uniform with a dignified expression. The military insignia on his shoulder was a red star. This signifies his status. He is a brigadier general. This person is named Song Wanzhong, one of the deputy commanders under the commander of the Black Sparrow Legion. There were more than a dozen officers sitting to his left, right and behind him, all of whom were at least colonels. The most conspicuous among them were two young officers, a man and a woman. They looked to be in their early 20s, much younger than the others, but the military insignia on their shoulders were dazzling silver stars, representing that their rank was already major. It's important to understand that military rank promotion requires more than just ability. One must also accumulate sufficient military merits. The fact that these two men held military ranks indicates that they had made significant military achievements on the battlefield. To achieve such success at such a young age, one's future is undoubtedly bright. Niu Li and Ni Jiancheng were sitting to Song Wanzhong's left at that moment. The instructors leading the teams from Xingshan Military Academy and Yun Air Force Academy were also among them. Looking down at the young figures below, Song Wanzhong smiled and said, "They really are young. I wonder if any of the new recruits this year will be outstanding." A face flashed through Niu Li's mind, and the words Ni Jiancheng had just spoken to Wang Teng came to mind. With a strange expression, he said, "Maybe there will be." Oh, Song Wanzhong was somewhat surprised. Has Lieutenant Colonel Niu taken a fancy to anyone? The young male officer next to Song Wanzhong asked with a gleam in his eyes and a light laugh. We'll see how they perform. Niu Li glanced at the other person but didn't say anything more. I saw that Lieutenant Colonel Niu brought some of our junior academy students from the Yellow Sea Navy. Could it be that the person Lieutenant Colonel Niu has his eye on is among them? The young female officer said with a smile. Kong Li, you haven't been paying much attention to your alma mater lately, Ni Jiancheng suddenly said with a smile. Teacher Ni, I just finished a mission and came back. I haven't even been home for the new year. How could I have time to pay attention? Kong Li said with a hint of resentment. Haha, soldiers are bound to be like this, but since you haven't looked into it before, you should really take a good look at it next, Ni Jiancheng said mysteriously. Kong Li's eyes flashed, and he smiled. Since Teacher Ni has said so, it seems that Wang Hai really does have some outstanding figures this year. The young male officer couldn't help but show a hint of interest on his face. I'm really looking forward to Huang Hai's performance, Song Wanzhong said with a smile. I'm sure it won't disappoint you, Ni Jiancheng said with considerable confidence. Alright, it's about time. Let's get started. Song Wanzhong stood up, his voice carrying slowly. Song Wanzhong's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. That's the advantage of being a martial artist, you don't even need a loudspeaker. The new recruits below immediately listened attentively. Song Wanzhong quickly explained the rules and format of the military exercise. Simply put, this military exercise is conducted in a free challenge mode, where each recruit has to participate and has only 5 minutes to showcase their skills. And their opponents were the veterans on the other side of the ring. I've said everything I needed to say. Now, let's begin the martial arts demonstration. Let's start with the new recruits at the Cloud Air Force Academy. After Song Wanzhong finished speaking, he sat down. On the Yun Air Force Academy side, all the new recruits' expressions changed. They hadn't expected that they would be the ones to go first. This is a martial arts demonstration, and since everyone here is new to it and lacks experience, they naturally want to see what other people are doing first. Whoever goes first will suffer. But they have no choice in the matter. In the audience, one of the instructors leading the Yun Air Force Academy stood up, took a step, and jumped down from the audience, landing on the Yun Air Force Academy's side to arrange the order of battle. Across the arena, the veterans sat cross-legged in unison, their expressions calm and composed, waiting silently. On the Wang Hai Military Academy's side, Wang Teng saw this scene and sat down cross-legged without saying a word. Not only that, he also winked at Han Zhu and Wan Baichu, signaling them to sit down as well. The two hesitated and were utterly speechless. This guy is really casual. The military often emphasizes strict adherence to orders, although it is relatively lenient towards military personnel. But with so many big shots present, and no one suggesting they sit down, who would dare to sit? This created a very conspicuous scene. On the recruits' side, everyone was standing except for Wang Teng, who was sitting on the ground. This kid's got some interesting, Song Wanzhong said with a laugh from the audience. I see no respect for military orders in him. Is he really a product of a military academy? The young male officer frowned. This guy is a bit special. Ni Jiancheng's face darkened. Although it was a small matter, Wang Teng's actions were really embarrassing for him. Before the competition even started, Wang Teng pulled a fast one. No wonder the main hospital gave him special instructions via telepathy when they handed Wang Teng over to him. This kid is really hard to manage. At this moment, he was somewhat glad that he had told Wang Teng not to use the brick, otherwise he didn't know what kind of joke would have happened. Song Wanzhong glanced at Ni Jiancheng and smiled. It's alright. As a martial artist, many things cannot be done according to the rules. In general, it is necessary to obey military orders, but there is no need to be so strict about such trivial matters. As he spoke, his voice rang out, and he addressed the crowd below. Those who are not competing, please sit down. The crowd, who had been standing there dumbfounded, immediately sat down. Look how nervous you all are, Wang Teng said speechlessly. Han Zhu and Wan Baichu rolled their eyes at him. Okay, you're awesome. Ellipsis ellipsis. Before long, a new recruit from the Cloud Army Air Force Academy stepped forward, landed on the arena with a stomp of his foot, and said, K-Wa, Cloud Army Air Force Academy. 4-star combat soldier level, please give me your guidance. The first one is a 4-star warrior. Han Zhu exclaimed in surprise. With so many big shots present, we have to put on a good show in the first match, Wan Baichu said thoughtfully. Wang Teng didn't speak. Judging from what Han Zhu and the other person were saying, the strongest in Yun Air Force Academy was probably a 4-star combat soldier. But thinking about it, it's not surprising. Even in the Yellow Sea, only Han Zu has reached the 5-star warrior level. One of the veterans stood up. He was a dark-skinned young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He landed on the arena with a light step and laughed. Shen Kai, 3-star warrior level. 3-star soldier level. Ke Hua's expression changed. The veteran who had stepped forward to fight was actually a 3-star warrior. Is this a sign of disrespect towards him? It should be noted that these senior students had completed many missions, and in terms of experience, he felt that he was not much worse than the military warriors. But I didn't expect that the other party would still underestimate me. The faces of the Yun Air Force Academy members were grim. These veterans were seriously underestimating them, using a 3-star soldier to fight a 4-star soldier. The new recruits at Wanghai and Xingshan military academies were also extremely surprised to see this scene. They're trying to intimidate us, Han Zu said in a serious tone. Interesting, these veterans aren't afraid of being caught off guard, Wang Teng laughed. Ellipsis. On the arena, Shen Kai took out his battle sword, pointed it diagonally at the ground, and said, "Let's begin. You only have 5 minutes. Damn it, don't look down on me." Enraged, Ke Hua gripped his sword, green primal energy emanating from his body, and charged towards his opponent in an instant. He used all his strength from the very beginning, his sword dancing and transforming into more than a dozen green sword beams that enveloped Shen Kai. Boom! The force erupted, and its power was astonishing. Shen Kai's expression remained unchanged, and the next moment, he actually crashed headfirst into the sword light. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 3 sword beams struck him. Ke Hua's face lit up with joy, and he took a step forward, ready to press his advantage. Just then, a sharp sword was placed against his neck without warning. You lost. A sword wound appeared on Shen Kai's dark face, and blood flowed down, but he remained calm and spoke softly. How is this possible? Ke Hua's eyes widened, and he was completely dumbfounded. He lost. He was defeated by a 3-star warrior. And the defeat was so simple, so complete. He was deeply shaken and couldn't accept it. Not only him, but everyone else was also incredibly shocked. Are all veterans this strong? Ke Hua was defeated in just one move, without even having time to unleash his ultimate move. What a crushing defeat. As expected of someone who came from the battlefield, Shen Kai's grasp of timing was extremely precise. He won with the least cost and in the most effortless way. Look at him, he only had 3 cuts on his arm and face, and they were all superficial wounds. It's nothing. Wang Teng shook his head and said, if this were on the battlefield, Ke Hua would have been killed with just 1 slash. I'm afraid this is the difference between us and veteran soldiers, Han Zu said with a wry smile. He used to be extremely confident in his practical experience, but now he's wavering. The gap seems quite large. On the battlefield, life and death are always at stake, so their experience can be said to have been honed on the brink of death. We are still far behind, Wan Baichu sighed. Is this what Teacher Ni meant by being a little stronger and more experienced? Han Zu said speechlessly. Hey, that old geezer is really wicked. Wang Teng sneered. Han Zu, Wan Baichu. The match ended in less than a minute, both players left the arena, and others took their place. Nearly 100 people from the Yun Air Force Academy competed, and it only took them a little over an hour. The worst off was the Yun Air Force Academy, a complete defeat. Not one was spared. Some were defeated by opponents of higher levels, and some were defeated by martial artists of the same level, but none of them managed to win. It was truly tragic. The instructor at the Yun Air Force Academy had a face as black as a pot. Damn, they actually shaved my head. That's ruthless. He couldn't help but want to swear. The Yun Air Force Academy suffered a crushing defeat, and its members were ashen-faced and embarrassed, like wilted eggplants. The students from Xingshan Military Academy and Wanghai Military Academy were filled with trepidation, with no intention of gloating, because it would soon be their turn. They had all witnessed the battle. The veterans' combat experience was extremely rich. No, it's less about combat experience and more about combat awareness. The veterans' fighting spirit is ingrained in their very bones. Even if the new recruits from various schools knew this, they were still helpless. The formation of a fighting spirit is not achieved overnight, but through years of honing. The new recruits from Xingshan and Wanghai could only watch the battle unfold with wide eyes, trying to cram at the last minute so that they wouldn't suffer a crushing defeat when it was their turn. However, there was one exception among the new recruits. Wang Teng yawned and silently picked up the attribute bubbles that had dropped from the last battle. Earth Force *30. Water-based force *25. Battlefield awareness *5. ellipsis. The battle between the Yun Air Force Academy personnel and the veterans was completely one-sided, ending very quickly, without even a chance to unleash their ultimate moves. Therefore, the dropped attributes are naturally very few. Moreover, they are all of the 5 elements, and there are no mutated types of primal force attributes. It's better than nothing, I suppose. Fortunately, in addition to the normal force attribute, there is a newly emerged attribute. Battlefield awareness. The unique attributes and abilities of veterans. As combat awareness was integrated, memories of battlefield battles surfaced in Wang Teng's mind. Between life and death, one gains profound insights. Wang Teng glanced at his attribute panel and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Battlefield awareness, 56/500, 3 stars. He never expected such an unexpected gain. The veterans have a strong battlefield awareness. Almost every veteran loses 3 to 5 points of battlefield awareness during battle. After fighting against nearly 100 new recruits from the Yun Air Force Academy, Wang Teng gained several hundred points of battlefield awareness, directly skipping 1 star and 2 star and reaching the 3-star level. Wang Teng recalled the battle the veterans had just fought and compared it with his own current situation. Realizing that most of the veterans on the other side only had a battlefield awareness of around 3 stars. Now I don't have to worry about being outmatched by veterans in terms of battlefield awareness. When the time comes, it's hard to say who will dominate whom. Unfortunately, Han Zu and his group suffered a terrible fate. He glanced at Han Zu and the others, thinking of the pitiful fellows. That being said, this was the first time he had ever encountered a consciousness-type attribute. Although it seemed somewhat similar to the spirit and comprehension attributes, it also seemed different. For example, battlefield awareness is already a specific kind of awareness, and it can be considered a skill. Ellipsis. Just as Wang Teng was deep in thought, Song Wanzhong spoke up again from the audience. Xingshan Military Academy, get ready to go on stage. Upon hearing this, the students of Xingshan Military Academy immediately showed bitter expressions. I knew it would be like this. Huang Hai is the strongest, so they would definitely be left until the end. That's why they had to go first. After the instructors at Xingshan Military Academy made some arrangements, a boy jumped onto the ring. Yu Jia from Xingshan Military Academy, 3-star combat soldier level, please give me your guidance. Lu Di, 3-star combat soldier level. In the veteran formation, several people exchanged glances, and one of them stepped onto the arena. Both are 3-star combat soldiers, but the veterans can be deployed at will. Whoever wants to go can go. Without exchanging any pleasantries, the two immediately began their battle. Xingshan Military Academy didn't send out their strongest person right away. It seems they still want to put up a fight? Han Zu said. They might actually pull off a comeback, Wan Baichu said. The two exchanged a few words and then fell silent, their eyes fixed on the competition above. They didn't want to lose too badly either. Of course, it would be even better if we could win. One after another, the new recruits of Xingshan Military Academy took to the field. By the time they were seniors, even the weakest were at the 3-star combat soldier level, but they still lost every time. Sure enough, combat awareness can't be learned. Some people may feel that watching a few more matches makes them think they have mastered the tricks of the trade, but in reality, when they actually start fighting, their minds and bodies still can't keep up. Ma Pengcheng, Xingshan Military Academy, 4-star combat soldier level, please advise. At this moment, a boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes from Xingshan Military Academy came onto the stage and said loudly. It's him, Han Zu suddenly said. You know him? Wan Baichu asked, taken aback. I happened to watch one of his matches at the National Martial Arts Tournament. Ma Pengcheng is quite strong, but unfortunately, he was unlucky. He encountered a strong opponent not long after the match started, fought too fiercely, and was seriously injured. His final ranking will probably be outside the top 80, Han Zu said regretfully. A veteran also produced a 4-star combat soldier. The two sides immediately began to fight. Ma Pengcheng used a sword, while the veteran used a spear. An inch longer, an inch stronger, veterans clearly have the advantage in weaponry. This time, however, Ma Pengcheng, a new recruit, did not suffer a quick defeat. Instead, he narrowly fought the veteran for more than 10 rounds. The students of Xingshan Military Academy were immediately alerted and focused their attention, watching the match on the stage with wide eyes. If it weren't for the influential figures in the audience, they would have all been tempted to cheer for Ma Pengcheng. The new recruits lost too badly. If Ma Pengcheng could have won, or even tied, Xingshan Military Academy would at least have achieved some impressive results and wouldn't have lost face in front of the military leaders. However, they did not know how difficult the fight was for Ma Pengcheng. Under the opponent's offensive, he was barely holding on and had little chance to fight back. Even though their strengths were roughly equal, he was still getting completely dominated by the veteran. This is so frustrating. Do you think Ma Pengcheng can last 3 minutes? Wan Baichu asked. That's somewhat possible, Han Zhu said. Wang Teng, what do you think? Wan Baichu turned to the person who was almost asleep and asked speechlessly. Defeat is inevitable within 2 minutes, Wang Teng said, raising his eyes and glancing at the scene. Ellipsis ellipsis. At this moment, Ma Pengcheng's face turned ugly. He roared and met the spear light from the opposite side with a horizontal sweep of his sword. They actually used a mutually destructive fighting style. So explosive. Many freshmen were shocked. Ma Pengcheng is going too far. If that shot had landed, the injury would have been serious. A cold smile appeared on the veteran's lips, his eyes suddenly widened, and an aura of intense killing intent burst forth. Ma Pengcheng looked horrified and froze for a moment. In that brief moment of stillness, the outcome of the game was decided. The veteran pressed his spear against Ma Pengcheng's neck. If this were on the battlefield, his neck would have been pierced with a bloody hole. Han Zhu and Wan Baichu stared at Wang Teng as if they'd seen a ghost. They'd just said he wouldn't last 2 minutes, and Ma Pengcheng had already lost. Is Wang Teng really that amazing? Wang Teng shook his head. This is murderous intent. He used to hone his skills by hunting star beasts. Because he killed a large number of star beasts, his killing aura gradually condensed into killing intent. These veterans had killed countless people, so naturally they were also filled with murderous intent. Caught off guard, Ma Pengcheng was struck by the murderous aura. Although he was only stunned for a moment, it was enough to determine the winner in front of a veteran with a strong fighting spirit. Xingshan Military Academy was still completely wiped out. Besides Ma Pengcheng, there were several other 4-star warriors, but they all lost. Although Ma Pengcheng had told his comrades about his recent experience to prepare them, they still acted as usual when faced with the veteran's menacing aura, without any exceptions. Next, it was Colonel Huang's turn to appear. Ni Jiancheng came to the crowd and said, "You can decide for yourselves, there's not much difference between the front and back." Everyone was speechless. Is it really that casual? You're being a really irresponsible team leader. Everyone was speechless. I'll go first. Du Yu stepped forward, leaping onto the arena with an air of no return. The new recruits from Xingshan Military Academy and Yunhai Air Force Academy all looked towards Huanghai. Huanghai Naval Force Academy is recognized as the strongest. I wonder how they will perform. Huanghai Naval Colonel Du Yu, 4-star combat soldier level, please give me your guidance. Ran Wei, 4-star combat soldier level. A burly veteran holding a battle-axe swaggered up. The two sides clashed. Ran Wei strode forward towards Du Yu, his battle-axe radiating an incredibly powerful yellow light as he unleashed a ferocious attack. Boom boom boom. 2 minutes later, a figure flew backward. Without a doubt, Du Yu was the loser. Ran Wei shook his head, still feeling unsatisfied, and stepped off the stage. As expected of Colonel Huanghai, he was the first to come out and lasted for nearly 3 minutes. The students from Xingshan Military Academy and Yongkang Military Academy had to admit that this person was much stronger than the strongest person in their schools. Next, Huanghai's team took turns competing. Although none of them won, they lasted longer than the other 2 military academies. The overall gap becomes apparent invisibly. In the end, only Wang Teng, Han Zhu, and Wan Baichu remained. I'll go first, you two can be the last. Wan Baichu smiled and jumped onto the stage. A female soldier entered the arena. She was a 4-star combat soldier, with strength comparable to Wan Baichu. Her weapon was a chain wrapped around her waist. She had taken it off and was holding it in her hands, with both ends hanging on the ground. One end was a sharp, spear-shaped lock, and the other end was a round lock. Wang Teng was taken aback. Nebula chains? Is that you, Saint Seiya Shun? Looking at the female soldier's throat, I saw no Adam's apple. She was undoubtedly a beautiful girl. Shun, the Saint Seiya character, is actually a cute boy. Wang Teng perked up. This was the first time he had ever seen such a weapon, and he found it quite interesting. The battle began immediately. Wan Baichu held a long whip and lashed it at his opponent like a nimble snake. The female soldier's force surged and attached itself to the chain weapon. Splash! The chains hanging on the ground seemed to come alive, wrapping around her, with the end bearing the hornlock facing the long whip. The two fought for more than 3 minutes when the female soldier suddenly smiled, turned the chain, wrapped the long whip around it, and instantly rushed in front of Wan Baichu. The sharp hornlock stopping in front of her nose. Wan Baichu exited the stage in dejection. She had done her best. Her opponent was extremely difficult to deal with, and his weapon was very uncommon. It was truly remarkable that she had managed to hold out for so long. Han Zu stepped onto the stage and calmly announced, Han Zu, a naval colonel from the Yellow Sea, is a 5-star combat soldier. The scene fell silent. The first 5-star combat soldier has appeared. Among senior college students, reaching the 5-star warrior level is already considered genius. In the audience, the attention of all the big shots was instantly drawn to it. A 5-star warrior was already a considerable combat force. They are fully capable of standing alone on the battlefield. What he lacks now is simply enough military merit to convince the masses. Is this your school's ace? Song Wanzhong asked Ni Jiancheng with a smile. Han Zu is indeed good, but we still have one student from our school who hasn't played yet, Ni Jiancheng said with a smile. Oh, it's that kid. Song Wanzhong looked down in surprise at the idol figure. It's clear he's different from others. His face is calm, and even after watching the previous matches, he shows no nervousness and is very confident. Ellipsis. In the veterans' formation, sitting at the very front was a young officer in his 20s with a resolute face. Judging from the military insignia on his shoulder, he was a lieutenant. He had kept his eyes closed, seemingly uninterested in the competitions. The other veterans all looked at the young man. He was a 5-star combat soldier, and only he could handle the situation. The lieutenant slowly opened his eyes, then stood up, tapped his foot, and landed on the arena, speaking calmly. 5-star soldier level, Zuo Ying. Han Zu held a long staff, his wings spread behind him, and he took to the air. Without wasting words, Zuo Ying spread her wings and flew towards Han Zu, sword in hand. The two collided in midair, creating a continuous roar. 5 minutes passed quickly. The two separated, each bearing injuries. Zuo Ying had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that she had suffered some internal injuries, while Han Zu looked much more miserable. With sword wounds all over his body, covered in blood. The entire audience was shocked. Han Zu, a naval officer from the Yellow Sea Navy, fought a full 5 minutes with a veteran soldier at the 5-star combat level, and the battle was still undecided. Although judging from the situation of the two, Zuo Ying was clearly better. If the two fight to the end, Zuo Ying's chances of winning are at least 80%. This Han Zu is quite good. With some experience, I believe he will grow quickly, Song Wanzhong said, his eyes lighting up. This was the first time he had praised a new recruit during the training. Ni Jiancheng smiled broadly. The performance of the Wanghai Naval Academy students had exceeded his expectations, not to mention the final surprise. This was the real surprise prepared for them. Alright, let's bring out your trump card. Song Wanzhong smiled as he saw the look in his eyes. Ellipsis. Seeing Han Zu come down, Wang Teng said speechlessly, it's just a martial arts demonstration, but you've made it so tragic. I'm truly impressed. Han Zu gave an awkward smile. We have to save face for our Yellow Sea Naval Academy, so I'll leave the rest to you. Rest assured. Wang Teng stood up, stretched, and without making any other move, he floated up and flew towards the arena. This is? Everyone stared in disbelief at Wang Teng, who was floating silently in mid-air on the arena, seemingly speechless. Miku, it's at least a 7-star combat soldier level. Wang Teng glanced around and said calmly, Huanghai Naval Colonel Wang Teng, 7-star combat soldier level, please give me your guidance. Hiss, everyone gasped. It's truly a 7-star combat soldier level. Students from Xingshan Military Academy and Yun Air Force Academy had watched the National Martial Arts competition and knew that his strength had reached the level of a 6-star warrior. But now, he's not a 6-star soldier, but a 7-star warrior. How did this guy cultivate so quickly? What a monster. The veteran opposite him stared wide-eyed. 7-star combat soldier level. Among them, Zuo Ying is the strongest, but he is 2 levels below her. How can they possibly fight? How could such a monster appear among the new recruits? This is not scientific. In the audience, Song Wanzhong suddenly stood up, paused for a moment, then shook his head, looked at Ni Jiancheng, and said with a wry smile, "You guys have really given me a wonderful surprise." Around the arena, countless gazes were fixed on the young figure standing in midair above, lost in a daze. A 7-star combatant level unit. Many people may not be able to achieve this even after decades of practice. Don't be fooled by the fact that many of them are currently at the 4-star or 5-star level. It's hard to say whether they can break through in the future. The guy above, at such a young age, has already covered a distance that others take decades to complete. It's simply unbelievable. Is this the difference between humans and non-humans? Zhuo Ying was originally prepared to go into battle. The last new recruit is certainly no less capable than Han Zhu, and as the strongest among the veterans representing the team, if he doesn't make a move, who will? But unexpectedly, the last recruit was not a little lamb, but a tiger mixed in with the flock. Damn, this guy in front of me is like a bug in the system, why even bother fighting him? Zhuo Ying's eye twitched, and she couldn't help but curse in her heart before returning to the veterans' formation and sitting cross-legged. Let whoever wants to fight this battle go ahead, he's not going. In the audience, Song Wanzhong realized what was happening and sat back down in his chair. He wanted to take back what he had just said. This wasn't a surprise, it was a bombshell that had almost stunned him. Beside him, Kong Li and the young male officer also took a deep breath, recovering from the intense shock. "Teacher Ni, this is our Huanghai's junior?" Kong Li asked incredulously. "No doubt about it, this kid is from Huanghai. You might not know, but he also won the national first martial arts competition." Ni Jiancheng said with a proud smile. "National martial arts tournament champion." Kong Li's eyes widened, both surprised and delighted. In so many years, our Huanghai has actually won the championship. This is the first time. The young male officer's expression changed slightly once again. He certainly knew the name of the national first martial arts competition. It was a major event where all the nation's top martial arts talents competed on the same stage. He can defeat all the prodigies and win the championship. This guy is no ordinary person. Haha, none of us expected that at the time. Ni Jiancheng laughed heartily, then said mysteriously, "And guess what grade he was in?" "Stop keeping me in suspense, just tell me already." Song Wanzhong's heart stirred, and he was equally curious, so he urged her on. He's a freshman." Hearing Song Wanzhong speak, Ni Jiancheng chuckled and blurted it out. "Freshman year," Kong Li exclaimed in surprise, then asked suspiciously, "Professor Ni, you're not kidding, are you?" "It's something that's easy to find out, what's the point of lying to you?" Ni Jiancheng said. "Hiss." Kong Li gasped, "How did this junior student cultivate? Geniuses cannot be judged by common sense." Ni Jiancheng said in a pretentious manner. He'd been planning this for a long time. Interesting. Song Wanzhong laughed and said, "It's pointless for anyone below the 7-star warrior level to attack. Who among you wants to go up and give it a try?" He said this to the people to his left, right, and behind him. Many of the officers sitting near Song Wanzhong have reached the 7-star combat soldier level, and now we can only rely on them to take action. Upon hearing this, many people showed signs of interest. At this moment, the young male officer stood up. "I'll do it. I've had a few days off, so it's a good time to stretch my muscles." "Yuan Zan." Kong Li's gaze sharpened. "Don't worry, I'm just playing around, I won't get serious," Yuan Zan said with a light laugh. "Haha, I didn't expect even you to be interested." Song Wanzhong laughed. "It's rare to see such a prodigy. If we don't properly curb his arrogance, he might cause trouble on the battlefield. So let me teach him a lesson," Yuan Zan said. Kong Li hesitated for a moment and ultimately remained silent. On the one hand, he hoped that his alma mater would perform well in this military exercise, and on the other hand, he felt that he should give his junior a setback. After all, that's the purpose of martial arts practice. When they first joined the military, they were also severely beaten by their seniors. A little exercise is good for your health. It's okay, everyone gets dozens of beatings from their father when they're young. It's the same principle, Kong Li convinced herself. Ni Jiancheng didn't say anything either. To be honest, he also wanted to see how far Wang Teng could go when facing veterans. He had heard of Yuan Zan, the man standing before him. This person is extremely famous in the military. He is a genius who rose to prominence on the battlefield. He joined the army at the age of 18 and, over the course of 10 years, rose from a mere apprentice to a 7-star combat soldier, eventually earning the insignia of a major on his shoulders. With a promising future ahead, Moreover, Yuan Zan's combat strength is remarkable. When he was at the 4-star warrior level, he once faced hundreds of dark creatures alone in a single battle. At that time, most of those dark creatures were 3-star warriors, and there were a few 4-star warriors, but he killed nearly half of them and managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. It is evident that Yuan Zan's combat skills and experience far surpass those of others. Now that he is a 7-star warrior, he is naturally even stronger than before. Letting Wang Teng suffer under his command is also a good option. Then you can go. Song Wanzhong nodded and let Yuan Zan go on stage. Yuan Zan took off his military uniform jacket, draped it over his seat, and then leapt into the air, arriving above the arena. He looked calmly at Wang Teng and said in a low voice, "I will be your opponent." "It's Major Yuan." Many soldiers in the audience immediately recognized him and exclaimed in surprise. No one expected that the person appearing would be this outstanding soldier. The new recruits from the 3 military academies looked at each other in bewilderment. Surprisingly, a major made the appearance. This Major Yuan seems to be quite famous. And he seems to be very strong. They weren't stupid. Seeing the reactions of the soldiers around them, they knew that this officer was definitely not a simple person. Wang Teng sized up the person in front of him. He had just seen this officer sitting next to the deputy commander, which indicated that he held a high position and was highly regarded. Hearing the crowd's discussion again means that the other party is also very famous. Military warriors who can achieve this must possess extraordinary strength and remarkable achievements. Looks like a tough nut to crack. If we're not careful, we might very well lose. Seeing the flickering look in his eyes, Yuan Zan seemed to know what he was thinking and said calmly, "Go all out, otherwise I'm afraid you won't even last 10 moves. Wang Teng frowned slightly. This sounded so pretentious, it was a bit off-putting. Are veterans so great? They look down on people. At that moment, he finally understood how the new recruits felt when facing these veterans. These veterans consider themselves experienced and have a strong sense of battlefield awareness, so they look down on new recruits with a sense of superiority, thinking, "I am the senior. I am the best." Although that's the truth, it's really frustrating. So, since they want him to go all out, then he should go all out. Let's see if new recruits are really inferior to veterans. The next moment, Wang Teng suddenly showed a kind and friendly smile. "Then I won't be polite. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Yuan Zan looked at Wang Teng and frowned. Why was this guy talking so strangely? And I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I always feel that his smile has a hint of neuroticism. Is this kid an idiot? Boom! Just as he was lost in thought, Wang Teng rapidly approached from a distance and threw a punch at him. Yuan Zan raised an eyebrow. Not bad. However, it's riddled with flaws. He was extremely confident, and with a sidestep, he dodged. Damn, he didn't dodge. Wang Teng changed his fist into an elbow strike, aiming at Yuan Zan from the side. The force compressed the air, creating a loud bang, and struck Yuan Zan's head like a cannonball. Yuan Zan hastily raised his hand to defend himself. Bang! Wang Teng's elbow strike slammed into his arm. Yuan Zan's expression changed as he felt a tremendous force emanating from the opposite side, instantly sending him flying. The entire room fell silent. Whether they were new recruits or veterans, everyone gaped, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. As soon as they started fighting, Major Yuan was sent flying and was completely at a disadvantage. This is not martial arts. Ellipsis. I didn't expect Wang Teng's combat awareness to be so strong. Song Wanzhong was quite surprised, then shook his head and said, Yuan Zan was careless. Ha ha ha, look at Yuan Zan's face, isn't it dark? Kong Li couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he had seen something extremely amusing. Many officers in the vicinity were secretly amused. Yuan Zan, who was always so imposing and full of vigor, never expected to suffer a silent loss at the hands of a new recruit today. Ellipsis. In midair, Yuan Zan stopped his retreating figure, his expression darkening slightly, his gaze gradually sharpening as he coldly stared at Wang Teng opposite him. That kid. He was shaken and tried his best to control his right hand to prevent it from trembling noticeably. How can he be so strong? And that fighting spirit is like it came straight from the battlefield. Battlefield awareness, 346 1/1000. When the veterans fought against the new recruits of Yun Air Force Academy, Wang Teng's battlefield awareness attribute reached 3 stars. Later, after experiencing the gauntlet battle between Wanghai Military Academy and Xingshan Military Academy, his battlefield awareness attribute improved again, reaching 4 stars. It can be said that his battlefield awareness is now no less than that of Yuan Zhan. Moreover, he was personally trained by Tantai Zhan, whose battlefield tactics were far superior to those of Yuan Zhan and others. Although Wang Teng had previously been on the receiving end of attacks, his experience fighting against warrior-level experts was invaluable, making his combat awareness several times stronger than that of other martial artists of the same level. For Yuan Zhan to think he could crush him in this aspect was simply wishful thinking. Wang Teng smiled faintly, suddenly disappeared from his spot, and reappeared beside Yuan Zhan, striking him with both fists with unparalleled power. HMPH. Yuan Zhan snorted coldly and met the attack head-on. Boom boom boom. The two flashed through the air, creating a deafening collision, an explosion of force, and a burst of light. My eyes can't keep up with their speed at all. Han Zhu, a naval officer from the Wanghai army, said helplessly, rubbing his sore eyes. I can't see clearly anymore. The combat strength of a 7-star warrior is too great, Wan Baichu said, shaking his head. Not only them, but everyone else felt the same way. They couldn't see the two fighting at all. All they could see were afterimages and force light. Unlike the National Martial Arts Competition, this event was broadcast live on video and slowed down. Otherwise, ordinary viewers would have been watching a blind performance. Boom! In mid-air, the two figures separated. Yuan Zhan's expression was solemn, while Wang Teng remained calm, even with a faint smile. Some observant people noticed that Yuan Zhan's hands were trembling slightly, as if he was losing control. Yuan Zhan gained absolutely nothing. Kong Li exclaimed in shock, his pupils contracting. For the first time, Song Wanzhong's face showed a serious expression. He nodded and said, in terms of strength, tactics, and awareness, Yuan Zhan is at a disadvantage. Where did this monster come from? Finally, he couldn't help but sigh. Kong Li nodded in agreement, deeply agreeing. This junior was a monster. Ni Jiancheng chuckled. That's a huge boost to my reputation. The battle continued, and only a little over 2 minutes had passed, halfway through the 5-minute mark. Yuan Zhan also realized that he was not as strong as Wang Teng. His eyes flashed and a battle sword appeared in his hand. This time he took the initiative to attack. Now that the fight has gone on, he no longer dares to underestimate Wang Teng. If we don't go all out, today's martial arts performance might end in a disastrous failure and become the biggest joke. Yuan Zhan erupted, his entire body radiating an aura of iron and blood, bursting forth with murderous intent, extremely violent, and with each swing of his battle blade. Golden blade energy was unleashed. Killing blade intent. Under the influence of this blade's energy, Wang Teng felt as if he were facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A terrifying killing intent descended upon his entire body, making his spine tingle and his scalp tingle. Damn it, I'm not afraid of even a warrior-level opponent, why would I be afraid of your mere killing intent? Wang Teng's eyes snapped open, his aura surged, and the divine weapon, Demon K, appeared in his hand, flames raging and terrifying blade light soaring into the sky. Heavenly rank blade technique, heavenly flame blade. Sword intent. Boom! Beneath the raging flames, the killing intent opposite them crumbled instantly, as if they had encountered a formidable foe. The demonic sword swung down from above. A flaming blade of light then slashed out. Rumble! Yuan Zhan's eyes widened, filled with flames, as he stared in shock at the figure opposite him, protected by flames. The next moment, it was engulfed in flames. Boom! The flames, like a shooting star, crashed into the arena below along with the blade's edge, creating a tremendous sound. Quiet. The entire venue fell into dead silence once again. A moment later, the flames dissipated, the light disappeared, and the scene on the arena was finally revealed. A deep pit, covered in scorch marks and knife marks, appeared in the center of the arena. In the deep pit, a figure lay face up, his military uniform torn and covered in blood. PFF'd. Yuan Zhan coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggled to climb out of the deep pit, and swayed as if he would collapse at any moment. But his pride prevented him from collapsing. Yuan Zhan has lost. Pinch me, am I dreaming? This recruit is too overpowered. He completely dominated Yuan Zhan, he's inhuman. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. The audience was shocked and buzzed with discussion. Wow, that's strong. The students from Yun Air Force Academy and Xingshan Military Academy stared in disbelief at the figure in midair, filled with nothing but admiration. We're both new recruits, but the other one is so outstanding, you can't help but admire him. On Huang Haizhen's side, Hanzu felt his throat go dry, swallowed, and said, he's gotten even stronger after just one winter break. Wan Baichu paused for a moment, then said, a monster, a freak. In the audience, Kong Li was at a loss for words. This junior is terrifying. She originally thought that although Wang Teng was a prodigy, he hadn't experienced a real beating and might suffer on the battlefield later, so she asked Yu Wenzan to dampen his spirits. But it seems the opposite is true. The one who was brutally beaten became Yu Wenzan. Author, this plot is completely wrong. Ni Jiancheng also found it hard to believe. He had hoped that Wang Teng would perform well from the beginning and that he could last for 5 minutes and achieve a draw. Unexpectedly, Wang Teng completely humiliated Yu Wenzan, a top military talent. And it was ground quite roughly. He's already thinking about how to handle this. Things have gotten a bit out of hand today. Headache. The prestige that Yu Wenzan has built up in the military will inevitably be damaged by today's defeat, which will be detrimental to his future development. Don't ruin a perfectly good person. Song Wanzhong breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head. This result was truly unexpected. Who would have thought that Yu Wenzan would suffer such a crushing defeat? This is a bit awkward. The plan was to intimidate the new recruits, but it turned out like this, reducing the effectiveness by half. At this moment, Wang Teng stood in midair, looking down at the miserable-looking Yu Wenzan, a trace of shame appearing on his seemingly harmless face. Excuse me, did I use too much force? The crowd had just recovered from their shock when they heard his words, and their lips twitched. That sentence sounds so infuriating. But you said you'd go all out. I was afraid you didn't know my strength, so I didn't hold back much. I really didn't mean to, Wang Teng said innocently, noticing the strange atmosphere. PFF'd. Yu Wenzan spat out another mouthful of blood on the spot. He was so angry that his vision went black and his body trembled. Everyone was immediately stunned by Wang Teng's words. Holy crap, shameless. This guy is toxic. They won, but then they still had to deliver the final blow. That's too ruthless. Moreover, isn't this revenge? Absolutely. It's so obvious. Previously, Yu Wenzan told Wang Teng to go all out, otherwise he wouldn't even last 10 moves. Now, Wang Teng is directly using this as a counterattack. I did my best, but it's not that I can't last 10 moves against you, it's that you can't even last 1 move against me. That really hurts, bro. But why does it feel so satisfying? The new recruits from the 3 military academies felt a sudden surge of exhilaration. Aren't you veterans supposed to be awesome? Aren't you guys from the battlefield? Don't you look down on new recruits? Now, you've been thoroughly humiliated, haven't you? Ha ha ha. Song Wanzhong's face twitched, and he turned to look at Ni Jiancheng, asking, has this kid always been this shameless? Hey, he's a bit of a worry. Ni Jiancheng chuckled dryly. This is more than just a little. Song Wanzhong was speechless. However, if it were him, he would have to tolerate such an outstanding junior, no matter how unreliable he was. Compared to his excellence, this little flaw is nothing. However, it was clear that he couldn't be allowed to continue his antics, so Song Wanzhong stood up and said, Wang Teng wins this competition. I am very pleased to see such a prodigy among the new recruits. It means we can kill more enemies. The battlefield is ever changing, and the more powerful one there is, the better our chances of winning. But you must understand that Wang Teng is different from you. The reason why a genius is because he can do things that you cannot. Compared with him, you are still far behind. So Wang Teng can be happy that he beat Major Yuan, but you can't. You must remember today's defeat and learn from it. The purpose of this martial arts exercise is not only to know your strength, but also to teach you a lesson. There are always people better than you. And there is always something beyond your understanding. It is also to let you experience the brutality of the battlefield in advance. Only when you're actually on the battlefield will you be able to keep your guard up and have a better chance of survival. Song Wanzhong's cold words poured cold water on the new recruits, and the atmosphere immediately became somewhat heavy. They had witnessed the strength of veterans. If they encountered such an enemy on the battlefield, they would surely die. Many new recruits turned pale and looked terrible. Damn, it feels like they're just here to die. That's terrifying. Mom, we want to go home. Wang Teng felt that these words were just for show. In fact, as long as one was strong enough, one could just brute force their way through. He had already stepped down from the arena and picked up the attribute bubble that Yu Wenzan had dropped. Open black lens bracket killing blade intent *35 close black lens bracket. Gold type force *150. Spiritual comprehension *100. Ellipsis. Upon absorbing the attribute bubble, Wang Teng was immediately overjoyed. This Yuan Zhan truly lives up to his reputation as a military genius. He has actually developed spiritual level comprehension. His talent is quite remarkable. Moreover, he has mastered the killing blade technique. Most importantly, it even revealed some attributes. In Wang Teng's mind, a figure wielding a long sword, killing intent condensed on the blade, and a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared behind him, which was extremely terrifying. Boom! The blade flashed out, unleashing a burst of killing intent, its power far surpassing the killing blade aura that Yuan Zhan had previously unleashed. This is the true killing intent of a blade. Even if Wang Teng only grasped 1/10 of it, he still gained a lot. The potential of the killing blade technique is enormous, far surpassing the flame sword technique, metal type blade technique, and so on. If it could be upgraded to the killing blade intent, it would definitely be a powerful killing move. Ellipsis. Seeing the despair on the faces of the new recruits, Song Wanzhong smiled inwardly and continued, "Of course, there's no need to worry too much. You are all genius martial artists trained by your respective schools, so the military will certainly not send you to your deaths. You will be assigned to various elite teams and start with low-level missions to gradually cultivate your experience and battlefield awareness." Wang Teng's lips twitched when he heard Song Wanzhong's words. That familiar tone, the same old tricks. Give a stick and then give a carrot. This expert is really good at it. Looks like he uses it a lot. However, his words relieved the new recruits and calmed them down. I knew it. How could the military be so cruel? They are genius martial artists, there's no reason for them to be sent to their deaths. Song Wanzhong quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The recruits' reactions were exactly what he expected. As the person in charge of this new recruit enlistment, he had a really tough job trying to make the recruits aware of the horrors of the battlefield without making them lose confidence. Having said all that needed to be said, Song Wanzhong announced the end of the martial arts exercise, telling the new recruits to go back and rest and recover from their injuries. They would officially enlist in 3 days and begin their missions. The veterans were very careful in their actions, so the new recruits were mostly unharmed, suffering only minor injuries at most. Only a few, due to their evenly matched strength, lost control and sustained slightly more serious injuries. 3 days is enough time for them to fully recover. The one who suffered the most was undoubtedly Yuan Zhan. To show him that new recruits aren't so easy to bully, Wang Teng hit him a little harder. Actually, he really didn't expect that Major Yuan wouldn't be so patient. This is a bit awkward. They beat him terribly. He's a major, after all. He wouldn't make things difficult for me, would he? Wang Teng couldn't help but look at Yuan Zhan, who happened to be looking over at him as well. I can tell from their eyes that they're petty. There's no escaping it. If it really falls into his hands, something bad is bound to happen. At this moment, Yuan Zhan was feeling extremely frustrated. The promised harsh education and beatings. He actually lost to a new recruit. His face was swollen and burning with pain. At that moment, he even felt that the gazes around him were full of malice. Let's go back. Han Ju's voice rang in his ears, and Wang Teng withdrew his gaze, preparing to leave. But after walking a few steps, they found that Yuan Zhan was walking straight towards them. Han Zu and the others stopped in their tracks and looked at Wang Teng. Could they be here to cause trouble? Is there something you need, Major Yuan? Wang Teng raised an eyebrow and asked. You're quite good, but I won't lose to you again next time, Yuan Zhan said in a deep voice. Wang Teng was stunned. Major Yuan, you've chosen the wrong path. I don't know where his confidence comes from. The defeated opponent dared to fight again. Did Liang Jingru give him the courage? However, he failed to defeat them all. This guy was still so arrogant, which left Wang Teng speechless. Wang Teng felt that he should realize the gap between the two of them. After all, if he suffered another crushing defeat, he would lose face twice as much, and his resentment would definitely be even deeper. From now on, we are all part of the Black Sparrow Legion, and this is not good. With the idea that it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester, Wang Teng said somewhat embarrassedly, Major Yuan, you might have some misunderstanding about my strength. I didn't go all out just now. Yuan Zhan was completely bewildered, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. They have a complete misunderstanding of your abilities. They didn't even give it their all. So he just lost to a recruit who didn't use his full strength, right? Han Zu and the others had extremely strange expressions, feeling that Wang Teng was truly too cunning. Doesn't it hurt to rub salt into a wound? Little brother, aren't you afraid of offending people? Ha ha ha. At this moment, a loud, unrestrained laugh suddenly rang out. Kong Li strode over and said, Yuan Zan, do you feel like a failure? You couldn't even beat my junior brother who didn't go all out, yet you dare to challenge him. Kong Li. Yuan Zan's expression darkened slightly, and he took a deep breath. I silently told myself a million times not to get angry, but I'm still so angry. He glared at Kong Li and said angrily, I can't beat him, but you can't either. What's there to be happy about? So what? He's my junior from elementary school, one of us, Kong Li said with a grin. The next moment, she suddenly put her arm around Wang Teng's shoulder, turned to him and said, Junior, I also come from Wanghai. I'm barely a major now, but judging from your appearance, you'll definitely catch up soon. Until then, if you need anything, just come to me. Don't be shy. Wang Teng was still a little confused. Who was this dashing and beautiful woman? He doesn't seem to know him. Upon hearing the introduction, I realized she was a senior student. He immediately greeted her with a big smile. Hello, senior. Please take care of me. Hey, Kong Li was even happier. Seeing that smile, she immediately knew that she hadn't mistaken this junior for someone else. He was pleasing to the eye. Yuan Zan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He felt extremely disgusted watching the two of them calling each other senior and junior, so he turned around and left. Dogs and dogs. That's outrageous. I can't stay here any longer. Ignore him. This guy is petty. He always uses his strength and military achievements to ridicule our academy's martial artists. Today you've really given us a chance to vent our anger. Kong Li chuckled, put his arm around Wang Teng, and walked towards the exit of the martial arts arena. Come on, I'm in a good mood today, I'll treat you to a nice meal. Kong Li, don't lead Wang Teng astray, Ni Jiancheng said helplessly as he walked over. Relax, relax. Kong Li waved his hand and walked away with Wang Teng. Han Zhu and Wan Baichu looked at each other in bewilderment. Wang Teng was just snatched away by his senior like that? Wang Teng felt that senior Kong Li was not only beautiful but also a very nice person. Burp, I'm too full. I just had some good wine and delicious food, and I couldn't resist eating a little too much. That said, senior Kong Li and he share the same hobbies, so they can exchange ideas more often in the future. As Wang Teng opened the door next to it also opened, and Han Zhu poked his head out. Did you have fun? Wang Teng looked at him and for some reason saw a hint of lewdness in his expression. Old Han, I've noticed that the longer we know each other, the more unrestrained your repressed sensuality becomes. Ahem, I'm just concerned for you. Don't get too caught up in beautiful women. Han Zhu coughed and said in a serious tone. Get lost. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Who the hell is obsessed with good looks? Do you understand what it means to talk about hobbies? If you don't talk nonsense. Are you angry because you're embarrassed? At this moment, the other door opened, and Wan Baichu leaned against the door and teased. Why are you joining in the fun too? Wang Teng said speechlessly. I care about you just like Lao Han did, Wan Baichu said with a shrug. You two are really something, always thinking about these trivial things. You should be thinking about what missions you'll face next, Wang Teng said. Thinking about it is useless, we can't make the decision anyway, Han Zhu said. Given the difference in strength between the three of us, I'm afraid we won't be grouped together, Wan Baichu said. Let's get together sometime and exchange the information we've found, filling in any gaps in our knowledge, Han Zhu suggested. You guys even did research? Wang Teng looked completely bewildered. You didn't come unprepared, did you? Wan Baichu said speechlessly. Nobody told me anything, and the main campus dumped me on Laoni as soon as the semester started. How could I have time to look up information? Besides, aren't the military's documents classified? Where did you guys get them? Wang Teng said dejectedly. Of course it was the school that checked. It's a special channel provided for us senior students, but it requires academic credits, Han Zhu said. It's normal that you don't know, since you're still a junior student. Wan Baichu chuckled. Quote. Wang Teng glared at her. That's going too far. Count you in. Come over and we can chat later. Outsiders have a clearer view, and maybe you can spot some problems that we can't see, Han Zhu said. This is a good way of repaying the favor you did for helping us refine pills, Wan Baichu said nonchalantly. After they finished talking, the two closed the door and went to rest. Wang Teng smiled and shook his head, clearly wanting to help him, but he acted arrogantly. Over the next 3 days, Wang Teng and the other two often gathered together to exchange information. The information that Han Zu and the other two found was different, and the two of them verified and supplemented each other's information. Gradually understanding the situation of the Black Sparrow Legion. The Legion exists to suppress spatial rifts and eliminate any potential dark species. 60 kilometers away from Blackbird City, there is a spatial rift. In order to suppress this spatial rift, not only did Earth establish the Black Sparrow Legion here, but Star Marshal Continent also dispatched troops to form the Star Radiance Legion. The two legions were positioned at opposite ends of the spatial rift, radiating outwards in a fan shape, forming an encirclement. 20 kilometers away from Blackbird City and Starshine City, the two legions have set up many outposts, equipped with force weapons, and regularly sweep away the Darkfolk, ensuring that no Darkfolk escapes the encirclement. From this distance of 20 kilometers to the location of the spatial rift, there are several levels of warning zones. The closer you are to the spatial rift, the stronger and more numerous the dark species will be. Therefore, the higher the level, which can be divided into levels 1 to 4. Furthermore, the dark species on the other side of the spatial rift are naturally unwilling to be trapped. They will often gather and create impacts, attempting to break through the encirclement. The two sides fought fiercely, resulting in countless deaths and injuries, which gradually led to the current situation. The day after the martial arts exercise ended, in a combat command center of the military headquarters, a group of officers gathered together, including Kong Li and Yuwen Zhan. Yuwen, I heard you lost to a new recruit. A burly officer laughed at Yuwen Zhan. Quote ellipsis quote. Yuwen Zhan remained expressionless, but inwardly he was cursing. That's enough. When will this ever end? I'll tell you every time I see you. Everyone fails sometimes, so why keep harping on it? Seeing Yuwen Zhan's frustrated expression, Kong Li laughed heartily, completely disregarding the fact that Yuwen Zhan's face was growing increasingly dark. It's very lively. At this moment, Song Wanzhong walked into the command room. Sir, everyone bowed in greeting. All right, everyone, please sit down. Song Wanzhong sat down in the seat of honor, waved his hand, and said, I called you all here today to discuss the placement of the new recruits. Many people saw the competition that day. Now I'm sending you the information on these new recruits. If you're interested in taking over, just let me know. After saying that, he waved to a soldier behind him, then leaned back in his chair and remained silent. The soldier immediately distributed the information of the new recruits from the 3 military academies. For a moment, only the sound of turning pages filled the command room. All the officers remained silent, carefully reviewing the recruits' information. A moment later, someone asked, why isn't there any information on Wang Teng? That little guy needs to be arranged separately, we'll discuss it later, Song Wanzhong said, rubbing his temples with a headache. He racked his brains trying to figure out a way to deal with Wang Teng, but still couldn't come up with a good one. Forget it, a 7-star combat soldier might be stronger than me. I can't lead this soldier. The officer who had just asked the question out of pure curiosity shook his head after hearing Song Wanzhong's words. All the new recruits were quickly assigned to their posts. Despite the fact that the new recruits were outmatched by the veterans that day, the officers could actually see how excellent the new recruits were. The new recruits from the academy are always the most sought after, and they're quickly snapped up. As for the arrogance of the martial artists in the academy, it will be worn away by beatings and won't matter much. In the end, only Wang Teng's case remains unresolved. The group exchanged glances and began to whisper among themselves. Why not just send them directly to the level 3 alert zone? Someone suggested. Are you crazy? This is a level 3 alert zone. If we're not careful, we could be surrounded by high-level dark creatures and we definitely won't be able to come back, someone immediately retorted. That's right, our legion has finally produced a monstrous genius, we can't afford to mess around with him. Blindly protecting him is not a good thing. Wang Teng is very strong. Why are you all so worried? But we can't send them to the level 3 alert zone as our first mission. It's not impossible that an 8-star combat level dark race might appear there. Seeing that an argument was about to break out below, Song Wanzhong tapped the table in exasperation. All right, stop arguing. Everyone immediately fell silent and looked at Song Wanzhong. Song Wanzhong was about to speak. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Song Wanzhong was somewhat surprised. Who would come here at this time? A soldier walked in, handed a mission briefing to Song Wanzhong, and whispered a few words in his ear. Song Wanzhong raised an eyebrow, even more surprised, and said, I have made arrangements for Wang Teng, everyone can leave now. Everyone was extremely surprised. How could Wang Teng's whereabouts be decided after just a few words from the visitor? Many people had meaningful looks in their eyes. It seems that either Wang Teng has attracted the attention of higher-ups, or he has a background they are unaware of, so the higher-ups have directly assigned him a mission. A hint of interest appeared on Kong Li's face. This junior student certainly has quite a few secrets. Yu Wenzhan's eyes flickered, temporarily extinguishing the idea of finding fault elsewhere. This Wang Teng is indeed different from ordinary recruits, he's not someone you can easily manipulate. The other officers didn't ask any more questions and quickly left the command room. As they walked out of the command center, Kong Li turned to Yu Wenzhan beside him and asked, Did you receive the mission message? It says the two of us need to team up and launch a surprise attack on a Darkseed garrison. Received. Upon hearing the mission, Yu Wenzhan immediately put aside the animosity between the two and frowned, saying, This mission is a bit strange. It actually requires the two of us to work together. That garrison point might not be simple. I heard that a 7-star warrior level dark creature has appeared over there. Looks like they're up to something. Kong Li nodded. If they want to cause trouble, kill them all. Yu Wenzhan's face revealed a murderous smile. Speaking of which, have all the injuries from my junior classmate healed? Don't let them affect the mission. Kong Li suddenly said, quote. Yu Wenzhan's expression froze instantly. It's mentioned again. Old T, are you guys trying to piss me off so you can inherit my estate? Yu Wenzhan's heart erupted like a volcano, and a small black figure slowly emerged, roaring wildly and extremely irritable. He glared at Kong Li and spat out 2 words, get lost. Ha ha ha. The two parted on bad terms. 3 days passed quickly. That day, Ni Jiancheng led Wang Teng and others to the training ground for assembly. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourselves to complete the tasks. I hope that when I come to pick you up again in 3 months, you'll all be standing in front of me unharmed. After saying that, Ni Jiancheng gave them a deep look, then turned and left. A sudden sense of loss welled up in Han Zu and the others, like fledglings about to leave their parents' wings. People from Xingshan Military Academy and Yun Air Force Academy were also present. Their instructors gave them a few instructions and then left as well. The drill ground was immediately left with only the new recruits from the 3 military academies as officers walked in one by one. Those whose names are called, come to me. Wang Teng watched as the number of people around him dwindled one by one, eventually being taken away. Even Han Zu and Wan Baichu were reassigned to the ranks of other officers. They glanced at him and turned to leave. Before long, he was the only one left in the entire training ground. Wang Teng stood there dumbfounded. What's going on? Is he unwanted? Such an outstanding person, are you all blind? Or did someone forget to call his name or simply forget about him? A cool breeze swept by, swirling a few fallen leaves around his head before a withered leaf landed on his head. At that moment, Wang Teng felt an intense malice surrounding him. Wang Teng waited for a while in the training ground. Just as the resentment in his heart was about to explode, a loud roar came. Look in the direction of the sound. An armored vehicle drove up from a distance at high speed. When it got close, it suddenly braked hard, the tires screeching as they rubbed against the ground. The vehicle spun around and finally came to a stop in front of Wang Teng with a close call. A strong gust of wind ruffled Wang Teng's bangs, making him look somewhat dazed. Kong Li leaned out of the armored vehicle window, looking at Wang Teng with a strange expression, and said, "Get in the car." "No, what do you mean?" Wang Teng said speechlessly. "That means your mission is with us," Kong Li said. "Get in the car first, and I'll explain on the way." Wang Teng didn't hesitate and got into the back seat of the car. He was immediately stunned. A cold-faced man was sitting in the back seat. Who else could it be but Yu Wenzhan? Hee, Major Yuwen is here too. Wang Teng chuckled. Yu Wenzhan's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, but he remained silent with a dark expression. God knows how devastated he felt when he suddenly heard this morning that he would be working with Wang Teng on this mission. Kong Li chuckled, started the armored vehicle, and sped out of the city. Seeing that Yu Wenzhan didn't reply, Wang Teng smiled to himself and didn't care. Yu Wenzhan was obviously badly hurt by him. As Kong Li drove, he said, "This mission will mainly involve the 3 of us. There are suspected dark species with 7-star combat soldier level or even higher combat power at the number 53 garrison point in the southwest. Our goal is to go there to investigate, find out the dark species' purpose, and, if necessary, eliminate the high-level dark species. Of course, we should try our best not to alert the enemy. This mission is really exciting, Wang Teng said, stroking his chin. His first mission was with a heavyweight. The military high command really thinks highly of him. It's exciting, but also dangerous. Kong Li laughed, saying that there was no sign of fear in her voice, as if she was just joking with someone. During the mission, follow orders and don't hold us back, Yu Wenzhan said coldly. Those who drag the team down are usually the weak ones, right? Wang Teng glanced at him and said with a smile. Yu Wenzhan, don't listen to him. He's not the captain of this mission and has no command authority, Kong Li retorted bluntly. There's no team leader for this mission? Wang Teng asked in surprise. Yes, you'll find out who it is in a moment, Kong Li said. As they spoke, the armored vehicle arrived at the entrance to Blackbird City. The three men showed their identification, and the guards checked them one by one before letting them pass. The armored vehicle drove out of Blackbird City, but stopped not far from the entrance. Lieutenant Colonel Niu Li, whom Wang Teng had met before, was now standing by the roadside, as if he had been waiting for them for a long time. After the car stopped, he opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Why did it take so long? Niu Li asked, frowning. Going to pick up this guy. Kong Li pointed behind him and chuckled. Lieutenant Colonel Niu, Wang Teng called out. It seems that Niu Li is the captain of this mission. He suddenly realized that Niu Li and Kong Li's names were extremely similar. He couldn't help but look at their faces. One had a rough and rugged appearance, while the other had a pretty face. A sense of incongruity immediately arose. His expression suddenly became somewhat strange. Fortunately, the two are not related. Wang Teng thought to himself with a touch of wicked humor. Kong Li and Yu Wenzhan also called out. Although their military ranks appeared to be only one level lower than Niu Li's, they actually held him in the highest esteem. Niu Li is much more senior than them, with far more battlefield experience and mission experience. Niu Li nodded, said nothing more, and then asked, You all know about the mission, right? The three nodded. Wang Teng, you're a new recruit. Do you have any questions? Niu Li asked. Not for now, I'll follow your instructions. Wang Teng said righteously. Yu Wenzhan's facial muscles twitched. Damn, he just said the same thing. Wang Teng immediately retorted, now you're pretending to be well behaved. Why don't you talk back to Niu Li? Niu Li was extremely satisfied with Wang Teng's attitude. He noticed something strange about Wang Teng during the previous martial arts demonstration, so he went back and asked Ni Jiancheng about it. He then learned that Wang Teng was not easy to deal with. In retrospect, this promising recruit, though a bit unreliable, is still sensible. He's a promising talent. The armored vehicle traveled 20 kilometers and the surroundings became increasingly desolate. All that could be seen was black earth, barren of vegetation, and covered in sand. The harshness of the environment here was beyond Wang Teng's expectations. Sir, a respectful shout rang out. The group arrived at a nearby Black Sparrow Legion outpost. After Kong Li showed his identification, the guards immediately showed respect. Most of these soldiers were ordinary people who operated large runic weapons, only a few were martial artists. Once inside, Wang Teng curiously looked around. It was discovered that this garrison was entirely made of cast iron. From the inside, there are traces of runes on the steel surface, indicating that this garrison has runic defenses. Even so, the outer surface is still pitted and uneven, with bullet holes, knife marks, and sword marks everywhere. The garrison was not small, capable of accommodating several hundred people, and was fully equipped with large-scale firearms, making it heavily armed. We have runic weapons, and so do the dark races. The intelligence of the higher dark races is no less than that of humans, Kong Li explained when he saw Wang Teng's gaze. Wang Teng nodded. It wasn't hard to guess. If the dark race didn't have rune weapons, the balance of the war would have been tilted to one side long ago. Moreover, even rune weapons have very limited lethality against high-level dark race members. Unless it is a powerful warrior like Wang Teng wielding a weapon like the Vulcan cannon, it cannot be used effectively. The group parked the armored vehicle and then proceeded on foot. Next, we will enter the restricted area. We may encounter dark creatures at any time, so be careful. Niu Li offered a reminder. Kong Li and Yu Wenzhan both seemed unsurprised, clearly indicating that his words were mainly directed at Wang Teng. Following the principle of speaking less, listening more, and observing more, Wang Teng nodded and caught up with the three. In fact, given their speed, they could have easily reached the destination by flying over 20 kilometers, but they opted to drive instead. Wang Teng didn't ask any more questions. He wasn't stupid, he immediately understood the reason. These are things we learned in school. On the battlefield, you must always be in the best possible condition to deal with any unexpected situations that may arise. Kong Li and the others clearly did not want to waste any extra physical strength and primal force. As the group traveled, Niu Li and Kong Li would occasionally speak up, instructing Wang Teng on how to hide, how to spot ambush points, how to set traps, and so on. A stench permeated the black earth as the four men advanced cautiously and quickly. Niu Li and Kong Li had no prejudice against Wang Teng. On the contrary, they had a good relationship, so they would tell Wang Teng whatever they needed to say. Besides ambushes and traps, it also includes things like identifying and tracking the footprints of dark creatures. There are many kinds of dark creatures, and experienced soldiers can tell the type of dark creature just by looking at its footprints. Although these things are taught in school, it still takes time to apply them to real-world situations. While keeping up with Kong Li and the others, Wang Teng quickly absorbed experience and continued to grow. He also discovered that the ground around him was no longer bare, but rather sparsely covered with plants. These plants are unusual. Wang Teng has already awakened his spiritual vision talent, and with his current mental state, he can sustain his spiritual vision for a long time. With his spiritual vision, he could see that these plants were surrounded by subtle dark primal forces. Clearly, they were corrupted by the dark forces and mutated. In fact, even without activating spiritual vision, one can still see the clues. The surrounding plants were entirely black, each one growing in a bizarre shape. Some had fang-like barbs, while others were serrated and looked extremely sharp. These plants are obviously not normal plants. If ordinary soldiers are pricked by their spikes or scratched by their serrated edges, they will soon be infected by the dark force. If they are not treated in time, they will suffer amputation at best and corruption at worst, Kong Li said. PFF'd. Suddenly, a stream of black sap gushed out from the trumpet-shaped flower of a plant and shot towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng remained calm, turned his foot, and dodged away. Sizzle. The black slime landed on the ground and immediately emitted a cloud of black smoke. Oh, by the way, they also attack passers-by. This is their mutated hunting method. These dark plants are quite ferocious, Kong Li said casually. That's incredibly fierce. Knowing it was dangerous, why didn't you say so sooner? Can't you be a little more careful? Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat exhausted. Although Kong Li would always explain things to him, it was often hindsight, just like what happened just now. These are actually taught in the second and third years, but you only studied up to the first year, Kong Li chuckled. Wang Teng, is it my fault that I only completed my first year of university? Seeing Wang Teng's depressed look, a smile appeared in Yuan Zan's eyes. A new recruit is a new recruit. No matter how capable they are, they still have shortcomings and will eventually receive loving guidance from veterans. Experiencing it firsthand makes the memory much more vivid. Kong Li waved his hand dismissively and said, besides, with your strength, it would be a big joke if you couldn't even avoid this little danger. Okay, you're the senior, whatever you say is right. Wang Teng didn't argue. These dangers were indeed no challenge for him, just child's play. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Kong Li and the others also stopped. Niu Li spoke up, who will handle this? Kong Li and Yuan Zan stood still. Helpless, Wang Teng flashed and arrived 100 meters away, where a low-level dark creature was lying prostrate on the ground. It was still in human form, but its face was like that of a demon, extremely ferocious, with flesh turned outwards in many places, flowing with black blood, and bones were visible. An ordinary person would probably be scared half to death if they saw it. Upon seeing Wang Teng, the low-level dark creature roared, leapt up, and pounced. Wang Teng glanced at the dark creature, then his gaze suddenly stopped. But the next moment, he waved his hand again, and a ball of flame instantly enveloped the dark creature. Roar! Amidst the roar, the dark seed turned to dust under the intense heat, dissipating without a trace with the distant, chilling wind. Rest in peace. Wang Teng's gaze was icy, and his expression was unusually calm. These 3 words were not for the dark race, but for the human soldier who was corrupted by the dark force. Because Wang Teng saw the military uniform of Earth's humans on this dark creature. This dark creature was transformed from a human soldier. You did a good job. In this situation, don't hesitate. Death is actually a relief for them, Niu Li and the others said as they approached. A warrior may die on the battlefield, wrapped in a horse's hide, without fear of death, but he must never become a slave to darkness. Is it because you've been on the battlefield for so long that you all like to complain and show off your feelings? Wang Teng smiled and said. Niu Li. He was silent for a moment before finally saying, "You really are different from the crowd." "I'll take that as a compliment," Wang Teng said casually, accepting the compliment with a smile. "Shouldn't you be going now?" The group set off again, encountering several lone dark creatures along the way, which they easily dealt with. In the level 1 alert zone, the level of the dark race is not very high. A few people can crush them as easily as crushing ants. Wang Teng couldn't help but recall the first time he encountered a dark creature. He was genuinely startled at the time and it took him quite a bit of effort to defeat that low-level dark creature. Now, low-level dark creatures are only good for feeding. Perhaps because there had been a recent cleanup, there weren't many darkfolk left. They entered the level 2 alert zone without any incidents. The vegetation in the level 2 alert zone is much denser than before, with low shrubs and even some small groves appearing. Shish, shish. A rustling sound came from their ears, and as if sensing the approach of strangers, some poisonous insects and scorpions swarmed around them. Wang Teng, bring a fire and burn it all down. Kong Li knew that Wang Teng possessed fire-type primal force, so he spoke directly. Wang Teng didn't waste any words. Sometimes fire-based primal force is quite useful. With a wave of his hand, a large number of poisonous insects and scorpions around him died instantly. Many tiny bubbles emerged. Poison Force *1, Dark Force *1, Dark Force *2, Poison Force *1. Wang Teng obtained a small amount of poison-type primal force and dark primal force. However, he left some poisonous creatures alive, only stunning them before putting them in bottles and storing them in his spatial ring. "Why are you grabbing these things?" Kong Li asked, frowning. "Take it back and study it." Wang Teng put the last ugly-looking poisonous insect into the bottle, looked at it curiously for a few moments, and casually replied. "Your interests are really strange," Kong Li said speechlessly. "The research is fine, but you need to be careful. These poisonous insects have also been infected by the dark force. Be careful not to cause a leak, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable, and you will also be held responsible," Niu Li said. "Don't worry, I can easily deal with these poisonous insects. There won't be any problems," Wang Teng said. He only decided to study these poisonous insects after seeing them infected by the dark forces. After all, he possesses both poison-based and dark-based primal forces. Niu Li didn't say anything more and led the group to continue advancing towards the level 3 alert zone. More than an hour later, at the edge of the level 2 alert zone, the group heard the sounds of fighting. Niu Li and the others' expressions changed, and they suddenly sped up, rushing towards the source of the sound. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he quickly followed. When they arrived, they witnessed a human cleanup team engaged in a fierce battle with the dark race. There were more than a dozen human warriors, including 3 4-star combat soldiers and 30 to 40 ordinary soldiers. There were nearly 100 dark races, mostly low-level dark races, but there were also 7 or 8 high-level dark races at the 4-star warrior level. These dark creatures were incredibly tall and robust, with muscles beneath their bluish-black skin as strong as steel. They had blue faces and fangs, eyes several sizes larger than ping-pong balls, and wielded heavy weapons resembling spiked clubs, making them incredibly lethal. "It's a dark race of trolls," Yu Wenzan said solemnly. The battle had already broken out. The dark troll race charged into the human warriors and swung his club. A human 4-star warrior tried to defend himself, but his weapon broke, his chest caved in, and he was sent flying. He immediately began to gasp for breath. Those low-level dark creatures also charged into the human warriors, biting anyone they saw. Wang Teng and his group were still some distance away when they saw this scene. They all showed anger and rushed towards the other side at maximum speed. "Hurry up, faster!" Kong Li and his 2 companions were already advancing at full speed, but they could only watch helplessly as many human soldiers were surrounded and torn apart by the dark creatures. They died with piercing screams and agonizing wails. Wang Teng seemed to transform into a gust of wind, rushing past Kong Li and the other 2. "Die!" His loud shout attracted the attention of the dark creatures, one of which, a troll, grinned and reached out with its massive hand to grab him. A golden brick appeared in Wang Teng's hand, and while the dark creature stared blankly, he smashed it straight onto its head. Rumble! The ground shook, and a huge troll dark creature was slammed into the ground by Wang Teng with a brick. Its neck had disappeared, its head was sunk into its chest cavity, blood was flowing from its 7 orifices, and it died instantly, looking extremely bizarre. The surrounding human soldiers, as well as the intelligent dark race, watched this scene in shock. Reinforcements have arrived. The human soldiers immediately came to their senses and shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill them!" The soldiers, their morale soaring, charged toward the dark race. Upon seeing their companion killed, the dark trolls roared in fury, and 4 trolls immediately surrounded Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze remained unchanged. Good timing. Finally, I can use the bricks to my heart's content. Boom! Without even using combat techniques, he slammed bricks down repeatedly, causing the air to roar and killing several black animals on the spot. For a comparison of the gruesome death of the dark troll mentioned earlier, please refer to the previous example. Wang Teng turned around, intending to continue killing the other trolls, but Kong Li and the others had already arrived, each taking one, making it much easier to deal with them. Left with no other choice, Wang Teng had to turn his attention to other low-level dark species. The arrival of 4 7-star warrior level experts instantly reversed the battle situation, and the dark race was quickly killed. Human soldiers were preserved to the greatest extent possible. After Kong Li and the others finished dealing with all the dark creatures, they looked around and were immediately stunned. One by one, wooden stakes stand on the ground. No, those weren't wooden stakes, but rather groups of dark creatures that had been forcefully shoved into the ground. The group turned to look at Wang Teng, their eyes immediately drawn to what he was holding. A brick? After seeing what Wang Teng was holding, Kong Li and the others were devastated. Surprise! Dull! The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat strange. Niu Li finally understood why Ni Jiancheng had repeatedly warned the kid not to use a brick on the day of the martial arts demonstration. Damn, he hit each brick one by one with practiced skill and ruthless precision. It was truly astonishing. Even the trolls, known for their strength among the dark races, couldn't withstand his brick-throwing attack. No matter how strong the veterans of the Legion are, could they be stronger than them? So if they actually used bricks, their fate would be predictable. Even if it doesn't kill anyone during the martial arts demonstration, it will definitely mess up the atmosphere. For a veteran to be knocked down by a brick is simply a huge joke. Thinking this, he couldn't help but glance at Yuan Zhan. Kong Li also looked at him with an extremely strange expression. This junior seemed a bit reckless. Feeling their gazes, Yuan Zhan's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, but he still tried his best to remain calm, only inwardly cursing. I'm still shaken. At this moment, he suddenly felt somewhat fortunate that he hadn't been treated like that during the martial arts competition. Otherwise, he would have been completely disgraced and would have wanted to disappear into the ground, too ashamed to show his face to anyone. Wang Teng calmly put away the brick, as if nothing had happened, looking completely innocent, as if the wooden stakes around him had nothing to do with him. Everyone. Wang Teng paid no attention to the gazes of the crowd. With a sweep of his mental energy, he collected the attribute bubbles around him. Dark Force *110. Spirit 60. Spirit 50. Comprehension 15. Dark Force *125. Dark Force *65. Ellipsis. This time he went a bit too far, destroying 1 troll dark race with a brick each, and gaining quite a bit of mental attribute in the process. However, his comprehension attribute isn't very high, which suggests that this dark troll isn't very bright. What a waste of such a big head. But you know what, a big head makes it easier to take pictures. Big head, no worries when it rains, others have umbrellas, I have a big head. Look, the comparison makes the imagery clear. Comprehension, King Realm. Spirit, Royal Realm. At the same time, these dark species also contributed several hundred points of dark primal force to him. At a certain moment, Wang Teng's body suddenly trembled, and his dark primal force actually advanced at that moment. Dark Force, 7 stars. My goodness, I accidentally raised my dark force to a high level of combat power. Even among the dark race, I'm considered a decent expert. Pisha, he's not a dark race. Huh, Wang Teng was happily picking up attribute bubbles when his gaze suddenly stopped. Intermediate Strength Talent *20. A talent type attribute bubble has appeared. What a surprise! As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng immediately understood the function of this intermediate level strength talent. Overall, this is a physical talent. The stronger one's talent, the stronger one's physical body and the greater one's strength will be. Unlike body refining techniques, which change one's innate talent, cultivation techniques change one's acquired qualities. Generally speaking, the higher one's talent, the easier it is to cultivate body refining techniques, and the increase in strength will also multiply. For example, an ordinary martial artist with a talent level has an initial strength of 1 point, while a martial artist with an intermediate talent level has an initial strength of 2 points, which is roughly double. If both of them train their bodies at the same time, with the same amount of time and effort, the ordinary martial artist gains 1 point, while the intermediate talent martial artist gains 2 points. At first, the difference may not be significant, but as time goes on, the difference will only grow larger and larger, like a chasm. Intermediate * talent. Not bad. Wang Teng nodded to himself when he saw the changes in the talent section of the attribute panel. That said, he had also obtained a berserk combat skill from the dark race of the trolls. It belongs to the burst type combat skill, but Wang Teng has never had the opportunity to use it. You can't blame him, his opponent was just too weak. Picking up attribute bubbles sounds complicated, but it actually only takes a few seconds. At this moment, the military warrior who had just been rescued by the group stepped forward to express his gratitude. The team leader, a second lieutenant, stepped forward, saluted, and said, "Lieutenant Colonel Niu, Major Yuwen, Major Kong, it's fortunate that you passed by this time. Otherwise we would really be in grave danger. We're all colleagues, no need to be so polite," Niu Li said. They were clearly familiar with Kong Li and his 2 companions. After exchanging a few words, they turned their attention to Wang Teng. Wang Teng was the only unfamiliar face among them, and he looked very young. However, they saw with their own eyes that although this guy was young, his strength was incredibly powerful. Therefore, the lieutenant asked very politely, "And who is this?" A sly glint flashed in Kong Li's eyes as he waved his hand and said, "Don't mind him. He's just a corporal, a errand boy. You saw it just now, didn't you? That guy runs incredibly fast." Wang Teng. He had previously thought this senior was a good person and that they could have a good chat. Now it seems he was too inexperienced. That woman is wicked. They actually slandered him in front of so many people, saying he was just a golfer. You have to understand, he was their savior. If he hadn't arrived in time, who knows how many people would have died. Wang Teng had already figured out his public persona. A brave and righteous new star was rising in the military, but now he's gone. "Woman, you're finished. You've ruined my public image. This feud is huge." "Corporal." The second lieutenant stared wide-eyed at Wang Teng in disbelief. A corporal is this capable? He'd only been gone from the military for less than 3 days, and such a huge change had already occurred? Even a corporal was now being appointed by such a powerful martial artist? In an instant, the second lieutenant was filled with self-doubt, fearing that he would fall behind the changing times. What if, after returning home, his superiors suddenly tell him, "Lieutenant, you can retire with honor"? What should we do then? Don't listen to her. This kid may only be a corporal, but he's very strong and an exception, Niu Li said helplessly, shaking his head. The second lieutenant breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. No need for a glorious retirement. I told you, if young people these days were all this capable, there wouldn't be any trouble with the dark seeds, they'd all be gone and gone to bed long ago. The lieutenant shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions. Wang Teng. Corporal, thank you very much for your help. As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly took a step back, his expression serious, and shouted, "Salute." Upon hearing this voice, the soldiers around him straightened their backs and saluted Wang Teng. "You're too kind." Wang Teng was startled and quickly returned the greeting, then smiled and said, "I would have been even happier if you hadn't specifically mentioned corporal." The lieutenant and the soldiers around him were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. After exchanging a few words, the lieutenant and his men took their leave. Niu Li told the lieutenant and the others about the route they had just come from, explaining that they had cleared the area and it was safe for the time being. With their mission in hand, Wang Teng and his team continued their journey. The alert zones are divided into 4 levels. Levels 1 and 2 are designated as areas for human cleaning, while levels 3 and above are different. Level 3 and Level 4 alert zones belong to the Dark Race, and in the later parts of the Level 3 alert zone, Dark Race garrisons have even appeared. Wang Teng and his group's destination was Garrison Point number 56, located in the Level 3 alert zone. The atmosphere was somewhat somber on the way, and none of the four spoke. Are you angry? Kong Li glanced at Wang Teng and asked. Get lost, I don't know you. Wang Teng turned his head away. Hey, a real man shouldn't be so petty, Kong Li said shamelessly as he leaned closer. Hey, Wang Teng sneered. 3 meals of spiritual food. Kong Li said. Do you think I'm the kind of person who can be bought off with food? Wang Teng remained unmoved. 4 meals. Kong Li said. Ellipsis. 6 meals, one of which will be a spiritual meal prepared by a master chef. That's the most I can do. Kong Li gritted his teeth and went all out. Deal. Wang Teng immediately smiled. As expected of my senior, so generous. You're too ruthless, kid, Kong Li said speechlessly. No problem. No problem, Wang Teng said with a smile. Naive. Yuwen Zan sneered. Oh, Major Yuwen has absolutely no interest in spirit food? Wang Teng joked. Not at all, Yuwen Zan said coldly, his face stern. After saying that, he ignored the two of them. Wang Teng then enthusiastically discussed with Kong Li, arranging the 6 spiritual meals in detail. Yuwen Zan frowned, somewhat disapproving. These two turned a serious and dangerous mission into a culinary seminar, which is just too much. Niu Li just smiled and didn't say anything. He doesn't care about the process as long as it doesn't affect the mission. Around 2 p.m., the 4 of them successfully arrived near Dark Seed Garrison Point number 56. They hid on a small hill, gazing at the distant garrison. The garrison points of the Dark race are naturally very different from those of humans. Their garrison points are extremely crude, built of huge stones, and completely black, making them difficult to see in the dark. The architectural style is also unique, which Wang Teng finds difficult to describe: rugged, sinister, exaggerated. This was the first time he had seen the architectural style of the Dark World, and while he was curious, he couldn't help but take a closer look. Suddenly, he made a strange discovery. Apart from the low-level dark creatures wandering around, there seemed to be no trace of any dark creatures inside the garrison. He couldn't help but look at Niu Li and transmitted his voice. Have all the dark ones gone out shopping? Quote ellipsis. Quote. Niu Li stared at Wang Teng, a vein bulging on his forehead. What kind of bizarre thought process did this guy have? What the hell am I doing going out shopping? Can you please stop being so silly at such a serious moment? He took a deep breath before transmitting his voice. Dark species like darkness. Even intelligent, high-level dark species generally don't like to be active during the day. Wang Teng noticed that Niu Li said, dislike, instead of cannot, which explained why those low-level dark creatures could move freely during the day. He glanced at the sky and said speechlessly, this area is shrouded in dark clouds and filled with the power of darkness. There's not much difference between day and night now. Niu Li said, for them, daytime is daytime. They will still feel disgusted as long as the sun doesn't disappear. Do you know why? Wang Teng asked. Perhaps the sun has also changed somewhat, Niu Li said after thinking for a moment. After all, in the ancient legends of various countries, the sun is the most young of all things. You're not going to tell me the legends are all true, are you? Wang Teng asked suspiciously. No, that's not it. It's just that legends always have some basis. Maybe the ancients saw something, Niu Li said meaningfully. Wang Teng wasn't entirely skeptical. After all, this era couldn't be judged by conventional wisdom anymore. Humans possessed terrifying power, and perhaps in the eyes of the ancients, they were no different from gods and demons. However, he still had many questions. Is this just a guess, or have you already found relevant evidence? What do you think? Niu Li looked at him and smiled. Seeing his expression, Wang Teng knew he wouldn't get an answer today. Are all these people the same? Actually, I don't know much either, just a few words, Niu Li said, shaking his head. Wang Teng didn't ask any more questions and activated his spiritual vision to scan the garrison point. Sure enough, I saw several dense clusters of dark primal force. 3 7-star warrior level beings. The group did not act immediately, but continued to lie low and wait until night fell. Through the dark clouds in the sky, they could see a moon hanging in the night sky, casting its silvery moonlight. The 4 ate some of the dry rations they had brought and passed the time by exchanging whispers. However, their attention was somewhat focused on Garrison Point 56 below. Around 10 p.m., there was finally movement at Garrison Point 56. 3 figures emerged from the garrison, exchanged a few words, and then departed in different directions. Niu Li frowned and immediately ordered, "You each go with one of them, I'll stay behind." "Yes." Wang Teng and the other 2 replied immediately. "Wang Teng, is everything alright?" Niu Li glanced at Wang Teng and asked again. "Don't worry, I won't die," Wang Teng said calmly. Niu Li nodded and didn't say anything more. Wang Teng and his 2 companions each chose a direction, then used methods to conceal themselves and followed. "Don't die." As Kong Li's voice reached his ears, Wang Teng's eyes flashed, but he didn't turn around. The person had already gone far away. He unleashed his wind reversal skill, his entire body enveloped in dark primal force, and he vanished into the eerie winds of the night. If it were just the dark force, he might be detected by the dark beings, but with the wind reversal skill, his stealth increased several times over. If he was careful, Wang Teng believed he wouldn't be discovered. He trailed far behind one of the dark creatures. The opponent was another dark creature he had never seen before. It was tall, at least 3 meters tall, with a pair of huge ram horns on its head that curled backward. It was clearly a monster with a ram's head and a human body. It has strong, powerful limbs, bat wings spread on its back, and is extremely fast. It also has a scorpion tail that looks like bone. "He's a bit ugly," Wang Teng muttered. Not long after, he saw the dark creature rush into a grove of trees below, followed by a mournful roar. Wang Teng, hiding in the distance, saw the dark creature with a goat's head and a human body grabbing a huge star beast and tearing at its flesh with madness, a truly terrifying sight. "So they just came out to eat." Wang Teng shook his head speechlessly. He thought there was some secret, but it turned out to be just like this. Half an hour later, the dark race returned to their garrison, and Wang Teng followed them back to the hill where Niu Li was hiding. Kong Li and Yuan Zhan also returned. The 3 reported on the situation and found that the 3 dark creatures seemed to have just gone out for a meal and did not do anything else. Wang Teng and his 3 companions foolishly lay in ambush outside Darkseed's number 56 garrison point for 3 days. These 3 days were calm and uneventful. The 3-headed, 7-star warrior level advanced dark creature went out a few times, but without exception, they all went out to eat. The lives of these dark species are extremely regular, so regular it's appalling. He spends all his time sleeping and eating. He's even more of a homebody than a typical shut-in. Wang Teng and his companions couldn't help but wonder if these high-level dark creatures had suddenly come to garrison point number 56 simply to change their environment for a vacation. Besides the 3 high-level dark creatures, there were also some other dark creatures with strength ranging from 2-star to 5-star warrior level who went out to hunt for food. Dark races like the wolf-headed, human-bodied creatures, dark vampires, and dark trolls we encountered before are among them. The number is probably within 2 white heads. Their activities were completely normal and they showed no signs of attacking human garrisons. Ellipsis. Wang Teng glanced at Niu Li and the other 2, who had calm expressions. They were quite patient, not impatient at all after waiting for so many days. "All I can say is that he truly deserves to be called a veteran." Wang Teng was inwardly cursing. Their mission this time was to investigate the anomalies at this troop deployment, but now they're just waiting around and it seems they can't find the reason. That day, Wang Teng couldn't help but ask telepathically, "Old Niu, how much longer do we have to wait?" "What, can't wait any longer?" Niu Li smiled and transmitted his voice. "I can't wait these next few days," Yuan Zhan said disdainfully. "I can wait, even if it takes another 10 days or half a month, I'm fine with it. It's just that waiting like this is a complete waste of time." Wang Teng ignored him and shook his head. Niu Li nodded. "That's about it. These past few days have only been for observing the internal situation of Garrison Point 56. Now we can take action." "Operation? What operation?" Wang Teng asked. "Of course, we'll infiltrate Garrison Point 56, Kong Li laughed. "Otherwise, what do you think we could find out by just waiting outside?" "The real highlight of this mission is yet to come," Niu Li said, his gaze sharpening. Kong Li and Yuan Zhan's expressions gradually became serious. The three of you will each be responsible for one area and go out to scout it out. I will provide support outside, Niu Li said. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Wang Teng. Wang Teng's performance these past few days had exceeded his expectations. He was nothing like a new recruit. He was even comparable to Kong Li and Yuan Zhan. Most importantly, this kid is strong enough that he just charges straight into danger and hasn't encountered any accidents along the way. In the past few days, the three high-level dark creatures went out to feed, and Wang Teng's tracking was not detected, which shows how clever his methods were. Therefore, he wasn't too worried about Wang Teng regarding the upcoming infiltration. Over the past few days, the four of them had developed some tacit understanding, and even Yuan Zhan was no exception. When it came to serious matters, he would not go against Wang Teng. At this moment, he did not say anything more, and the four of them went straight to discuss the next infiltration plan. Half an hour later, Wang Teng and the other two exchanged glances and gradually disappeared from the spot. This kid is truly unpredictable. His concealment technique is so skillful that even I can't detect a trace of it. Niu Li looked at the spot where Wang Teng had just stood and couldn't help but shake his head, sighing inwardly. It was daytime, and generally speaking, the Dark Ones would be asleep. While infiltrating at this time carries a certain degree of danger, it also makes it more likely that Wang Teng and his group will uncover some anomalies. They couldn't wait for the Darkfolk to leave before infiltrating to investigate, because they couldn't be sure whether the Darkfolk had actually gone to feed. They might be trying to mislead outsiders, using deception and ambiguity to keep things from getting to them. Maybe their departure today is for their real purpose, no one can say for sure. Wang Teng avoided the low-level dark creatures on the periphery and scaled the wall to enter garrison point number 56. Following the previously established plan, he made his way to the rear area of the garrison. These dark creatures probably didn't expect humans to infiltrate them. There wasn't even a patrolling soldier, they were all fast asleep. Are you guys serious about being so casual? Wang Teng stood in the corner, speechless. Something about this mission just doesn't feel right. It went so smoothly that I don't even know what to say. After wandering around for a while, Wang Teng finally found the place where the dark race slept together, which could barely be called a dormitory. However, this dormitory looks a bit scary, giving off a strange feeling of being in a horror movie. The room, which resembled a palace, was completely empty, without a single ghost in sight. Fortunately, Wang Teng was experienced and looked up. Good heavens, in the darkness, human heads looked like they were floating in midair. But why are they all upside down? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be rows of dark vampires hanging upside down from the ceiling, all with their eyes closed and their faces pale and bloodless. Seeing this in the middle of the night would probably scare the faint of heart to death. These dark creatures are just causing trouble. Instead of sleeping peacefully, they have to make such a fuss. That said, in those Western legends, aren't vampires supposed to sleep in coffins? Why don't these dark vampires play by the rules? Wang Teng shook his head, clearing his mind of these thoughts. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. We need to check if there's anything suspicious about these dark species. So the question is, how do you check? Wang Teng hid in a dark corner, stroking his chin, his gaze shifting between light and shadow, occasionally glancing at the dark vampires filling the ceiling. A strange look gradually appearing on his face. Got it, he. The next moment, Wang Teng's figure gradually disappeared from the spot. He had just used his spiritual vision to check, and the strength of these dark creatures was all below the 4-star warrior level, and there were only 5 of them at the 4-star warrior level. The difference in strength between them and him was too great. Therefore, even if he gets very close, he won't be noticed. Based on this, he devised a detailed and meticulous plan. Sneaking closer, covering mouth, knocking unconscious, driving away, interrogating. Yeah, that's about it. Moreover, it would be best to select one of those 4-star combat soldiers, since there are some things that only those with higher strength are qualified to know. Wang Teng even suspected that a 4-star warrior might know some secrets. But I can't worry about that now, let's give it a try. Then another question arises. Which end should you smoke? Wang Teng's gaze swept across the area, clicking around before finally settling on a slightly smaller, dark vampire. You're the one. Wang Teng approached silently, came up behind the dark creature, frowned, then turned over and suddenly covered its mouth. The vampire suddenly awoke, opened its eyes, and its gaze was filled with confusion and fear. It tried to struggle, tried to alert its companions for help, but the next second, Wang Teng knocked it unconscious. After a series of indescribable actions, one of the dark vampires was kidnapped by Wang Teng, while the remaining dozens of dark vampires remained completely unaware. Even if they woke up and found one of them missing, they'd probably just think, did they go out to pee? Garrison point number 56. Storehouse. Wang Teng knocked out the werewolf dark race guarding the warehouse, then closed the gate. Next comes the crucial part of the plan. Torture. After thinking for a moment, Wang Teng first used his mental power to condense a binding rune, sealing off the primal force of the dark vampire race. Then a small rune array was set up around it to isolate sound. Perfect. This is a technique that can only be performed by a mentalist paired with a high-level runemaster. Wang Teng was somewhat smug, then his gaze fell on the unconscious dark vampire, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Sleeping, 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 like a dead pig. A brick appeared in his hand, and he slammed it mercilessly onto the pale yet handsome face of the vampire dark race. The slap in the face wasn't because of jealousy. After all, he, Wang, is definitely a more handsome man than the morbid beauty of the dark race. Crackling sounds. After a series of shouts, the dark vampire slept, looking completely bewildered. Who I am? Where am I? Why am I being treated so inhumanely? Oh, right, kidnapping. It's just been kidnapped. Damn it, who is so audacious as to kidnap a noble dark vampire from inside the military outpost? It's unforgivable. However, its face was being slapped wildly from side to side, its head was shaking rapidly, and all it could see was a blurry image, making it impossible to make out the killer's appearance. Crackling sounds. Wang Teng didn't notice that the dark creature had already woken up, and his attack went smoothly, resulting in another round of frantic shouts. Tears welled up in the eyes of the dark vampire. He tried to mobilize the dark primal force within his body, but suddenly his heart trembled. The dark primal force within him was gone? The primal core showed no reaction. What's going on? Huh, you're awake? Just then, a voice entered its ears. Human language. The dark vampire's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn it, it's fallen into human hands. The dark vampire was already bruised and swollen, and its large eyes could only be opened a crack. It tried desperately to open its eyes and see the murderer's face through the slit. Through the blur, it finally made out the other person's face. This is a young human. The dark vampire was furious to find itself in the hands of a young human. Ouch, it hurts. Its facial expression was so intense that it strained its muscles, and it immediately experienced waves of excruciating pain on its face. This made it even angrier. Human, you're doomed. You're in deep trouble. Huh, you can actually speak human language? That's great. Wang Teng looked at the dark creature in front of him with surprise. I was just wondering what would happen if we couldn't communicate, but it turns out this dark creature is fluent in human languages. Great, it saves me a lot of trouble. However, I need to find some time to brush up on the language of the dark races. Having more skills is never a bad thing. Did you hear me? You're finished. You're in big trouble. The dark vampire shouted. Wow, that's pretty fierce. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow and threw a brick. Another round of crackling sounds. Can't you speak properly? Wang Teng asked. I am a noble vampire, and you will never submit to me in such a barbaric way, the dark vampire said defiantly. Crackling sounds. Human, I will kill you, I will drain your blood, roared the dark vampire. Crackling sounds. You're dead, you're dead. Crackling sounds. You're really dead. It's really rare to see a dark race with such backbone these days. I admire you, Wang Teng praised. Then, crackling sounds. Stop hitting him. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Wang Teng's face darkened. I just praised you, and you've already taken it so seriously. Where am I supposed to put my pride? Crackling sounds. The dark vampire was a little confused. It had already submitted, so why was it being attacked again? Crackling sounds. After being hit countless times, the dark one's face grew even larger. If he weren't worried about wasting time, Wang Teng would have liked to play a little longer. Can we talk properly now? Feeling the intense pain on his face, the dark vampire nodded quickly. Very good. Next, I will ask questions, and you will answer them. If I don't ask anything, you are not allowed to speak, understand? Wang Teng said calmly. The dark vampire hesitated for a moment. If this human were to interrogate him about some secret, would he give in, or give in, or give in? What? My words don't carry any weight. Wang Teng raised the brick in his hand again. No, I'll speak properly. This vampire had lost all its previous pride and became as cowardly as a husky. What is the purpose of the 3 7-star combat soldiers who have come here? Wang Teng went straight to the point. The vampire's expression changed, and then, his face stung. I advise you to think carefully before you answer. I may be easy to talk to, but the weapon in my hand is not so easy to talk to, Wang Teng said with a smile, tossing the brick in his hand. Quote ellipsis quote. That demon. Sigh, it's not that he's too cowardly, it's that the other party is too ruthless. Those 3 gentlemen seem to have come here to see someone. It seems so? Wang Teng raised his voice slightly. No, I'm sure, the vampire said immediately. Who are you meeting? Wang Teng nodded and asked again. I don't know about that. Apart from those 3 adults, no one else should know the answer to this question, the vampire said. Wang Teng frowned. The vampire's heart skipped a beat. Was it planning to attack it again? It immediately replied, I really don't know. Alright, look how scared you are. I already told you I'm easy to talk to. Wang Teng glared at the other person. The vampire shrank back, thinking, I don't believe you. If you were so easy to talk to, my head wouldn't be swollen like this. Next, we'll move on to the rapid-fire question and answer phase. If you hesitate even slightly, I'll hit you with a brick, Wang Teng said. The vampire instantly understood Wang Teng's intention and immediately replied, unable to lie. However, it dared not refuse and could only nod. Very good, now let's start the quiz. How many days have they been here? 5 days. The people they're looking for haven't come in the past 5 days? No. When will the person they want to see arrive? Have no idea. What are your plans for the future? Have no idea. Do you want to die or live? Have no idea. You know nothing when I ask you questions. It seems I can't keep you around. Wang Teng said coldly. The vampire's face froze. What had it just said? Wait a minute. I want to live. At this moment, its survival instinct kicked in, and it looked pitifully at Wang Teng, quickly saying. Oh, right, I have another question for you, Wang Teng said. Ask away. The vampire said. Do you vampires have a talent called bewitching heart? Wang Teng suddenly revealed a mysterious smile and leaned closer to ask in a low voice. You, how did you know? The vampire's expression changed drastically, hissing, his face hurts. Never mind how I know, I'm just asking you, do you have this skill? Wang Teng said jokingly. I don't have it. This ability is only born to vampires with extremely high talent, and I don't have it, the vampire said with a somewhat somber expression. One last question for you. Do you have a way to resist temptation? Wang Teng asked. There's no special way. Only those with mental strength higher than the one who casts the mind control technique can resist it, the vampire said. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Wang Teng nodded. Quote. The vampire looked at Wang Teng with a puzzled expression. This guy was talking strangely. What did he mean? Then it suddenly noticed that the other person's gaze had suddenly become strange. What is this? The vampire's pupils contracted, his heart filled with disbelief. He thought of one possibility. No, I can't look. It tried to turn its head away, but its mind became sluggish and it couldn't think, and its body couldn't move either. How could this happen? This was its last thought before its consciousness faded into darkness. Ellipsis. A moment later, Wang Teng obtained the answer he wanted through the mind control skill, which was consistent with what the vampire had just said. That's very honest. It seems his brick-throwing plan was a great success. As the saying goes, when in doubt, rely on a brick. That's absolutely true. Wang Teng nodded to himself, then pointed a finger at the pig's head of the dark creature, his mental power invading and instantly destroying its consciousness. Dark vampire, dead. Several attribute bubbles floated out. Dark force *35. Open black lens bracket dark language *1 close black lens bracket. Appearance value *60. Spirit 70. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow. Appearance attributes. Looks are a key factor again. Are these vampires really that handsome? Their looks seem to keep dropping. Or was it because of the brick hitting his face? Whatever you hit, you lose, no problem. But with such a large drop, was the beating a bit too harsh? My apologies, my apologies. In fact, Wang Tang felt that he was already good-looking enough, and if he got any more handsome, other men would have no chance of surviving. Wait a minute, something strange seems to have gotten mixed in. Dark language. As the bubbles merged, Wang Tang suddenly felt a memory appear out of nowhere in his mind. This is a language pack. I was just thinking of learning dark language when this popped up. When did the system become so user-friendly? Wang Tang found it somewhat unbelievable. However, the fact that this dark vampire can master human language shows that it has a good talent for languages, so it is reasonable that it would drop a language pack. It's a good thing overall, so that we don't overhear the dark race's plots in the future but don't know what they're talking about, which would be quite embarrassing. Wang Tang threw the corpse of the dark vampire into his spatial ring, then looked around the warehouse in front of him. Something seems to be going on. A pile of blue ore was placed in the corner of the warehouse. This is lapis lazuli. Wang Tang stroked his chin. As a senior blacksmith, he immediately recognized the ore in front of him. Azure ore is a wind element ore, making it the best choice for forging wind element weapons and something that wind element martial artists covet. Wind type force is a mutated attribute, and its corresponding ores are rare, making them quite valuable. Judging by appearance, this pile of celestial stones is worth at least 5 billion. Good heavens, 50 billion. Wang Tang's eyes turned into hearts. He hadn't expected such an unexpected surprise. Old Niu only said not to alert the snakes, he didn't say we can't steal things. Wang Tang chuckled. Besides, if I steal these celestial stones, they probably won't notice for a while. When they do, they might just think it's a thief. That's called a feint. Killing two birds with one stone, isn't that great? Wang Tang put the azure stone into his spatial ring and was about to leave when he saw a werewolf dark race lying to the side. Pshaw. One finger strike kills. Throw the corpse into your spatial ring to keep the previous vampire dark species company and dispose of it after you leave. Wang Tang left the warehouse and then continued to explore the area he was responsible for. A dozen minutes later, his eyes flashed and he became very cautious. According to the psychic vision, the place with the densest dark primal force was the room of a 7-star warrior level high-ranking dark creature. Wang Tang looked into the room, somewhat taken aback. A coffin. He really is sleeping in a coffin. Wang Tang's expression was strange. Among the 3 high-level dark creatures at the 7-star warrior level, apart from the goat-headed, human-bodied monster, the other 2 were a troll and a vampire. His gaze swept across the room, and apart from the coffin, there seemed to be nothing unusual. He shook his head and carefully retreated. Wang Tang had finished exploring the area he was in charge of, and then went to the agreed place to meet Kong Li and the other person. In the corner, 3 furtive figures gathered together. Have you two found any clues? Wang Tang asked telepathically. Kong Li and Yu Wenzhan looked somewhat helpless and shook their heads. Wang Tang was stunned. He wanted to verify with the 2 of them, but he didn't expect them to come up with nothing. What's with that expression? Kong Li raised an eyebrow, as if she saw contempt in Wang Tang's expression. Yu Wenzhan's expression was also rather unpleasant. Being looked down upon by a new recruit, where would he, a dignified major, put his dignity? Ahem, let's talk about the mission, Wang Tang said with a dry cough. Did you find something? Kong Li asked, his eyes lighting up. Yu Wenzhan couldn't help but look at him, a look of disbelief on his face. This kid really made a gain? I've made some progress, Wang Tang said modestly. Speak quickly. Kong Li rolled her eyes at him. Was this the time to be modest? Wang Tang chuckled and, without hiding anything, told the 2 what he had extracted from the vampires. The 3 dark creatures are only here to see one person. Who could possibly require them to go to such lengths? Kong Li frowned. Is there a problem with your intelligence? Yu Wenzhan questioned. I wouldn't say 100%, but I'm about 80% sure, Wang Tang said confidently. If it weren't for the fact that some secrets were not suitable to be told to outsiders, he would have told them everything. 80%, are you sure? The 2 were immediately surprised. This level of certainty was already very high. Basically, if the level of certainty reached this high, the military would invest manpower and resources to continue in-depth investigation. How did you obtain this information? Yu Wenzhan asked again. Knowing that the 2 were still somewhat skeptical, Wang Tang took out the corpse of the dark vampire and briefly recounted the torture process. Quote. Yu Wenzhan's facial muscles twitched violently a few times as he stared at the face of the dark vampire, which was no longer recognizable, and its head. which was swollen to at least twice its normal size. He couldn't imagine what it had suffered in its previous life. This guy must be a devil. Kong Li glanced at the vampire's appearance, then at Wang Teng, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two, his expression as strange as could be. She secretly resolved that she would never provoke Wang Teng again. However, the two of them were somewhat convinced of why Wang Teng was 80% confident. Damn, after being beaten like this, even the toughest bone would have confessed by now. If it were them, they would be just as confident. The two took a deep breath, and Kong Li nodded, saying, "Your information is very useful. Now we have two choices. One is to retreat for the time being, and the other is to stay and wait for the arrival of that mysterious person." The three of them fell silent for a moment. For military personnel, mission is paramount, and sometimes they are willing to take great risks for the sake of their mission. "I'll stay. You go back and tell Lieutenant Colonel Niu this information," Yuan Zhan said. "I'll stay. My method of concealment is better than yours, and it's safer too," Kong Li said after a moment's hesitation. "Your concealment techniques are not much different from mine, not much better. If I am discovered, you will be no exception. I should stay. At least if something goes wrong, I have a 30% chance of escaping from here," Yuan Zhan said. "Bullshit, I'm worse than you. I'm still 35% confident I can escape," Kong Li retorted immediately. Ellipsis. Seeing the two arguing through telepathy, Wang Teng rubbed his temples and said, You two, aren't you going to ask me anything? You greenhorn, get the hell out of here." The two men didn't even turn their heads and simultaneously retorted to him. "I'm 100% confident I can escape unscathed. Besides, not to discourage you, but my concealment techniques are several times better than yours. The Dark Ones probably won't even be able to detect me," Wang Teng said dejectedly. The two fell silent. Then they all turned to look at Wang Teng. "I'm absolutely certain we'll escape unscathed," Kong Li said to Wang Teng, looking at him suspiciously. "So you people just can't understand what a prodigy is," Wang Teng said, shaking his head helplessly, looking like a lonely master. "Speak like a human being," Kong Li said, glaring at him. "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Are you sure your concealment technique won't be detected by the dark seeds?" Yuan Zhan asked. "Of course," Wang Teng said calmly. "Why do I feel like you're showing off?" Kong Li glanced at him, then turned to ask, "Yuan, what do you think?" "I agree," Yuan Zhan said expressionlessly. Quote, "Is it my fault? You forced me to do this." After some hesitation and deliberation, Kong Li and Yuan Zhan finally left. Soldiers prioritize their mission. Wang Teng was more confident than them in this task, so they had no reason to stop him. Watching the two leave, Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. Although Kong Li and Yuan Zhan are quite capable, they are not really of much help in this mission. If they insist on staying, they might even cause more trouble. Now that he has finally persuaded the two men to leave the garrison, he can finally act freely. Wang Teng was indeed quite confident about this mission. Moreover, not long ago, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he came up with a detailed and meticulous plan. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Wang Teng's lips. The next moment, his muscles began to writhe, and his entire body slowly changed, eventually transforming into the appearance of the dark vampire whose head he had beaten into a pig's head. Of course, not what it would look like if it turned into a pig's head. Wang Teng used his ice-type primal force to condense a piece of ice, then observed his own appearance, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. This transformation skill certainly did not disappoint him. Regardless of height, build, or appearance, it is virtually identical to the original, with a similarity of 999%. Wait, something still feels off? Wang Teng frowned, and even took out the vampire's corpse to compare it carefully before suddenly slapping his forehead in realization. Wing. Vampires possess a pair of bat wings, yet he failed to manifest them. A thought struck Wang Teng, and the muscles on his back began to writhe and extend outward, eventually transforming into a pair of bat wings. It was gently fanned a few times, and it felt just like the real thing. Fortunately, his shape-shifting ability is abnormally powerful, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to do this. These dark creatures are all strangely shaped, and even their transformations are so difficult, they are practically inhuman. Wang Teng mentally complained, then his gaze fell on his clothes. Now all that's missing is a set of dark race attire. Ellipsis. A moment later, Wang Teng emerged from the corner, now dressed in vampire attire. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't made the killing too bloody, otherwise he couldn't very well wash and wear his clothes again if they got dirty. Wang Tang swaggered towards the vampire's dormitory area. The best way to hide is to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. If Wang Tang doesn't say anything now, who can tell that he is a human? Instead of continuing his investigation, Wang Tang went to the dormitory area, intending to take a break like the other vampires. But when he saw the situation here, he was in a dilemma. The vampires all sleep hanging upside down. What should I do if I have a brain hemorrhage? For the first time, Wang Tang felt that his detailed and meticulous plan had a tiny flaw. Never mind. Humans are always prone to oversights. This minor oversight is completely negligible. Wang Tang gritted his teeth and merged into the darkness, then appeared on the ceiling without the other dark beings noticing. Hanging upside down, with eyes closed. Now he's a giant bat devoid of emotion. However, he did not actually fall asleep. Instead, he would open his eyes from time to time to observe the movements of the 3 7-star warrior level dark creatures with his spiritual vision talent. As long as there are no suspicious force fluctuations in their vicinity, he will stay here obediently and remain hidden. Time passed slowly, from day to night. As night falls, it gradually becomes time for the dark folk to go out and feed. During this period, Wang Tang did not notice anything unusual. After the 3 dark vampires went out to eat, they quickly returned to Garrison Point 56. Wang Tang did not follow them, as he believed that Niu Li and the others would not remain idle. Now that they have returned, it is the turn of the weaker dark species to go out and feed. Inside the room, one after another, the dark vampires awoke, their scarlet eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Spreading their wings, they resembled a swarm of bats, a dark mass flying outwards. Wang Tang mingled among the bats. No, among the vampires, flapping his decorative wings. In reality, he was flying using his 7-star warrior level aerial abilities. The other vampires didn't notice anything unusual. Just then, a voice rang in his ear. "Rupert, you seem a little strange today?" Wang Tang felt a chill run down his spine. Rupert was the name of the vampire he was currently impersonating. He had already conceived of this plan beforehand, so when he used the mind control skill to interrogate the other party, he also managed to extract a lot of information about the other party's identity. He heard someone calling his name and panicked. Has he been discovered? Has his plan fallen into another trap? This doesn't make sense. He hid so well, how could these vampires have discovered him? Don't panic. If all else fails, we can just wipe them all out. Various thoughts raced through Wang Tang's mind, then he turned to look in the direction the sound came from. Wow, that's huge. What comes into view is a pair of enormous, indescribable things. Ahem, now is not the time to observe such trivial matters. Wang Tang's gaze fell on the speaker's face, who had dark hair and blue eyes, was exceptionally beautiful, and exuded a strange charm. Why do all these female dark races look so outrageously ugly? An idea suddenly popped into Wang Tang's mind. His mind raced, recalling memories of those around Rupert, including information about this female dark being. The appearance matches. Phyllis and Rupert have been pursuing each other, and Phyllis probably has some feelings for Rupert as well, but she also dislikes some of Rupert's personality traits. So they haven't been able to break through to the final stage of their relationship. No wonder they came to ask. Wang Tang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the female dark creature hadn't seen through his identity, she just felt that Rupert was acting strangely. After all, Rupert usually clings to Phyllis as soon as he wakes up, he's a real chatterbox. This is also what Phyllis has always disliked. Unfortunately, Rupert was unaware of this. As an outsider, Wang Tang would have no way of knowing this. At this moment, Wang Tang had a headache. He had actually gotten himself into a melodramatic love affair between 2 dark creatures. What should he do now? I need help urgently. Wang Tang couldn't think of a solution for the moment, so he could only look at Phyllis with a puzzled expression and remain silent. Phyllis frowned and said coldly, even you, a chatterbox, have times when you run out of things to say. Are you constipated? Quote. Wong Teng couldn't help but silently mourn for Rupert. It's really tough for such a sharp-tongued female dark creature to have been chasing her for at least 6 or 7 years without letting go. He's probably just a guy who doesn't attract women, right? Otherwise, why get hung up on one tree? Poor guy. In an instant, after the moment of silence, a thought flashed through Wong Teng's mind, and he quickly said to Phyllis, I had a dream during the day. Phyllis frowned even deeper. This guy was always so clueless, and she was furious at his lack of ambition. As for what I dreamed about, you don't need to know. In reality, Wong Teng simply couldn't come up with a story. He spoke in a serious, flawless, and indifferent manner. All you need to know is that from now on I am no longer the Rupert I used to be. I have decided to change myself, so you may never see that guy who was bothering you again. Phyllis. Wong Teng had no intention of getting involved in the melodramatic love story between the two dark creatures, even though the female dark creature was quite good-looking, and well, had a great figure too. But Wong Teng is a decent person. Moreover, the Dark Mother is a different race altogether. There's absolutely no possibility of anything to do with her. No, there's absolutely no possibility of anything to discuss. So he planned to use a very conventional method to get away from this female dark creature forever. You used to ignore me, but now you'll be begging for my attention. That's right, this is Wong Teng's perfect strategy. You, Phyllis, didn't you look down on Rupert? Now I'm taking Rupert's place and ignoring you. From now on, go as far as your thoughts can take you. I'm not putting up with this anymore. Wong Teng could already foresee how things would unfold, and he burst into laughter, wanting to applaud his own cleverness. However, Phyllis's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Quote. At this moment, Wong Teng was somewhat dumbfounded. The other party's reaction seemed to be somewhat different from what he had expected. Given the temperament of this female dark creature, shouldn't she have turned around and left right now? What's with that smug look on your face right now? Phyllis. Wong Teng emphasized, trying his best to remain indifferent, and said coldly, Rupert, I'm not a shameless person. I don't want to talk about the past anymore. From now on, I will not approach you without reason. Please? It's wonderful that you think that way. Phyllis exclaimed with delight. Wong Teng. Why? Where exactly did things go wrong? That expression is definitely not right. He suddenly had a bad feeling. From now on, cultivate diligently, complete the tasks assigned by the adults, try your best to show yourself in front of them, and strive to climb up the ranks, Rupert. Phyllis said excitedly. For ordinary people like us, this is the only way out. A moment later, Wong Teng looked at Phyllis, who had not only not moved away but had stayed by his side, and suddenly wanted to find a corner to squat down for a while and go over the matter again. Was his method wrong? Or did he misunderstand? If a pursuer who used to fawn over you suddenly becomes indifferent, shouldn't you get angry and turn away? But instead of leaving, this female dark creature came closer. What kind of unexpected turn of events is this? Do all the dark races like this kind of thing? Wong Teng was a little confused. In order not to reveal any flaws and to keep his word, he kept a straight face and ignored Phyllis completely. The other party seemed completely unconcerned and appeared quite pleased, following along the way. Before long, they came to a forest, scattered, and went off to hunt. Why are you following me? Wong Teng stopped helplessly, turned to look at the mother dark creature who was unwilling to leave, and said coldly. I'll eat with you, Phyllis said. No, I want to be alone, Wong Teng coldly refused. Okay, I understand. You've just made a change, so you definitely need some alone time to adjust. I can't get too close, lest you revert to your old ways. Phyllis nodded, seemingly lost in thought, and turned to leave. You're right, as long as you don't get close to me. Wong Teng felt utterly powerless. If things continued like this, he felt he was about to be overpowered by this female dark creature. Do I have to sacrifice my life to complete a task? Absolutely not. If the other party dares to do anything beastly, Wang Teng is determined to slap it to death. Wang Teng naturally didn't eat, he was just pretending. Then he joined up with the group of dark creatures and returned to Garrison Point 56. These dark creatures sleep during the day but are very active at night, completely engrossed in revelry. Werewolves, trolls, vampires, it's like a bunch of monsters and demons having a dance party together. Wang Teng sat in a corner, immersing himself in darkness, watching the scenes unfold in the hall, his heart burning with murderous intent. These dark species invaded the human world, killing and destroying indiscriminately, causing countless tragedies, yet they are now reveling here as if nothing happened. They really deserve to die. Rupert, why are you here all alone? Phyllis walked over from a distance. Phyllis, why are you bothering with this guy? He's a piece of trash and doesn't deserve you at all. Another tall and handsome dark vampire followed, his gaze towards Wang Teng filled with contempt. Quick, I've told you, my affairs are none of your business, and stop following me, you're annoying. Phyllis said coldly. As the two spoke, they approached each other. Wang Teng remained calm, showing no sign of killing intent. He simply watched the two dark creatures approaching. Phyllis's words had already darkened Quake's expression, and seeing Wang Teng's expression only made him feel more slighted. He roared, take your eyes off him and apologize, or I'll snap your neck right now. Quick, what do you want to do? Phyllis's expression changed slightly as she glared at the male dark creature. You try it. Wang Teng frowned, then stared coldly at the other party. With a mission to complete, he didn't want to cause trouble. But that doesn't mean he's afraid of trouble. Very well, I don't know who gave you the audacity to be so insolent in front of me. Now I'll give you two choices. Either kneel down and beg for mercy, or accept my challenge. Quirk's eyes narrowed, revealing a murderous intent, as he spoke indifferently to Wang Teng. This guy never dares to talk back to me normally, but today he suddenly became aggressive for some reason. If we don't teach him a lesson, everyone will probably forget his fearsome reputation. Phyllis's expression changed, and she suddenly stepped in front of Wang Teng. Don't forget the instructions of the three adults. If you dare to cause trouble, they will not let you off easily. Quake's pupils contracted, as if he had thought of something extremely frightening. He sneered at Wang Teng and said, consider yourself lucky. Once the three lords leave, I'll let you taste my methods. After saying that, he glared coldly at Wang Teng, then turned and left. Wang Teng remained expressionless as he watched Quirk leave. Seeing that he didn't speak, Phyllis assumed he was worried that Quake would cause trouble later, so she gently comforted him, don't worry, if the two of us join forces. We might not be a match for it, and it won't dare to go too far. Wang Teng's expression was strange. What exactly did Phyllis see in Rupert? That guy isn't even as good as Quake, yet Phyllis still cares so much about him. Wang Teng's mind was racing with thoughts, but on the surface he simply shook his head and said, I'm fine. Phyllis looked at Wang Teng's face and suddenly realized that he really didn't seem to have any fear on his face, and his eyes were very calm, which was very different from before. A strange look appeared in her eyes. When did this guy change so much? However, it looks much better than before. Wang Teng ignored the female dark creature that seemed to be in heat and turned his gaze to Quake in the hall. Actually, he really wanted to kill it just now. Phew! Stepping out of the hall, Wang Teng let out a long breath. He simply couldn't stand the chaotic scene inside, it was like a bunch of lunatics. He was the only normal person among this group of lunatics. That's why you should stay away from them. Otherwise, even the most normal person will become abnormal if they spend too much time with a group of lunatics. He looked up at the faint moonlight in the night sky, feeling a sense of melancholy. Transforming himself into the appearance of the Dark Ones and blending in among them, only he would dare to think and do such a thing. In fact, only he has the ability to do it. After all, he's probably the only one in the world who's cheating. But I always felt there was something surreal about this whole thing. Wang Teng thought about how, if his identity were exposed and hundreds of dark creatures stared at him, the scene would probably be awkward. The next moment, he quickly shook his head. No, we absolutely cannot expose this. How did you get out? At this moment, Phyllis's voice came from behind, causing Wang Teng to frown. This female dark creature is so annoying. Wherever I go, they follow me, like a leech. But Wang Teng couldn't just kill her directly. He could only keep a straight face and say calmly, they're too annoying. I want to be alone. You've really changed a lot. You used to always like to hang out with them, but now you're actively distancing yourself from them. I'm curious what kind of dream caused such a big change in you. Phyllis said. Wang Teng felt a chill run down his spine, wondering if he had been found out about something. No matter how much a person changes, there are limits and reasons. Fortunately, he made up a reason that he was dreaming, and the other person kept thinking in that direction and did not notice anything unusual about him. However, faced with Phyllis's question, Wang Teng felt he needed to carefully consider the plot of that dream. Indeed, one lie requires countless lies to cover it up. Headache. Wang Teng sighed inwardly, his mind racing with various ideas, and he quickly came up with a solution. She said calmly, Phyllis, do you know the fear of being controlled by death? Do you know the pain of being betrayed by someone close to you? Do you know the despair of seeing a friend fail to help you in your time of need? Phyllis stared blankly at Wang Teng, as if shocked by his series of questions. Seeing the other person's expression, Wang Teng felt a surge of joy in his heart, but on the surface, he shook his head self-deprecatingly and said, I knew you wouldn't understand. Rupert, don't be like this, it's just a dream. Phyllis looked at Wang Teng with concern and said urgently, she felt that Rupert was a bit delirious. Although it was just a dream, it felt incredibly real, and the dream was far more terrifying than you can imagine, Wang Teng said. Even so, I will never betray you. You can distrust anyone, but do you think you can distrust even me? Phyllis said painfully. Wang Teng looked at her calmly without saying a word. Phyllis was startled. His calm gaze seemed devoid of emotion, causing her to involuntarily take a few steps back. She couldn't understand why Rupert, who had once loved her to death, had suddenly become so indifferent. Phyllis said nothing more and left dejectedly. Damn it, they're finally gone. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Phyllis's reaction, and even the slight tear in her eye as she left, he couldn't help but nod to himself. Her acting was absolutely phenomenal. He deserves an Oscar for Best Actor. Wang Teng rubbed the stiff muscles on his face, reflecting on how difficult it was to deal with the mother dark creature. Now he only hoped that the mysterious person would appear soon. Once he obtained the information he wanted, he immediately left the area. Wang Teng subconsciously used his spiritual vision to glance at the location of the 3 7-star warrior level dark creatures. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Within sight, the 3 brightest orbs of dark primal force were converging in one direction, but that's not the point. The key point is that at the place where they were about to meet, another extremely dazzling light of the force appeared. The light was not black but cyan. Wood-type force. Besides him, there were other human warriors at the dark race's garrison. Moreover, judging from this level, it has reached at least the 9-star warrior level. Highly suspicious. Wang Teng frowned and without thinking too much, rushed in that direction. Even though he and Kong Li had previously guessed that the person the 3 dark creatures were waiting for might be a human, since traitors had existed for a long time. There are always some people who cannot resist the devil's temptations and willingly fall into their arms. But even now that he's actually seen it, Wang Teng still can't quite understand it. How can these traitors' brains be so big? Why can't they be decent human beings and instead choose to be beasts? Wang Teng moved quickly, avoiding the eyes and ears of the dark race all around him, arriving outside a room only 1 step slower than the 3 dark races. You've come. We've been waiting for you for many days. Among the 3 dark creatures, the one with a goat's head and a human body let out a chilling laugh. There was no other way, I couldn't get away from there. I only managed to come over these past few days while on an outing. Inside the room, the sounds of conversation could be heard faintly. They probably didn't expect anyone to be eavesdropping, so they didn't use telepathy to communicate. In fact, other martial artists would not use telepathy to communicate unless absolutely necessary, as it is too much trouble. However, the mysterious man's voice was extremely hoarse, clearly a falsetto. Judging from this, even without using telepathy, this person is quite cautious. Wang Teng cautiously approached, concealing himself in the darkness, completely hiding his aura and primal force fluctuations. He also used his mental power to condense hidden runes on his body. With his current level of mental power, even a 9-star warrior would not be able to detect him. Then I looked into the room through the crack in the window. It's a pity that spiritual vision can't see through things, otherwise why go through all this trouble? Wang Teng couldn't help but mutter a complaint to himself. Inside the room, the mysterious figure was completely shrouded in a black robe, making it impossible to discern his form. Moreover, he was facing sideways, so his face was completely hidden beneath the hood of the black robe. Turn around, come on, turn around. Wang Teng cried out in his heart, but the person just wouldn't turn around, and he couldn't see the other person's face no matter what he did. My heart suddenly felt like it was being scratched by cat claws. Left with no other choice, he could only focus all his attention on their conversation. Time is of the essence, let's get down to business. 9 days from now, our clan will launch a surprise attack on the Star Maple Legion. Be prepared to meet them. A surprise attack on the Star Maple Legion. The mysterious man was clearly taken aback. Why so suddenly this time? Heh, that's none of your business, the dark creature sneered. Alright, I had a feeling this day would come sooner or later when I joined your side, I just didn't expect it to come so soon. The mysterious man regained his composure, shrugged, and said calmly. It's good that you're mentally prepared. The dark creature chuckled. Don't worry, the higher-ups won't forget your contributions to us. After this mission is successfully completed, you'll come back with us, and the higher-ups will surely help you break through to the warrior level. Wang Teng overheard the entire conversation between the 3 dark creatures and the mysterious man, and his expression gradually became serious. These dark beings actually planned a surprise attack on the Star Maple Legion. The Star Maple Legion is a group army from the Star Martial continent. It is not here, but elsewhere, suppressing another spatial rift. Does the dark race intend to combine the forces of the 2 rifts and forcibly break through the Star Maple Legion? Various possibilities flashed through Wang Teng's mind, and he felt somewhat horrified. This intelligence is extremely important. Once war breaks out, many people will inevitably die. If the Star Maple Legion were to be attacked by the combined forces of the dark race from the 2 spatial rifts without any preparation, and if there were even people inside providing backup, they would surely be trapped in a dead end. The tragedy in Yangcheng is still vivid in our minds. Wang Teng's gaze was icy, and he controlled his breathing to avoid giving himself away. The conversation inside the room continued. They then discussed some details, which Wang Teng carefully noted down. The mysterious man then entered a secret passage and disappeared from the room. So he came in through the secret passage. Wang Teng suddenly realized, no wonder he hadn't noticed the man's arrival before. He was so focused on the movements on the surface that he neglected the situation underground. Wang Teng activated his spiritual vision and could see the direction the mysterious person was moving. Relieved, he prepared to leave and would follow up later. There was a moment of silence in the room, then the dark vampire asked, is this person trustworthy? Don't worry, he's already been infected with the dark touch. He has no choice but to cooperate with us, the ram-headed, human-bodied dark creature sneered. This surprise attack on the Star Maple Legion cannot be allowed to fail, said the dark race of the Troll Clan. These humans are always going against us. This time, we'll wipe out one of their legions first, the dark creature with a goat's head and a human body sneered. Ellipsis. Wang Teng's killing intent was almost tangible. He quietly retreated, found out of garrison point number 56, and was about to chase after the mysterious man in the direction he had left. But then he thought about it again. The other party had only been gone a short while, so he couldn't possibly make a move nearby. Otherwise he would definitely attract the attention of the dark race. So Wang Teng first returned to the small hill opposite and met up with Niu Li and the other 2. Upon seeing Wang Teng appear, the 3 were startled, but then breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he was alright. The 3 immediately surrounded them, asking, how did it go? Without delay, Wang Teng immediately informed the 3 of the information he had obtained. What? The dark race actually plans to launch a surprise attack on the Star Maple Legion. The 3 of them were equally astonished and incredulous. They never expected Wang Teng to bring back such important information, which was truly beyond their expectations. We must go back immediately and report this news, Yuan Zhan said solemnly. That's right, we shouldn't delay, let's return immediately. Niu Li stood up and nodded. No rush, Wang Teng suddenly said. All 3 of them immediately turned their attention to Wang Teng. Wang Teng performed exceptionally well in this mission. They probably didn't even realize that they had subconsciously begun to value Wang Teng's opinions. Seeing him speak, Niu Li asked, is there anything else you'd like to say? I'm planning to ambush that mysterious person halfway. Wang Teng's words were astonishing. Are you crazy? According to you, that mysterious person is a 9-star warrior. Even the 4 of us combined have no chance of winning. What makes you think you can intercept and kill him? Kong Li frowned. If possible, they would naturally not want to let the mysterious person leave. This person is the key to this Dark Seed's surprise attack. Only by capturing him can they turn the tables and take the initiative. However, the opponent's strength far exceeded that of the four of them, so Niu Li did not mention the ambush at all, but instead told everyone to return and bring back the information. The mission is paramount, don't let military merit go to your head. Niu Li frowned and said, thinking that Wang Teng was greedy for military merit. Can you please let me finish speaking first? Wang Teng said helplessly. Kong Li was somewhat exasperated. Everyone had already said so much, yet Wang Teng was still so stubborn and didn't understand the bigger picture. Niu Li waved his hand and said to Wang Teng, you speak. I'm confident I can take them down, Wang Teng said calmly. HMPH. Yu Wenzan sneered and said coldly, you're just a 7-star warrior, where do you get the confidence to say such things? I admit you did very well before, but going to intercept the mysterious person now is tantamount to suicide. Wang Teng, now is not the time to be foolish. This intelligence is extremely important and we must bring it back as soon as possible. Niu Li obviously did not believe Wang Teng's words, but due to his talent, he still patiently said. Why do you never believe me when I tell the truth? Wang Teng sighed. Stop being stubborn, listen to the captain, Kong Li said urgently. Wang Teng shook his head. He really didn't want to let the mysterious man leave so easily. So he pondered for a moment and said, how about this, like before, you take the information back, and I'll intercept and kill the mysterious man on my own. That should be fine, right? What nonsense are you talking about? It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I don't agree, Kong Li said angrily. I do not accept this proposal. I am the captain, and I now order you to return with me immediately. Niu Li stopped wasting words, his face cold, and for the first time directly ordered Wang Teng in the name of the captain. After saying that, he turned around and left with Kong Li and the others. Wang Teng had no choice but to follow. Niu Li and the other two were not wrong in their actions, but he knew his own situation. If he used his mental power and combined it with his martial arts cultivation, he would probably be able to take down a 9-star warrior. But he couldn't explain these things to them, which led to this situation. Are we just going to let the mysterious person leave like this? Ellipsis. The four of them returned along the same route, much faster than when they came. This mission went remarkably smoothly, thanks in large part to Wang Teng, but that kid is a bit of a handful. To insist on intercepting a 9-star warrior level enemy is truly a case of youthful recklessness. Niu Li thought to herself, feeling a real headache coming on. He's probably still sulking right now, he's not making a sound. He couldn't help but turn his head and glance back. Quote? There was no one there. Where is he? Niu Li asked angrily, veins bulging on his forehead. Kong Li and Yu Wenzan turned their heads in astonishment, not even noticing that Wang Teng had disappeared at some point. This guy didn't go and intercept the mysterious person, did he? Kong Li's face was grim. What other reason could there be besides this possibility? Yu Wenzan shook his head, feeling that Wang Teng was truly courting death. Wang Teng's sudden departure infuriated Niu Li. At the same time, it was also a huge headache. Just as Ni Jiancheng had said, this kid was no pushover. Wang Teng shouldn't have gone far. Let's search around and bring him back, Kong Li said. As a senior student, she naturally didn't want to see such a promising talent, who had finally emerged from her alma mater, perish here. Niu Li pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, we have a half-hour limit. If there are still no results after half an hour, we don't need to search anymore. We must return here to gather. You should understand that we must bring that information back. Clear. Kong Li and Yu Wenzan nodded at the same time, and then, without saying much, each looked around for Wang Teng. Wang Teng had originally planned to tell them the location of the secret passage, but Niu Li and the others did not have a good grasp of his ambush plan. So he didn't even have time to reveal the direction of the secret passage. Therefore, Kong Li and the others could only search around, hoping that if they were lucky, they might be able to catch up. Half an hour later, the three returned to the original location. Kong Li's face was grim, and he angrily said, is that kid rushing to his death? He ran so fast. Alright, a general in the field may disobey the emperor's orders. That kid is a troublemaker. I expected him to cause some trouble, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon, Niu Li said with a shake of his head and a sigh. Ultimately, it was his own choice. Life and death are predestined, and fortune and misfortune are self-inflicted, Yuan Zhan said coldly. Get lost. Kong Li glared at him fiercely. All right, stop arguing. On the other hand, that kid is cunning. He might not cause any trouble, Niu Li said. There's nothing we can do here now. Let's hurry back and report. Kong Li, being a former soldier, naturally knew that Niu Li's choice was the right one. He gritted his teeth and said, all right, whether he lives or dies depends on his own fate. Ellipsis. Wang Teng was unaware of what was happening over there. In his mind, even if Niu Li and the others discovered that he was missing, they would still choose to go back for the sake of their mission. In this way, although his actions violated orders, at least the transmission of intelligence would not be affected. Unexpectedly, Niu Li and the others stopped to look for him. However, Wang Teng didn't have time to think too much about it. At this moment, he was chasing after the mysterious person along the secret passage. Having just been delayed, the mysterious person had already gone quite far, even beyond the range of his spiritual vision. Fortunately, Wang Teng remembered the direction of the secret passage and followed it all the way, finally seeing the primal force light represented by the mysterious man again. Thank goodness. Otherwise, he would definitely return empty-handed, which would be incredibly embarrassing. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes flashed and his speed suddenly increased. He decided to rush ahead of the enemy and ambush them. In any case, that mysterious person is a 9-star warrior, not to be underestimated. He must be careful. If he can catch him off guard, that would be the best outcome. Otherwise, he will probably have to put in a lot of effort. A mountain range appeared before them, and judging from the direction the mysterious man was moving, he was heading straight for the mountain range. As expected, the exit of the secret passage is located in the mountains. The length of the secret passage was beyond Wang Teng's expectations. It must have been really tough for those dark creatures to dig out such a long secret passage. Wang Teng couldn't determine the exact location of the exit for the time being, so he could only keep an eye on the mysterious person's movement. A dozen minutes later, he appeared in a valley. With his spiritual vision activated, he scanned the valley and finally discovered something unusual. The secret passage's exit is inside a mountain cave, but it's concealed by sophisticated rune formations, making it undetectable to ordinary people. But Wang Teng, being a high-level rune master with a strong spirit, was naturally no match for him. Wang Teng concealed himself and stepped into the cave entrance. The next moment, however, he couldn't help but frown. There were 2 dark primal force orbs inside the cave, roughly at the level of a 3-star soldier. Wang Teng sighed helplessly. He had miscalculated. He hadn't expected there to be 2 more guards lurking in the darkness. He had no choice but to abandon his plan to ambush the mysterious man here. To kill the mysterious man, he would have to take down the 2 dark creatures first. But the mysterious person was already very close, and there wasn't enough time. If Wang Teng were to risk killing the 2 dark creatures, he wasn't entirely confident he wouldn't be discovered. If he alerted them, the chances of catching them would decrease, making it a losing proposition. Moreover, Wang Teng also wanted to capture the mysterious person alive and extract some useful information from him. If Niu Li and the others knew about his idea, they would probably say he was overestimating himself and had wild fantasies. Capturing him alive will be no easy feat. Wang Teng stroked his chin. If he were to kill the mysterious man, he would be at least 80% confident, but if he wanted to capture him alive, he would probably only have less than 50% chance. He looked at his attribute panel, scanning over the various abilities, and then his gaze suddenly stopped. Wait, I think I've got a brilliant idea. Wang Teng's lips curled into a strange smile. He quietly withdrew from the cave entrance, concealed himself, and waited outside. A moment later, a figure shrouded in a black robe emerged from the cave entrance. He even wore a mask, obscuring his face. TCH, they're really cautious. Wang Teng muttered to himself from the shadows. The mysterious man looked around, then walked out of the valley, chose a direction, and entered the jungle. Wang Teng secretly followed. Half an hour later, when the mysterious man had gone far away and was sure no one was following him, he took off his black robe, removed his mask, and revealed his true face. This was a handsome man in his 30s, with a neat appearance, a buzz cut, and an extremely shrewd and capable look. He had a very noticeable scar on his forehead. What was revealed beneath that black robe was the distinctive red and black military uniform of the Star Martial Continent Army. Wang Teng had met him before in Yangcheng, so he was not unfamiliar with him. Upon seeing this military uniform, a hint of mockery involuntarily appeared on his lips. Then came a surge of murderous intent. This man deserves to die. After the mysterious man regained his true appearance, his speed increased dramatically, and he rushed towards a certain direction deep in the mountains. He doesn't plan to leave this place? Wang Teng frowned and could only silently follow, waiting for the right opportunity. Neither of them flew. There were many powerful star beasts in the mountains, and flying would make them too big of a target and easily subject them to attacks. On the way, Wang Teng suddenly realized that this mysterious person seemed to have some purpose and was not just wandering around aimlessly. Roar! Suddenly, a huge star beast covered in scales rushed out of the jungle and pounced on the mysterious man, opening its blood-red maw as if to swallow him whole. Roll! The mysterious man snorted coldly and threw a punch, killing the star beast, which was at least a 7-star level, on the spot. Without looking closely, he put the star beast's corpse into his spatial ring and continued forward. Wang Teng's gaze fell on the location of the 7-star star beast that had just been killed. Although the corpse was taken away, the attribute bubbles remained. Earth-type force *180. Wood-type force *60. Blank attribute *300. Ellipsis. A 7-star star beast naturally has many attribute values. Wang Teng chuckled, unceremoniously collected the attribute bubbles, and then followed the mysterious man. I never imagined that following someone would have this kind of benefit. Could it be that God saw how hard he was working and gave him a little reward as a token of appreciation? Wang Teng thought to himself with extreme narcissism. Powerful star beasts appeared from time to time along the way. The mysterious man had tried to avoid them, but he still inevitably encountered various star beasts, which he had no choice but to kill. Wang Teng was having a great time picking up attributes from behind. As the mysterious man ventured deeper into the mountains, the star beasts he encountered became extremely powerful. In fact, he had deliberately avoided star beasts of 8 stars or higher, but the mountain range was only so big, and he couldn't take detours everywhere. Therefore, he could only choose to face relatively weak star beasts, which were roughly between 5 and 7 stars. Even so, Wang Teng's gains were enormous. All the primal force attributes are constantly increasing. The blank attribute has also reached a new level. Blank attribute, 4350. At this moment, Wang Teng hid in the shadows, watching with amusement as the mysterious man fought against a giant python star beast. Fight! Fight hard! Fight with all your might! Get as many attributes as possible out. Wang Teng suddenly felt very glad that he had come along, otherwise there wouldn't have been so many attributes to pick up, and all of them were free. He looked at the mysterious man and nodded repeatedly. What great free labor! Boom boom boom! Below, the giant python star beast let out a painful howl, its terrifying body thrashing and twisting on the ground before gradually falling silent. The mysterious man took a breath. It had been an incredibly difficult journey. With his 9-star warrior level strength, those star beasts naturally couldn't hurt him, but they were exhausted. However, it was necessary to do so in order to get closer to that place. He carefully collected the giant python's corpse and rushed quickly into the depths of the mountains. Time was of the essence, and he dared not delay any longer. Fire force *210. Wood type force *120. Blank attribute *280. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng quickly followed. As night fell, a campfire blazed, and a mysterious figure roasted a star beast pig leg in the jungle, the aroma wafting through the air, incredibly tempting. However, he used his force to confine it to a certain area, preventing it from attracting star beasts. Wang Teng was not far away, secretly observing the other party. He had originally planned to prepare some poison and secretly drug the mysterious man. But now he was eager to see what this man's purpose was in going to such lengths to travel deep into the mountains. If we could also pick up some other benefits, that would be the best outcome. The night was not peaceful in the mountains, with the roars of beasts echoing from time to time. The mysterious man was very vigilant. He would move away as soon as any star beasts approached. He was too exhausted during the day, so he did not want to fight at night. Wang Teng was extremely resentful. He had been woken up several times that night. Couldn't a person get a good night's sleep? It was simply causing trouble. The next day, sporting dark circles under his eyes, he continued to follow the mysterious man. About half a day later, the mysterious man killed various star beasts along the way and finally arrived at a lake deep in the mountains. When Wang Teng saw this place from afar, his gaze immediately sharpened. Deep within the mountains lies a vast lake, permeated with a rich aquatic energy. Wang Teng's eyes flickered, a slight shock in his heart. Looking around, one could see many bubbles of varying sizes floating on the surface of the lake, some disappearing while others were just being created. He had never encountered a place that could automatically generate so many attribute bubbles, which showed just how concentrated the water elemental force of this lake was. I didn't encounter this situation last time in the poisonous pools of the Eternal Night Mountains. This lake is definitely not ordinary. In order not to attract the attention of the mysterious person, Wang Teng did not rush to absorb the attribute bubbles. Although he felt a pang of regret watching those attribute bubbles disappear one by one, thankfully they would keep regenerating. He tried his best to avoid looking at the attribute bubbles and instead focused his attention on the mysterious man. The other party's purpose is clearly here, but it's unclear what he wants to do here. Under Wang Teng's spiritual vision, the other party's wood-type primal force was clearly visible. The primal force attribute did not match, so it was impossible that he came here to cultivate. As expected, the mysterious man completely ignored the dense aquatic energy surrounding the lake. He looked around the lake's edge, as if he was thinking about something or searching for something. There's no mistake, it must be here. Only an environment like this can nurture a rare wood-type artifact like the jade frost tree. A look of wild joy immediately appeared on the mysterious man's face. In order to improve his strength, he has collected all kinds of wood-type treasures over the years, spending countless resources in the process. As a result, they lived a miserable life on ordinary days. Everyone thought he was of noble character, never extravagant or wasteful, and never pursuing luxury, which made him completely different from others. He was truly a role model for us. Little did anyone know that his heart was filled with bitter tears. If he could, he wouldn't want it to be like this. He also longed for fine clothes and sumptuous food, and for beautiful women by his side, instead of eating coarse food and sleeping alone every day. In short, he has suffered a lot over the years in order to improve his strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to cooperate with the dark race. Not long ago, he suddenly received news about the jade frost tree. This made him ecstatic. The jade frost tree, an extremely rare wood-type artifact, is rumored to be able to help wood-type martial artists break through to the warrior general level. Although the dark race agreed to help him break through to the warrior level, he still had reservations about them. He wouldn't have agreed to this unless he needed to use them to achieve his own goals. If he obtains the jade frost tree now, he can advance to the warrior level ahead of schedule, thereby gaining the initiative. Moreover, many people don't know that the jade frost tree has another miraculous effect. When a martial artist uses the jade frost tree to break through to the warrior general level, there is a certain chance that a water-type talent will be born. The jade frost tree is not only a rare wood-type artifact, but also a rare water-type artifact. Strange things are rare in the world, and strange things with multiple attributes are even rarer treasures. If successful, he will be a dual elemental martial artist. His talent isn't top tier, at best, he's on par with an average genius. However, if he becomes a dual element martial artist, then he can be called a genius martial artist. After all, a dual element warrior is much stronger than an ordinary warrior. Once he breaks through to the warrior general level, his combat power will definitely be stronger than an ordinary 10-star warrior general. Only in this way can he gain a foothold and realize his ambitions. Therefore, he couldn't wait a moment longer for the sake of the jade frost tree, and took advantage of the cooperation with the dark race to secretly come to this place. After seeing the situation here, although he had not yet seen the jade frost tree, he already felt that it was almost certain. It's actually the jade frost tree. Wang Teng overheard the mysterious man's mutterings from the shadows, and his heart trembled once more. As an alchemist, he was familiar with all kinds of rare and precious materials, and the name of the jade frost tree was naturally familiar to him. At that moment, a glint flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth uncontrollably turned up in a wild smile. This jade frost tree is his. Coolies, get to work. Wang Teng's gaze fell on the mysterious man, his eyes filled with encouragement, hoping that he would find the jade frost tree soon. However, the mysterious man seemed to have some reservations, hesitating by the lake. It's obvious that a rare object like the jade frost tree must be surrounded by many powerful star beasts. If he were to rashly enter the lake, it would likely be very dangerous. This lake is quite large, no one knows what kind of terrifying star beasts might be lurking within it. No, this person knows there's a jade frost tree here, so he must also know what kind of star beast is guarding it. Judging from his previous cautious approach, it's impossible for him to come here unprepared to take the treasure. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of this. He narrowed his eyes, but fortunately he wasn't in a hurry, so he hid in the shadows and watched the mysterious man's actions. Ellipsis. By the lake, the mysterious man concealed his presence, then took out the star beasts he had killed earlier, stuffed some things into their bodies, and then put them away. He then sat by the lake and waited quietly. Wang Teng's expression was strange. He was certain that what the mysterious man had just stuffed into the star beast's body was definitely poison or something similar. This person actually had the same idea as him. He had originally intended to poison this mysterious person, but unexpectedly, the mysterious person intended to use the same method to poison the star beasts in the lake. Cough cough, would you say we're kindred spirits? Wang Teng quickly shook his head. Damn it, he wasn't going to associate with this guy. Instead of acting like a decent person, they choose to side with the dark forces. It's shameful to be associated with them. It was still early, and it seemed the mysterious man didn't intend to make a move now, so Wang Teng simply sat cross-legged on the trunk of a large tree and closed his eyes for a short rest. As they waited, night fell quickly, and the mysterious man finally made his move. Wang Teng also opened his eyes and looked into the distance. The mysterious man then took out the star beast that had been drugged and threw it into the lake from all around. Speaking of which, throwing so many high-level star beast corpses in like that, this person is really willing to spend a lot of money. Even if the powerful star beasts in the lake have intelligence, they probably can't resist this temptation, Wang Teng muttered to himself. Glug glug. Not long after, bubbles rose to the surface of the lake. With the help of the moonlight cast by the night sky, a huge dark shadow can be seen moving beneath the lake. The direction it was swimming was exactly where the mysterious person had just thrown down the star beast's corpse. They've taken the bait. The mysterious man was overjoyed at the sight. After waiting for about 10 more minutes, some fish and star beast corpses gradually floated to the surface of the lake. The mysterious man ignored these innocent fish that were affected and kept his eyes fixed on the lake. Half an hour later, the mysterious man took out a cleaver and slashed at the lake. This strike cleaved the lake in two, creating a tremendous commotion. It took a long time for the lake to return to calm. The enormous creature beneath the lake never appeared. The mysterious man could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, looking extremely pleased and happy. Then he leapt into the lake. Seeing the mysterious man's happy expression, even laughing like a pig, Wang Teng felt inexplicably guilty. Wasn't he going a bit too far? They go through so much trouble, gathering intelligence, hunting star beasts as bait, poisoning them, and then waiting patiently. It's really not easy for them. But to take away his achievements is somewhat unfair. Wang Teng shook his head, thinking that he could just go easy on her next time. After all, he's a soft-hearted person. Wang Teng stood on the tree trunk, the divine weapon, the demon sword, already in his hand, its sharp edge gleaming with a chilling light. At the same time, a streak of light flew out from his body at an incredible speed. After circling him a few times, it disappeared into the darkness. He was all set and just waiting for the easy target to appear. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Sure enough, this kind of sneaky thing was perfect for him. Just thinking about it made him very excited. Suddenly, the calm lake rippled violently, and a force explosion rang out, blasting the lake water into the sky. This is a perfect example of how a single stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Roar! At the same time, a roar came from the bottom of the lake. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment, then his expression became extremely strange as he muttered, "Did this car overturn?" He could easily imagine the extreme despair the mysterious man felt when he went down and saw that the star beast hadn't been poisoned. This person is probably having bad luck. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he thought of another possibility. The star beast was more intelligent than they had imagined. It pretended to have eaten the laced star beast corpse and did not move at all when the mysterious man attacked the lake surface, waiting for the mysterious man to go down so that it could catch him in the act. Emma is terrifying. Could this star beast be a cunning old fox? Ellipsis. A terrifying battle was clearly taking place beneath the lake. The roaring sounds echoed everywhere, and Wang Teng kept his eyes fixed on that direction. A moment later, a figure emerged from the lake looking rather disheveled. Another enormous figure followed closely behind, opening its blood-red maw and biting at the mysterious man from below. Under the moonlight, the 2 rows of sharp teeth gleamed with a cold, eerie light, like saw teeth. And the huge flow of water formed 2 small waterfalls that cascaded down to both sides with a loud splash. Damn it, the mysterious man's face turned ugly. He slashed downwards with his sword while simultaneously dodging to the side. The star beast closed its massive jaws, and the blade's light struck its gleaming black scales, only sending up a shower of sparks, but failing to harm it in the slightest. Only then did Wang Teng get a clear look at the star beast. A gigantic, prehistoric crocodile. Especially when he saw that the mysterious man's attack had no effect on him, his expression became somewhat serious. The giant crocodile floated directly on the lake surface, exuding a terrifying aura, its pair of malevolent yellow vertical pupils fixed on the mysterious man. Roar! It opened its mouth and let out a terrifying roar, and a blue sphere of primal force quickly formed, which it spat out towards the mysterious man. The ball of light was extremely fast, arriving in front of the mysterious man in the blink of an eye. The mysterious man's expression changed drastically. There was no time to dodge. He shouted and slashed out with his battle blade. The terrifying blade light collided violently with the primal force sphere. Boom! The explosion resounded all around. The mysterious man was determined to obtain the jade frost tree. The giant crocodile's eyes were cold and its killing intent was soaring. At this moment, it only wanted to devour this human who dared to covet its treasure and tear him to pieces. The man and the beast clashed once again. Rumble! The lake water overflowed, the surrounding trees collapsed, and the scene was a mess. The fight lasted for more than 10 minutes before the mysterious man was struck by the tail of the giant crocodile and crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. He was covered in wounds and spitting out blood, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. How can this beast be so strong? The mysterious man was incredulous. Knowing he couldn't defeat it, he turned and left. At this moment, he no longer cared about the jade frost tree. Escaping was the priority. He would deal with this beast another day. Unfortunately, the giant crocodile was not going to let him go so easily. Although its body was huge, it was not slow at all and instantly blocked his way. Get out of my way! The mysterious man roared, his inner force erupting as if he had used some kind of secret technique, instantly increasing his aura by 30%. And slashing at the armored crocodile with his blade. Boom! At the epicenter of the explosion, another figure was sent flying backward. It was a mysterious person. Bang! Another deep crater appeared in the ground, and the mysterious man lay in it, coughing up blood, his expression one of horror, half-step lord level. This giant black crocodile has actually reached the level of a half-step lord. A beast lord level being is equivalent to a warrior general level being, so even if it is only a half-step lord level being, the mysterious man is no match for it. At this moment, he was filled with resentment. Damn it, after fighting for so long, this giant crocodile only unleashed its power at the last moment. Who is truly human? Tu Yin. The mysterious man looked at the giant crocodile in the sky, as if he saw irony in its beastly eyes. He was actually looked down upon by this beast. PFF'd. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. But he had not given up hope of escaping. He struggled to his feet, and suddenly his eyes fell on a young man standing on a big tree next to him, sneaking around as if he was about to hide. Their eyes met, and a brief silence fell over them. Quote ellipsis quote. Who is this person? Why is he here? The mysterious man was completely bewildered and confused. Wang Teng was somewhat embarrassed. He never expected that the place where the mysterious man was knocked down would happen to be right next to the tree where he was hiding. They were so close there wasn't even time to hide. At this moment, the mysterious man's will to survive kicked in. He no longer cared about anything else. Who Wang Teng was or why he was here was all unimportant. He just wanted to live. Then, a pair of hopeful eyes looked at Wang Teng. Save me. Roar! The giant crocodile naturally noticed Wang Teng's presence and roared angrily. I don't know this person well. I'm just passing by and I'll be leaving soon. Wang Teng froze for a moment, then said to the giant crocodile with a dry laugh. The mysterious man was suddenly struck by a blow, his gaze like that of a resentful woman abandoned by her husband. The giant crocodile thought that the young man who suddenly appeared in front of it was probably not quite right in the head. Did he really think that it would let him go like this? Roar! A furious roar charged straight at Wang Teng, the strong wind carrying a foul stench that stung his cheeks and made his hair a mess. All right, Wang Teng waved his hand impatiently. If you don't want me to leave, then you don't want me to leave. Why are you being so fierce? Do you know you have bad breath? Don't you have any self-awareness? Mysterious man. Black armored giant crocodile. The mysterious man was practically going crazy. Was this a life or death moment for him to be concerned about bad breath? Where did this weirdo come from? Just as the mysterious man and the giant crocodile were somewhat stunned, Wang Teng turned and ran. Oh my god, this giant black crocodile is too ferocious, it's best to avoid it for now. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. The mysterious man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at this bizarre maneuver. This works? The problem is that the giant crocodile was genuinely intimidated and forgot to attack the kid. No, wait a minute, take me with you when you run for your lives. The mysterious man watched as Wang Teng appeared hundreds of meters away in an instant, then stiffly turned his neck to look at the giant crocodile with bloodshot eyes. Roar! A furious roar suddenly rang out. Then the giant crocodile swung its tail and slammed onto the ground. PFF'd. The mysterious man's eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with bewilderment. Why? Why? The giant crocodile didn't even look at him. In reality, this tail was just a side effect, partly because he was worried that the prey he had already caught would escape, so he killed it half to death first. And then came back to enjoy it properly after dealing with the other prey. At this moment, it turned its huge body around and chased straight after Wang Teng. Wang Teng wasn't really trying to escape. He took advantage of the moment to retrieve the Vulcan cannon and began to charge it rapidly. Take this. While fleeing, he suddenly turned around and fired a cannon at the giant crocodile. A blazing red beam of light shot out and struck the massive body of the giant crocodile, which it couldn't dodge in time. Boom! A burst of light erupted and intense flames instantly engulfed it. Roar! The giant crocodile roared and burst out of the flames. It had some scorch marks on its body, but they did not really hurt it. The black armor on its huge body was not even damaged. But the giant crocodile was completely enraged by Wang Teng, and it roared furiously as it chased after him. A blue orb of light condensed in its mouth as it rushed rapidly toward Wang Teng. Wang Teng had witnessed the battle between the giant crocodile and the mysterious man before, and was already wary of its mouth. When he saw it begin to condense a ball of light, he immediately used his spatial talent and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Boom! The blue orb missed its target, crashing to the ground with a loud bang, sending dirt flying and creating a deep crater. Wang Teng's figure appeared more than 10 meters away as he continued to flee and accumulate energy for the Vulcan cannon. Although the mysterious man in the distance was seriously injured and unable to move, he was not unconscious. Seeing this scene, his face was filled with disbelief. He had no idea how Wang Teng had dodged it. He had personally experienced the attacks of the giant crocodile. If it were really that easy to dodge, he wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. But Wang Teng did it. Moreover, it didn't seem forced at all, it appeared extremely casual. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in his heart, perhaps he could still be saved. Take another shot from me. Wang Teng's voice rang out again, followed by a tremendous roar. The giant crocodile was hit by the Vulcan cannon once again, and the location was almost the same as the previous shot. No matter how tough its scales were, it couldn't withstand 2 heavy blows in a short period of time. Cracks appeared on its scales and it roared furiously in pain. Wang Teng's lips curled into a smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted. It seemed that even the giant crocodile wasn't invincible. So he decided to fire a few more Vulcan cannon shots at the giant crocodile. Anyway, his force was plentiful enough that he could do things that others couldn't with ease. The Vulcan cannon continues to recharge. The giant crocodile's pupils contracted as it sensed a threat from the Vulcan cannon. Its eyes gleamed with a cold light and it roared as it charged toward Wang Teng once more. The giant tail swept across, compressing the air and creating a loud crack sound. Carrying a terrifying force, it slammed into the spot where Wang Teng was. Wang Teng vanished in a blur, not engaging the giant black crocodile in a direct confrontation. The two sides continued their chase in this manner. As Wang Teng fled, he charged the Vulcan cannon and then fired a shot at the giant crocodile from time to time. Before long, its scales were shattered, revealing numerous wounds that bled profusely. The giant crocodile was furious. It found that the human in front of it was like a slippery fish in the lake, impossible to catch. In the past, it could rely on its strength to swallow it whole, but this human was even more troublesome than those fish, driving it to madness. On the other side, the mysterious man was completely stunned. Is this even allowed? Although this method was shameless, he had to admit, it worked very well. However, he also realized that achieving this was not easy. Not only would one need a powerful weapon like the Vulcan cannon, but one would also need the youth's elusive and unpredictable movement skills. He completely regarded Wang Teng's spatial talent as some kind of movement technique, without considering any other aspects. In addition, the almost massive amount of powerful force is also key. This young man is not a normal person at all. He's a monster. Boom! The Vulcan cannon blasted into the giant crocodile once again, causing it to roar in pain. The immense pain calmed the giant crocodile, and a hint of fear involuntarily surfaced in its eyes. This person cheated. This battle is impossible to fight. If this continues, it will definitely be worn down and die. The giant crocodile suddenly stopped its pursuit, then turned and ran, flying towards the lake, trying to retreat back to its lair. It ran away? Wang Teng was stunned and quickly chased after it. We've already fought it halfway through, how can we let it escape? He also wanted to see what the jade frost tree looked like. As for coveting the jade frost tree, that's absolutely not the case, he was just curious. Of course, if the giant crocodile were to die suddenly, it would be understandable for it to take the unclaimed items. Don't run away. With that thought in mind, Wang Teng's speed increased dramatically. Then the giant crocodile ran even faster. Oh no, I think I chased too far just now, the way home is a bit long. The mysterious man saw this scene from afar and was completely dumbfounded. It was a very strong star beast that had beaten him, a 9-star warrior, into a pulp, but now it was being chased and forced to run away with its tail between its legs. And that young guy looks like he's only a 7-star warrior. What's wrong with this world? He found himself unable to see things clearly anymore. Was that giant black crocodile a fake half-step lord level creature? Was he hallucinating before? Ellipsis. The giant crocodile was fleeing for its life. As the lake drew closer, a look of wild joy appeared in its eyes. Finally, it could go home. Once it gets home and hides, that super fierce human behind it won't be able to hurt it anymore. But just then, a loud shout came from behind it. You beast, don't run. Take my last super invincible Vulcan cannon shot. The giant crocodile was so frightened that it shuddered and used all its strength to rush to the lakeside, about to plunge into the water. Boom! The Vulcan cannon, though fired later, struck the giant crocodile with tremendous force, engulfing it in flames. A streak of light rushed into the flames at that moment. Roar! A painful roar came from the flames but then stopped abruptly. With a loud thud, a huge body crashed onto the lakeside, twitched a couple of times and then remained motionless. The mysterious man. I'm stunned. The mysterious man was genuinely bewildered. The mighty, half-step lord-level black-armored crocodile was killed in such a simple and speechless way. So why was he tortured to the point of death before? Is he too weak? Or is he not smart enough? No, none of that. It must be that young man who was too shameless. Yes, without a doubt, absolutely. After mentally preparing himself, the mysterious man looked at the gruesome corpse of the giant crocodile on the ground, the shock in his eyes lingering. He had no idea that it was Wang Teng's meteor cone that truly made the difference. The Vulcan cannon might be able to wear down the giant crocodile, but it will take a considerable amount of time and in the end, it will probably have to completely drain the primal force from Wang Teng's body. However, the combination of mental power and the meteor cone is different. It's a deadly move that can kill in one strike. The previous attack with the Vulcan cannon was merely to lull the giant crocodile into a false sense of security, hoping to send it to its doom at the last moment. Of course, this was also to prevent the mysterious person from discovering his trump card. We'll keep this trump card hidden for as long as possible. Having many cards to play is definitely not a bad thing. At this moment, Wang Teng glanced around and realized that quite a few attribute bubbles had been dropped during the battle. Water-based force *450. Advanced water-type talent *60. Blank attribute *360. Ellipsis. Upon seeing the attribute bubble belonging to the black-armored crocodile, a hint of surprise flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. As expected of a powerful star beast at the half-step lord level, it dropped quite a lot of attributes. He has 450 points of water-based primal force alone. If he had a few more of them, he would break through to the 8-star warrior level very quickly. Unfortunately, such opportunities are rare. Even star beasts at the half-step lord level are not commonplace. As for the lord-level star beasts, Wang Teng felt that he wanted to live a few more years, so he couldn't risk his life. In addition to water-based primal force, there is also advanced water-based talent and blank attribute. Every bit of talent that increases is a good thing for Wang Teng. As his aptitude continues to improve, his cultivation speed will become faster and faster, and his control over the force will naturally become more and more adept. Then Wang Teng looked towards the mysterious man, where many attribute bubbles were falling around him. Wood type force *250. Spirit 75. Comprehension 60. ellipsis. When the mysterious man saw Wang Teng looking over, he tried to force a grateful smile at him. Quote ellipsis quote. In Wang Teng's opinion, that smile was even uglier than a cry. Thank you for saving my life, young brother. The mysterious man said hoarsely in the common language of the other world. Wang Teng's expression was strange. This person was actually thanking him. But thinking about it, it makes sense, since he did save the other person's life. I just hope that when this mysterious person learns the truth, he will still retain his gratitude. Young brother, could you give me some healing pills? Don't worry, I am Chu Bo, an officer of the Star Maple Legion. I will repay you handsomely once I recover. The mysterious man emphasized his identity to make sure Wang Teng was reassured. Wang Teng finally spoke up, the Star Maple Legion, I've heard of it. Judging from your rank, you're a colonel, that's quite a high position. A hint of smugness flashed in Chu Bo's eyes, but when he thought that he still needed the other party's help, he quickly expressed his humility and offered a compliment. These are all honorary titles, unlike you, little brother, who is so young yet so powerful. Hee. Wang Teng smiled enigmatically and said, do you know why I'm here? Chu Bo finally remembered this, his face stiffened, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. He asked cautiously, then, why? Wang Teng looked at him teasingly and said, guess. Quote ellipsis quote. You're kidding me. Chu Bo was furious. He realized that this young man had no good intentions, but he didn't turn hostile. He has no right to turn against them now. His injuries were extremely severe. Facing Wang Teng, who was almost unharmed, turning against him would only lead to his death. Chu Bo chuckled dryly and said, young brother, don't joke with me. My injuries are too severe. Why don't you give me a healing pill first, and then we can talk in detail. I have plenty of healing medicine on me. Wang Teng took out a bottle of pills from his spatial ring, opened the lid to let the fragrance waft out, and even fanned the bottle in Chu Bo's direction with his palm before saying, but if you want it, you have to answer a few questions for me. Looking at Wang Teng's actions, Chu Bo felt as if he had been played for a fool. He roared inwardly, even a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. This kid is simply too much. But a smile appeared on his face as he said, ask away, I will answer everything I know. Did you get the jade frost tree? Wang Teng asked. No. Chu Bo's heart skipped a beat as he said. Really not? Wang Teng asked suspiciously. I had just entered the lake when that giant crocodile spotted me. I didn't even get a chance to touch the jade frost tree, Chu Bo said. Wang Teng pondered for a moment, glanced at Chu Bo, and then his gaze fell on Chu Bo's hands. Chu Bo's expression changed, and he immediately tried to hide his hands behind his back, but the giant crocodile's last blow had broken all the bones in his body, and he was now completely unable to move. Wang Teng chuckled and took the spatial ring from his hand. Chu Bo was furious inside, but he didn't dare to show it on the surface. Feeling extremely aggrieved, he quickly said, young brother, this spatial ring already has an owner. It's useless for you to take it. Killing you would have been enough, Wang Teng said calmly. Quote. Chu Bo's expression changed drastically. Isn't this just a warning to the other party to kill you? Faced with death, he lost his composure and became so foolish that he wanted to slap himself. Ha, just kidding, look how scared you are, Wang Teng laughed. Heh. Chu Bo's forehead veins bulged. If it were any other time, he would have slapped this kid to death, but he couldn't do it now and could only endure it. Don't worry, I'm a good person, I definitely wouldn't kill you. Wang Teng patted his shoulder. When Chu Bo was hit, his already broken bones felt like they were about to fall apart, and he gasped in pain. Look at me, I forgot you were injured. Sorry, Wang Teng said, looking embarrassed. Chu Bo looked like he was about to cry and said weakly, can you give me back my spatial ring now? Seeing how much you care about this spatial ring, could there be something extremely important inside? Wang Teng asked with interest. No, you're overthinking it. It's just some odds and ends. Chu Bo's heart skipped a beat, and he chuckled dryly. Really? Wang Tengnu smiled wryly. Of course it's true. I'm quite poor and don't really have anything valuable, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you to lend me healing pills. PFF'd. Before Chu Bo could finish speaking, he was struck as if by lightning, his face contorted in pain, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression horrified. What did you do? Chu Bo stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. His spatial ring was unexpectedly opened, causing him to suffer an immediate backlash. Chu Bo looked at Wang Teng with a face full of fear. What exactly did you do? It's nothing, just opening it to take a look, don't be so stingy. Wang Teng glanced at him and said with a smile, let me see what treasures you have inside. No, Chu Bo shouted hurriedly, there are secret missions of our Star Maple Legion in there. You can't look at them. If you do, you will definitely be arrested by the Star Maple Legion. No matter where you escape to, you will be judged. Oh, you scared me. Wang Teng said disdainfully, to tell you the truth, I am a warrior from Earth. What? Chu Bo's eyes narrowed. I wonder if your military is capable of judging me? Wang Teng asked. Even so, if the secrets are leaked, our military will still make Earth hand you over. You can still back down now, Chu Bo said, his mind racing. The more people tell me not to do something, the more I want to do it, Wang Teng said nonchalantly. You can't do this, you can't. Wang Teng completely ignored Chu Bo and scanned the spatial ring with his spiritual power. He found that the guy was indeed as poor as he said. There was nothing of value in the spatial ring, and the jade frost tree was not on him. It seemed that he had not succeeded yet. However, this spatial ring was much larger than the one on his hand, by 2 or 3 times. Wang Teng felt he could switch to someone else. In addition, there were still quite a few star beasts that Chu Bo had hunted before in this spatial ring, which he did not take to the black-armored giant crocodile. Wang Teng's gaze swept past the star beast's corpse, and then he took out 2 items. You can't look. If you do, you're dead. Chu Bo's expression changed drastically, and he shouted fiercely but was actually weak, trying to threaten him. Wang Teng scoffed and didn't even glance at him. Such clamor is no different from the struggle of the weak in the face of death, which is utterly ridiculous. He examined the object in his hand. One of the items was a black token with strange patterns on it, and a bizarre eye pattern on the back. Staring into those eyes for too long can even make you lose yourself in them. The entire token was filled with an evil aura. However, Wang Teng's spirit had already reached the king realm, so he was only slightly stunned before coming back to his senses. Back in Yangcheng, the dark species descended, and an evil giant eye peered into the mortal world through a spatial rift. If it were that eye, he might be a little wary. But the eye in front of him was a completely inanimate object, a piece of cake for him. Chu Bo exclaimed in disbelief, you're unaffected? What's the big deal? Wang Teng said irritably, with an expression that said, have you never seen anything like this before? Chu Bo was inexplicably looked down upon, his face was very ugly, and he couldn't speak for a long time, but the surprise in his heart was not diminished at all. There's definitely something fishy about this kid. If I'm not mistaken, this token should be proof that you've been in contact with the dark race, Wang Teng said. Chu Bo's pupils contracted sharply, and he vehemently denied it, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, I already know everything I need to know anyway, Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Then he looked at the second item, which was a black runestone. This is an inheritance stone. It probably contains the inherited knowledge of the dark race, Wang Teng said. Who exactly are you? Chu Bo's face was grim. The other party knew too much, which made him extremely uneasy. Let me introduce myself. I'm a new recruit in the Earthstar Black Sparrow Legion, Wang Teng said solemnly as he looked at him. A new recruit? Chu Bo stared blankly at Wang Teng, completely bewildered. Damn, a new recruit spoke so solemnly, he thought it was something important. No. With such strong abilities, why does he claim to be a new recruit? Does he think he's a fool? Chu Bo didn't believe it at all and sneered, what's the point of lying to me? If you don't believe me, fine. Now, please take a nap. I'm going to retrieve the jade frost tree, Wang Teng said as he walked towards Chu Bo. What are you going to do? Bang! The brick appeared in Wang Teng's hand and then he slammed it down. With a scream, Chu Bo's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Before he fell into a coma, his heart was filled with resentment. Who did he offend? Why is he being treated so cruelly? Wang Teng shook his head, looking at the other person's miserable appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Had he gone too far? This guy was already badly injured, and it seemed rather inhumane to hit him on the head with a brick. Seeing a large bump swell up on Chu Bo's head at a visible speed, Wang Teng coughed and muttered, "Oh well, we've already done it. We can just be gentler next time." He walked to the lakeside, picked up the carcass of the giant crocodile, and then glanced around. Numerous bubbles of various properties floated on the surface of the lake. Wang Teng swept his mental energy across the area, and bubbles floated toward him, merging into his body. Water-based force *10. Water-based force *8. Water-based force *12. Ellipsis. All the attribute bubbles are of the water elemental attribute. The bubbles vary in size and contain varying amounts of water elemental force. Wang Teng really made a killing this time. After one round, I gained a total of 688 points of force attribute. Water-based force, 2,998 5/1000, 7 stars. After he collected all the attribute bubbles on the lake surface, some more bubbles slowly formed, but the process was extremely slow and the number of bubbles was small. Too lazy to pick it up, Wang Teng jumped into the lake. His entire body was enveloped in water-based primal force, allowing him to move as if on flat ground even in the water. Wang Teng darted towards the bottom of the lake like a swimming fish. With his spiritual vision, he quickly located the jade frost tree. The rich wood-like light was like a dazzling small blue sun, very eye-catching. The water was extremely deep, but Wang Teng's speed allowed him to reach the destination quickly. A faint bluish-green light reflected on the lake water, and various fish swam around, making the underwater scene look like a dream. At the bottom of the lake, a small tree grows, seemingly carved from jade. Its entire body is crystal clear, and its branches, leaves, and trunk are all like works of art, exquisite and beautiful. This is the jade frost tree. Wang Teng's eyes showed surprise. Although he knew about the jade frost tree and had even seen pictures of it, this was the first time he had seen the real thing, and he was immediately astonished. This jade frost tree is of exceptional quality. Like a work of art by a master, it is extremely magical. Wang Teng carefully examined the jade frost tree, but worried that things might change if he delayed, so he immediately prepared to dig it up. This is where the advantage of being an alchemist becomes apparent. Being extremely familiar with these spiritual objects, one naturally knows how to collect them without damaging their spiritual essence. When excavating spiritual objects like the jade frost tree, it is best to use a shovel made of frost jade, and immediately seal it in a frost jade box after digging it out. Wang Teng hadn't prepared these things. But that doesn't mean Jude wasn't prepared. He came prepared. Wang Teng had just seen the relevant information in his spatial ring. It wasn't surprising at the time, after all, he wasn't someone who knew nothing. However, Chu Bo was an outsider and did not know that having only cold jade was not enough. Relying solely on natural cold jade could only retain 7 or 8/10 of its spirituality. Only by inscribing some runes to seal the spirituality can the spirituality be guaranteed to be almost 100% intact. At this moment, Wang Teng wasted no more time. After taking out the cold jade box, he quickly inscribed runes on it with his mental power. In just a few minutes, it was completed in one go, and more than a dozen runes appeared on it. Perfect. Wang Teng smiled slightly and gave himself a few thumbs up. He then took out the frost jade shovel, loosened the soil around the frost jade tree, dug around the corner of the wall, and moved it to a different position. He looked around, found nothing of value left behind, and left. Breaking through the lake's surface, he saw that Chu Bo was still unconscious. He simply sat down cross-legged on the ground beside him and decided to wait and see if another wave of attribute bubbles would form on the lake's surface. After all, the water elemental energy in this area was indeed extremely concentrated, and Wang Teng was unwilling to give it up. With nothing else to do, he took out the carcass of the giant crocodile and used his spiritual vision to examine it. Suddenly, he saw 3 extremely dense blue lights inside the carcass. 3 orbs of light? Wang Teng was stunned, both surprised and delighted. He quickly used his mental power as a knife to cut open the body of the giant crocodile and took out 3 items. First, the star core. Second, the star bone. A star core at the half-step lord level is of immeasurable value, and more importantly, it is extremely rare and hard to come by. Star bones are even rarer than star cores. Wang Teng was overjoyed and examined the 2 star bones in his hands. That's right, the star bone taken from the body of the giant crocodile was not a single piece, but a pair. And it consists of a pair of forepaw bones. It is extremely rare for 2 star bones to appear on the same star beast. He examined the patterns on the starbone, and with a sudden thought, he injected water-based primal force into it. Immediately, a flash of blue light appeared on the forepaw bone. Then his hand involuntarily sank downwards. It's actually a power-type star bone. Wang Teng was slightly surprised, feeling like he had hit the jackpot. From his perspective as a master blacksmith, these star bones could be forged into a pair of power gloves. The gauntlets he had been using were no longer able to keep up with his pace. With his 7-star warrior level strength, they would have shattered if he had used his full strength. I'll go back and find some good materials, and I'll forge it myself, Wang Teng thought to himself. He then took out the other star beasts from his spatial ring and scanned them one by one with his spiritual vision, immediately obtaining several star cores. As for the starbone, it did not reappear. It seems that even among these high-level star beasts, the probability of starbones appearing is extremely low. Wang Teng examined the 6 star cores in front of him, 2 of which were fire-type star cores. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he summoned Xiaobai through the spirit pet contract. The netherworld crow Xiaobai always stayed by his side, but when not in use, it could move freely to hunt. A moment later, a dark shadow descended from the sky. Little White was now a 3-star star beast, and its size had grown even larger. Moreover, because Wang Teng let it roam freely, Xiaobai's natural instincts were unleashed, and its fighting power was quite remarkable. However, on several occasions when it returned, Wang Teng saw that it was injured, indicating that it had fought with other star beasts outside. It's clear that this combat power didn't come out of thin air. Wang Teng had no shortage of healing pills, and he was never stingy with his spirit pets, using even better healing medicines than Han Zhu and the others. Han Zhu and the others were overjoyed to receive the pills he had refined, unaware that they were not even as good as a crow. Little White recovered quickly under his healing medicine, giving it an advantage over wild star beasts in this respect, and thus it made great progress. This was also something that Wang Teng was extremely satisfied with. Considering how quickly he has progressed, he's almost at the level of a general now. As his spirit pet, it would be embarrassing to be too weak to be shown up. At this moment, Xiaobai landed in front of Wang Teng and called out to him twice in confusion. I've prepared something good for you. Wang Teng smiled slightly, raised the 2 star cores in his hand, and then tossed one of them to Xiaobai. It's not that he's stingy, but one of these star cores came from a 4-star star beast and the other from a 5-star star beast. The primal force contained within them is enormous, and Xiaobai can't digest it with his current strength. When Xiaobai sensed the rich fire elemental energy within the star core, its eyes lit up. It cried out joyfully, opened its mouth, bit the star core, and swallowed it. Suddenly, its eyes flashed with a crimson light, and even its body burst into flames, making it look even more majestic. Wang Teng nodded secretly, thinking that once Xiaobai had fully digested the star core, it would likely be able to advance to the 4-star level. After a while, feed it that 5-star star core again, and it will probably catch up with its parents soon. However, on the attribute panel, Xiaobai's other talent, Netherflame, was still inactive, which puzzled Wang Teng. Is it because I'm not opening it correctly? Perhaps this Netherflame is not an ordinary flame, so it requires a special method to awaken? Wang Teng was somewhat looking forward to it, but there was no use thinking about it now. He would help it awaken when the opportunity arose. Go on, grow up quickly, or you won't be able to keep up with me. Wang Teng smiled and waved to Xiaobai. Little White affectionately rubbed against his palm, and with a series of excited and high-pitched cries, it spread its wings and flew away, its body covered in flames. Wang Teng gazed at the sky until Xiaobai could no longer be seen before turning his gaze away and saying, "Now that you're awake, stop pretending." Hee hee. Behind him, Chu Bo chuckled dryly, "Young brother, you're really lucky. Even such a magnificent star beast has recognized you as its master. I knocked you out, and you're praising me instead." Wang Teng looked at him with a half-smile. Chu Bo's lips twitched. This guy really knew how to bring up the most awkward topics, but he still smiled and said, "You must have had a reason for knocking me out. I'm not an unreasonable person. You're shameless enough, and you're quite a talent, but you insist on associating with the Dark Ones." Wang Teng shook his head, seemingly somewhat regretful. Chu Bo's face stiffened, and he quickly said, Don't talk nonsense, I am irreconcilably opposed to the dark race." Wang Teng ignored him and closed his eyes to cultivate. Time flies, and 2 or 3 hours pass in the blink of an eye. Chu Bo had no idea what Wang Teng was doing and couldn't understand why he didn't leave but instead sat there idly. He was getting impatient but didn't dare to disturb him. The young man in front of me is pale on the outside but ruthless on the inside. He is extremely violent. If I displease him, I will suffer again. He's someone who knows how to protect himself. Just then, Wang Teng opened his eyes, looked at the lake, and couldn't help but shake his head. After waiting for so long, the number of attribute bubbles generated on the lake surface is very limited. It seems that the comfortable scene of bubbles filling the lake before was accumulated over many years. Disappointment. With a sweep of mental energy, I picked it up. Water-based force *3. Water-based force *2. Water-based force *4. Ellipsis. After this wave, I gained a total of 56 points of water-based primal force. Wang Teng shook his head again. It's time to go. It would be a waste of time to linger here, but before that, there were some things to do. He got up and walked toward Chu Bo, his eyes meeting Chu Bo's. A crimson light flashed, bewitching the mind. Chu Bo's expression changed drastically, but due to the huge difference in mental strength, he quickly lost himself. After questioning Wang Teng, the results he received were largely consistent with what he had heard before, so he felt relieved. A moment later, Chu Bo woke up, his face pale, and exclaimed, "What did you do to me?" Wang Teng didn't say anything, and a brick appeared in his hand. Chu Bo glared at him and immediately cowered. You, what are you going to do now? Talk it out, don't just slap my face all the time. I'm sorry, I don't trust you. We're about to leave, and to avoid you from acting up, it's best to knock you out. Wang Teng smiled somewhat embarrassedly and picked up a brick. Actually, if I didn't want to leave you alive, I would have liked to beat you to death. After all, the dead are the safest. These words filled Chu Bo with dread. But the next moment, bang! With a muffled thud, Chu Bo's eyes rolled upwards, unable to resist the darkness, and he instantly fainted. The force was much lighter than before, just right. I really am a kind person. Wang Teng sighed deeply, picked up the half-dead Chu Bo, and carried him away like a dead dog, swaying unsteadily into the distance. Instead of returning to Blackbird City immediately, he hid Chu Bo and then went back to the Darkside's garrison point number 56. When Phyllis, the dark vampire mother, saw Wang Teng transformed into Rupert, she naturally asked him a series of questions. Wang Teng simply gave her a cold response and made up an excuse to brush her off. His main purpose in returning to this place was to find out the movements of the three dark creatures. He soon discovered that after meeting with Chu Bo, the three dark creatures left without paying any attention to the other dark creatures at the garrison. And naturally did not notice anything unusual. Wang Teng secretly sighed that he had been overly cautious. The dark ones were more careless than he had imagined, and nothing had happened at all. He shook his head and left with Chu Bo. Ellipsis. Blackbird City. Niu Li and the other two have returned and hurriedly reported the mission situation. The intelligence they brought back naturally alarmed the upper echelons of the Black Sparrow Legion. At this moment, in a conference room, Tantai Zan and several deputy commanders were gathered, while Niu Li and the other two were also there, sitting below. With her hands supporting her chin, Tantai Zan asked with a slightly serious expression, "Is this really true?" "This intelligence was obtained by recruit Wang Teng, so it should be true," Niu Li said. "Is there any evidence?" one of the deputy commanders asked. Niu Li was speechless for a moment. Wang Teng saw and heard this with his own eyes and ears. That Wang Teng is just a new recruit. How could you believe the words of a new recruit? That's absurd, the deputy commander shouted angrily. Ahem, old Zhu, the Wang Teng you're talking about is my apprentice. At this moment, a voice rang out calmly. The scene fell silent as everyone's attention was focused on Tantai Zan at the head of the table. That beautiful, languid face always wore a calm expression. He remained unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. That's the kind of person who described this big shot. But can you please consider how your subordinates feel? Tantai Zan's words were like a depth charge, leaving everyone feeling utterly stunned and overwhelmed. Zhu Chengwang was internally devastated at this moment, a bead of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Looking at Tantai Zan, he forced a dry laugh and said, "General, are you serious? Do you think I'm just messing with you because I'm bored?" Tantai Zan said irritably. Zhu Chengwang was stiff all over, and the expression on his face looked as if someone had forcibly fed him a mouthful of excrement. Another deputy commander, Song Wanzhong, chuckled gloatingly, though he was also somewhat surprised. When the mission was assigned, he was under orders from Tantai Zan to have Wang Teng follow Niu Li and the others on the mission. Otherwise, as a new recruit, even if he is strong, he would definitely lack experience and would not be able to handle that task. All of this was because of Tantai Zan's transfer order. So he already knew that Tantai Zan was behind Wang Teng, but he just didn't expect Wang Teng to be her apprentice. This connection is much stronger than the average backing. Niu Li and the other two looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. Wang Teng is actually the military commander's apprentice. Kong Li covered her mouth, almost exclaiming in surprise. This junior's identity is incredible. If word gets out, he'll probably become a mythical beast in the Black Sparrow Legion and walk sideways. Yu Wenzan was extremely shocked, his face twitching uncontrollably. The feeling was simply indescribable. It's like two high school classmates who haven't seen each other for years. One has become a senior executive in a company, while the other has just graduated from university and is still a junior white-collar worker. In comparison, the senior executive can't help but feel a little arrogant. He suddenly discovered that the young white-collar worker's house had been demolished and he received several buildings as compensation, and the rent he received was higher than his salary. Then he felt as if the whole world had abandoned him. The other high-ranking members of the Black Sparrow Legion all kept their eyes down, remaining indifferent to the situation. They initially wanted to question the authenticity of the information, since it was of great importance and not something to joke about. However, Tantai Zan suddenly spoke up, which clearly changed the nature of the situation. Their military leader was clearly trying to support his disciple. Even if Tantai Zan didn't support Wang Teng, her status alone made her more worthy of attention than the words of a simple recruit. This has nothing to do with anything else, it's simply a difference in status that brings about a different weight. Ha, ha ha, the weather is nice today. Did I say anything just now? Zhu Chengwang finally recovered, chuckled dryly, and changed the subject, as if what he said before was just a fart. Those who manage to rise to high positions naturally have extremely thick skin. No one took it to heart and just laughed it off. Getting back to the point, I believe Wang Teng's words regardless of whether there is any evidence or not. Tantai Zan looked around and said, that kid may be a bit unreliable. But he would never joke about something like this. Then let's talk about the situation in detail. Zhu Chengwang nodded, signaling Niu Li and the others to explain. Niu Li immediately recounted the intelligence in detail. However, when he mentioned that Wang Teng had gone to pursue the mysterious man alone, everyone was shocked. Isn't this ridiculous? Zhu Chengwang exclaimed angrily. He realized something was wrong as soon as he finished speaking, stiffly turned his head, and coughed dryly, ahem, Commander, I didn't mean he was being unreasonable, I was talking about myself, yes, I was talking about myself being unreasonable. Tantai Zan nodded in satisfaction, then frowned and said coldly, this is utter nonsense. I think that kid needs to be taught a lesson. Everyone, could you be any more overtly protective of your own? He said he was confident, but I disagreed, and in the end he still broke off the trip halfway through. Niu Li smiled wryly, indicating that he would not take the blame for this. That suits his personality quite well. Tantai Zan shook her head, not blaming Niu Li. Without evidence, this matter will be difficult to handle, especially since it concerns the entire legion. A single move can have far-reaching consequences, and it cannot be resolved simply by talking, Zhu Chengwang said after a moment of contemplation. In any case, we still need to notify the Xingfeng Legion. As for whether they believe it or not, that's up to them, Song Wanzhong said. I will personally go and discuss this matter. Tantai Zan said. Everyone nodded in agreement, only Tantai Zan's personal appearance carried enough weight. Niu Li, tell me the exact location. I'm going to check if that kid is alive or dead. Tantai Zan stood up and then said to the group of officers, as for you, you can leave if there's nothing else. After you go down, contact the Xingfeng Legion immediately. I'll be there in 3 hours. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a knock on the door. Come in, Tantai Zan frowned and said. A sergeant opened the door, saluted, and hurriedly said, reporting, Wang Teng is back. I'm back. Everyone was stunned. Tantai Zan sat back down, a smile on her face. You're back just in time, so I don't have to make another trip. Just bring him over. Yes, sir, the soldier replied and retreated. A moment later, he led Wang Teng back to the conference room. Some of the people present had seen Wang Teng before, while others were complete strangers to him. However, they all knew that Wang Teng was Tantai Zan's apprentice, so as soon as he entered the conference room, they began to scrutinize him carefully. He has a tall and handsome figure, and most notably, he is very young. They're a bit too young. The next moment, everyone was stunned. Because Wang Teng was carrying a humanoid creature that looked extremely miserable. What's going on? Wang Teng was still a little puzzled. He had just returned and was already facing such a big scene. What was going on? However, seeing that Tantai Zan was there, he felt relieved. After all, they have powerful backers, so they're not afraid. Come sit down, what are you standing there for? Tantai Zan said, gesturing to the seat next to her. Alright, Wang Teng chuckled, showing no politeness whatsoever, and walked over casually to sit down. As for the person he was carrying, he casually tossed him onto the ground nearby. Everyone looked up at the sky, but no one said anything. Tantai Zan is the most powerful person here, whatever she says goes. You're not dead yet. Tantai Zan glanced at him and said. Wang Teng, what the heck? The smell of gunpowder is overwhelming. Wasn't he just looking kind and gentle a moment ago? Why did you suddenly turn on me? You dare to chase even a 9-star warrior? Where did you get the guts? Tantai Zan said irritably when he didn't speak. Wang Teng suddenly realized that his cheap teacher was worried about him. Ah, women, so stubborn yet soft-hearted. Wang Teng chuckled inwardly, but his face remained impassive. He coughed lightly and said, Teacher, don't you trust me? Your disciple here is exceptionally talented and incredibly strong. Catching a spy is a piece of cake for me. Look, I've brought this guy back, haven't I? As he spoke, he kicked the corpse next to him. Quote. Everyone's lips twitched. That kid is utterly shameless. But why does this scene feel strangely familiar? Their gazes involuntarily drifted towards Tantai Zan, and they realized that this was a lineage passed down through generations. Ignoring the stares of the crowd, Tantai Zan glared at Wang Teng, and seeing that he was unharmed, said nothing more. She then looked at the corpse on the ground and asked, Is this the mysterious person? That's right, this man is named Chu Bo, an officer of the Star Maple Legion. Wang Teng turned the corpse over and said, He's still breathing. You can interrogate him as you like, you're sure you can pry something out of him? Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, everyone couldn't help but secretly praise him. Well done. If we can bring this spy back, all the problems will be solved. It seems that Wang Teng really has some skills. Niu Li and the other two were all shocked. Wang Teng actually managed to capture the mysterious man. How did he do that? The opponent is a 9-star warrior level expert. They couldn't understand it, and their hearts were filled with questions. However, one thing is certain. Wang Teng wasn't joking when he said he was confident he could capture the other party. He genuinely had the ability. Yet, they didn't believe him and thought he was just fooling around. The three of them felt a little embarrassed when they recalled the situation and couldn't help but smile wryly. At this moment, Chu Bo's fingers twitched, probably because Wang Teng had used too much force and woke him up. He opened his eyes, looking bewildered, and couldn't help but look around. Then, the first thing he saw was Wang Teng sitting in front of him. His expression immediately changed drastically, and he shouted in terror, You devil! Do whatever you want with me. If you slap my face again, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. The sound was so piercing that it made everyone's imagination run wild. What on earth happened to this guy? He's so terrified. When they saw Jubo's face, their expressions immediately turned strange. That face, it's turned into a pig's head. Everyone glanced at Wang Teng, whose expression remained unchanged, and thought to themselves that the army commander's apprentice was really ruthless, beating him so badly that he was barely recognizable as a human. Ahem. Wang Teng coughed lightly, afraid that everyone would misunderstand him as a sadistic pervert who liked to torture people, which would affect his heroic and extraordinary image. So he patiently explained in a low voice, Chu Bo, I slapped your face for your own good. You see, you are injured all over and you will be bumpy on the way. If I knock you unconscious, you won't feel the pain. You will suffer a lot less on the way. Chu Bo was almost in tears. Was this even human language? They beat him up like this and actually said it was for his own good? Don't they have any shame? The atmosphere at the scene was extremely strange, and the military leaders present gained a clearer understanding of Wang Teng. This kid is no less shameless than his teacher. Kong Li, Yuan Zan, and the others looked at him, speechless and exasperated. Wang Teng was unaware of what everyone was thinking. Feeling that his explanation had worked, he continued, But I won't film you anymore, so you can rest assured. Chu Bo looked on with suspicion, completely disbelieving Wang Teng's words. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Peace of mind? It always felt like I was telling him to die in peace. We've arrived, Wang Teng said again when he saw that the man didn't believe him. Have we arrived? Where are we? Chu Bo's neck could still move. He looked around and saw a row of high-ranking military officers sitting in chairs, looking at him with friendly smiles. This environment, this atmosphere, it's like being back home. What a load of rubbish. Chu Bo's face immediately turned ashen. Completion. It's all over. Once it falls into the hands of the military, no secret can be kept anymore. Take him away, don't let him die so easily, Tantai Zan said. As soon as he finished speaking, several soldiers rushed in and carried Chu Bo away. Chu Bo didn't shout, probably having resigned himself to his fate. Tantai Zan waved her hand at Wang Teng. All right, this is none of your business. Go do what you're supposed to do. Wang Teng, they've used you and then discarded you. That's so heartless. Wang Teng was filled with resentment. He had made a great contribution, so shouldn't they be discussing the reward now? Could it be that you've forgotten? Considering Tantai Zan's style, it wasn't impossible, so he frantically winked at Tantai Zan. Did you get sand in your eyes? Tantai Zan asked suspiciously. Quote. Wang Teng. If you get sand in your eyes, just blow it out. Do you want your dear teacher to help you? Tantai Zan said casually. Wang Teng's eyes immediately cleared up. This Tantai Zan was too terrifying, he couldn't stand it. Wang Teng stopped dwelling on the matter of military merit. What was his, and Tantai Zan wouldn't stoop so low as to betray her apprentice. I just don't know what rank he can rise to. Corporal rank? That's not impressive. At least he should be a junior officer. Later, when others came to inquire about the mission, Wang Teng naturally only mentioned what he could talk about. Minor details like the jade frost tree and the pile of azurite ore he had taken were unimportant and they didn't need to know them. Of course, even if they managed to get information out of Jubo, they couldn't do anything to him. As Tantai Zan's apprentice, who would dare to forcibly take her back? After handing over the tasks, Wang Teng, Kong Li, and the others walked out of the conference room. The three of them looked at Wang Teng with such ease, as if he had just returned from a vacation, and felt it was all too real. How exactly did you capture Chu Bo? Kong Li leaned closer and asked in a low voice. Even though she knew there must be some secrets involved, she still couldn't help but want to know. Niu Li and Yuwen Zan also looked over, their curiosity piqued. That's a 9-star warrior level unit. As it turned out, Wang Teng actually caught him and brought him back, and it seemed that Chu Bo had been tortured quite badly. The process was probably quite tortuous and exciting. With my strength, of course I can suppress them all by sheer power, Wang Teng said, spouting nonsense with a straight face. Who are you trying to fool? You think you can suppress a 9-star warrior with only a 7-star warrior level? Kong Li said speechlessly. Otherwise, tell me how I caught him. Wang Teng retorted. TCH, fine, don't tell me then. Kong Li rolled her eyes at him. The group chatted idly on the way back as they prepared to go home and rest. A moment later, Kong Li put his arm around Wang Teng's shoulder and chuckled. The mission's over, want to go relax? Ahem, just relax a little. Wang Teng glanced at Niu Li and Yuwen Zan and said indifferently. You too. Niu Li was a little speechless. In the end, he just shook his head and said, although this mission is over, things are still going on. At the latest, there might be some big moves by tomorrow. You two should know your limits and not go too far. Don't worry, I'm a sensible person. Kong Li waved his hand and walked away with his arm around Wang Teng's shoulder. Yuwen Zan watched the two leave, a glint in his eyes. He greeted Niu Li and turned to leave. Wang Teng and Kong Li ate and drank outside and had a great time until they returned to their dormitory in the evening. As they prepared to enter the room, they found that both rooms on the left and right were very quiet, presumably because Han Zu and Wan Baichu were still on a mission. That makes sense when you think about it. Their mission didn't take much time, it was completed in just a few days, which was relatively short compared to others. The task for Han Zu and the others should not be too difficult, but it will definitely take a long time to train them. Wang Teng shook his head, stopped paying attention, and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. The next day, just as Niu Li had said, they received a mission notification from their superiors around 10 o'clock. In a conference room, Wang Teng, Kong Li, and the other two gathered together once again. The four exchanged glances but remained silent. After waiting for a while without anyone arriving, Kong Li couldn't help but ask, Lieutenant Colonel Niu, do you know what arrangements have been made from above? Please give us a hint. I haven't received any notification either. Niu Li shook his head. They're probably heading to support the Star Maple Legion, Yuan Zhan guessed. Oh, that's great. Wang Teng definitely deserves the credit for this, but if we get involved, we'll definitely get a share too. Kong Li's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. Wang Teng. We really benefited from your success this time. Don't joke around, senior. What kind of task is it? It's all assigned by the higher-ups. It has nothing to do with me, Wang Teng said. At that moment, the conference room door opened, and Song Wanzhong walked in. It seems you've already guessed it. The four men immediately stood up straight and saluted. All right, let's get down to business. Yesterday afternoon, we extracted the information we wanted from Chu Bo. Afterward, the military commander personally led him to the Xingfeng Legion overnight. They held a meeting there all night and are now in a state of preparation for war. War is imminent. Song Wanzhong's words made Wang Teng and the others look serious. War, two heavy words. Its appearance is inevitably accompanied by bloodshed and death. Even if they gain the upper hand this time, many people will still die in the end. Song Wanzhong's expression was grim as he said, the dark race has been invading for many years, and we have always been at a disadvantage. But this time, we have finally gained the upper hand, so we must gather all our strength and give them a head-on blow. Wang Teng and Niu Li exchanged glances. From Song Wanzhong's words, it was not difficult to discern the determination of the human side. Their words stirred their passion. Even a selfish person like Wang Teng felt a surge of impulse, wanting to go into battle and avenge humanity's years of losses. Your mission this time is very important. After discussion, we have decided that the four of you will each lead an advance team to Xingfeng City. We will follow the commander's orders when the time comes. Do you have any problems? Song Wanzhong asked in a deep voice. No, very good, go prepare and set off. Song Wanzhong nodded in satisfaction. Yes. Kong Li and the other two responded in unison, their fighting spirit high. Yes, Wang Teng replied lazily. Looking at Wang Teng's lazy appearance, Song Wanzhong felt a surge of anger rising within him. Can you please be a little more reliable about something this important? But when he thought of Wang Teng's powerful backers, he couldn't help but glance behind Wang Teng. It was as if Tantai Zhan was standing there. Forget it. A magnanimous person doesn't hold a grudge against a petty person. I am a dignified deputy commander, why should I stoop to the level of a mere corporal? He couldn't help but look at Kong Li and Yuan Zhan. They definitely look better to me. To avoid alerting the Dark Ones, this mission is highly confidential. Therefore, you will all be disguised as ordinary martial artists, each leading a small team to Xingfeng City from different directions. All the necessary items have been prepared for you and are located in the number 3 underground training ground. Go and collect them yourselves, Song Wanzhong said. Wang Teng, Niu Li, and the other two nodded, then saluted Song Wanzhong and prepared to leave. After you've taken the goods, don't make a sound. Hide in the airships that transport supplies every day and leave the city. Remember, time is of the essence. You must reach Star Maple City before dawn tomorrow. Song Wanzhong gave his final instructions. Clear. The four turned and left, but Song Wanzhong stood there for a long time before finally walking out of the conference room. Wang Teng and his 3 companions, without stopping, made brief preparations and reunited. Wang Teng followed Niu Li and the others to a heavily guarded building. After verifying their identities, the guards allowed them to pass. The group entered the building and passed through a long steel corridor, where a row of elevators came into view. Niu Li and the others knew the way well and led him to an elevator with the number 3 on it. The elevator doors opened, revealing only one button. Wang Teng and the others boarded the elevator, pressed the button, and immediately felt a sensation of weightlessness. The elevator was extremely fast, but the basement seemed unusually deep. It felt like the shock of falling from a building. Fortunately, they were all martial artists with strong hearts, otherwise, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the shock. After a while, the elevator jolted suddenly, and with a hiss, the doors opened. Wang Teng and his companions walked out without changing their expressions. The first thing you see is a huge underground space, filled with all kinds of equipment. Meanwhile, there were already quite a few people inside the underground training ground. They were divided into 4 teams and were waiting quietly. These people were dressed in black battlesuits, and their faces were covered with all sorts of strange masks. Wang Teng's expression immediately turned strange. This scene was truly unexpected. It didn't look like preparations for war, but rather like the start of a large-scale role-playing game. He turned to look at Niu Li and the others, and seeing that they didn't seem to find anything strange, he immediately composed himself so as not to make them think he was ignorant. Whoosh! Upon seeing them, the group of martial artists in the underground training ground suddenly raised their hands in salute, their movements so synchronized that they were almost perfectly aligned. "Sir!" A deep, menacing shout followed. Niu Li and the other two returned the greetings. Wang Teng felt helpless, realizing that he had to bow to everyone in the military headquarters. "We'll each choose one of the 4 teams. You can choose first," Niu Li said. "I don't care, it's all the same to me," Wang Teng said calmly. Niu Li opened his mouth, intending to say a few words of advice, but when he thought of what had happened before, his face still stung a little, so he immediately shut his mouth. "Then I won't stand on ceremony, hee. Kong Li didn't refuse, carefully examining the 4 retired soldiers, especially sensing their auras to judge the difference in strength. This mission is not simple, they certainly can't do it on their own. On the battlefield, unless one becomes a powerful warrior, it is difficult to achieve anything based solely on individual strength. Therefore, the competence of subordinates is of paramount importance. This relates to their performance in the mission. If they perform exceptionally well and achieve remarkable feats, they might be promoted to the next rank. At their age, reaching the rank of major is pretty much enough. Beyond that, simple military achievements are not enough to elevate their status. Only by making outstanding contributions in large-scale wars and gaining a certain reputation can one advance further. Clearly, this mission presents an excellent opportunity. While Kong Li was selecting teams, Yuan Zhan was also busy. He glanced at Wang Teng, and although he was somewhat unconvinced, he wouldn't act impulsively on this matter and immediately began choosing a team. At this moment, a glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes as he activated his spiritual vision and scanned the area, feeling somewhat surprised. These warriors were all at least 3-star warrior level, with the strongest being 5-star warrior level. Each team has the same setup, 2 5-star warriors, 10 4-star warriors, and 33-star warriors. With that kind of strength, they could do whatever they wanted in many places. Of course, there are bound to be differences in the strength of each individual, which is why Kong Li and Yuan Zhan made such a serious choice. Before long, the two had chosen their respective teams. "Which one do you choose?" Niu Li asked. This time, Wang Teng didn't refuse. He pointed to the team on his left and said, "This one will do." Actually, among the 4 teams, the one he chose should be the strongest. Under his spiritual vision, it was not difficult to see that at least half of the martial artists in this team had more solid primal force within their bodies than those in other teams. Especially the 5-star and 4-star warriors among them, their combat power must be quite high. This cannot be seen from appearance. Kong Li and Yuan Zhan spent a long time choosing, probably never expecting that the strongest team would ultimately fall into Wang Teng's hands. The 4 teams have been assigned. In front of each of the 4 teams, there was a table, and there was nothing on the table except a mask. At this moment, Wang Teng and the other 3 walked to the front of the group. Wang Teng was somewhat speechless. He picked up the mask on the table and turned it over to take a look. Quote? It's a cat face mask, which isn't unusual. Many others also wear animal masks. But this mask actually looks kind of cute. Dozens of black lines appeared on Wang Teng's forehead. What the heck? For such a formal occasion, who came up with this adorable mask? This is absolutely outrageous. No wonder the masks are always placed inside out, so they can't see the front. If he saw the face behind that mask, even if the team was the strongest, he wouldn't choose it. A man's dignity cannot be insulted. Wang Teng couldn't help but glance at the masks in Niu Li's and the others' hands. Quote? The resentment in my heart suddenly intensified. Why are their masks all normal? It even exudes a sense of menace. This is the proper attire for a warrior on the battlefield. Under Wang Teng's deep gaze, Niu Li and the other 2 suddenly felt a strong aura of resentment drifting over. The 3 of them looked completely bewildered. What's going on? What's with this guy's face all scrunched up with circles and crosses? When they saw the mask in Wang Teng's hand, they suddenly realized what was going on, and then their faces turned strange as they struggled to hold back their laughter. But Kong Li showed no mercy and burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? Wang Teng glared at Kong Li, feeling that his dignity had been greatly insulted. This guy went too far. Ahem, don't laugh, don't laugh. PFF'd. Ha ha ha, sorry, I just couldn't help it. Kong Li walked over and saw Wang Tang's frustrated expression, and burst out laughing again. She put her arm around Wang Tang's shoulder, laughing so hard she was bent over. Niu Li and Yuan Zhan, who were standing to the side, couldn't help but laugh, their lips curving into wide smiles. If the occasion weren't so inappropriate, they probably would have burst out laughing too. Come on, Junior, put this on and let your senior see it. I think this cat face mask is pretty good, it suits your temperament quite well. Kong Li laughed for a while and said teasingly. Get lost. Wang Tang slapped her hand away impatiently. No, try it on, it's really great. Kong Li persisted, chattering on and on. Wang Tang ignored her and turned to Yuan Zhan, saying, Major Yuan, how about we change? I think this mask suits you better. Get out. Yuan Zhan's expression changed, and he said coldly. Wang Tang persisted, then turned to Niu Li and said seriously, Old Niu, why don't you switch with me? Believe me, if you wear this mask, you'll definitely sprout new life, and you'll charm countless girls, surpassing Major Yuan and becoming the new generation's idol king in the military. Niu Li's facial muscles twitched, and clusters of blue veins bulged on his forehead. You little brat, can't you talk? What does it mean for an old tree to sprout new leaves? What does it mean for a withered tree to come back to life? Is he very old? For a martial artist, being in their 30s is still considered young, and this kid actually called him old. He has no sense of propriety. To think you can change your mask like this is just a pipe dream. Ha ha ha, no one will trade with you. Kong Li laughed gleefully. Wang Tang was furious, but then his eyes lit up again. How about? Forget about it, I'm not trading with you. Kong Li rolled her eyes, interrupting him before he could finish speaking. She fiddled with the bare face mask in her hand and said, I think mine is just fine. TCH, what kind of taste is that? Wang Tang said with a look of disdain. Alright, stop fooling around. Time is of the essence, it's time to get going. Niu Li said at this moment. Forget it, since no one likes you, then let me be the one to favor you. Wang Tang tapped the cat face mask in his hand, shook his head and sighed. Wearing this mask is to conceal our identities, so that no one can recognize us from the portrait. It's not for decoration, Niu Li said speechlessly. Seeing that Wang Tang was no longer saying anything, he continued, also, since we're hiding our identities, we can no longer use our real names, so we need a code name. Code name? Wang Tang asked suspiciously, it sounds like a spy's name. Niu Li glared at him and said, my code name is Wild Bull, Kong Li's code name is Peacock, and Yuan Zhan's code name is Wen Wolf. You're a new recruit and don't have a code name yet. So choose one yourself. From now on, we'll all address each other by our code names. This is so troublesome, Wang Tang said helplessly, but still thought about it. However, it was the first time he had given himself a code name, and he felt really strange about it, unable to figure it out for a long time. How about we just call it Cute Cat? Kong Li teased. Very good. Yuan Zhan nodded in agreement. That's enough. Wang Tang glared at the two men, then suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into his mind, and a smile appeared on his lips. He said, I've decided, my code name will be Dark Raven. The Raven. Kong Li and the others couldn't help but mutter a word. Fearing further complications, Niu Li quickly waved his hand and said, this code name is good. Let's stick with it. Everyone put on your masks and set off. The group stopped joking, their expressions hardening, and headed towards another exit of the underground training ground. Along the way, all four of them put on masks. Wang Tang didn't hesitate any longer. It's just a mask, so he'll wear it. Anyway, apart from Kong Li and the others, no one knows who he is. It's not that embarrassing. The four teams behind each followed behind the four people. A moment later, they arrived at the airship docking station, where people were already waiting to pick them up. Take care of yourself. The four exchanged a glance, wished each other well, and then led their respective teams onto an airship, flying off into the distance. Inside the airship's transport cabin, Wang Tang sat with his 50 men, staring at each other in bewilderment. He was at a loss. This group of people were extremely rigid and seemed to only know how to follow orders. They wouldn't say a word unless he spoke. After a moment, Wang Tang coughed and said, let's all introduce ourselves, starting with, the two of you. He circled his finger and finally pointed to the two 5-star warrior-level fighters. The two were startled and exchanged a glance without making it obvious. Because of the special nature of their departments, they have all practiced methods of concealing their force, making it difficult for outsiders to discern their strength. As it turned out, Wang Tang pointed out the two of them with remarkable accuracy among the crowd. They didn't believe it was luck. This ridiculously young captain must have figured something out. Previously, when people saw Wang Tang's unreliable behavior, they felt it was a pity to have such a boss, wondering whether it was a blessing or a curse. Only then did the two realize that the young man in front of them, who had been assigned to be their captain, was definitely not an ordinary person. Wang Tang showed off this skill to intimidate these people. Those who are strong are often arrogant, and these martial artists must have some resentment and doubts about him, the captain who was parachuted in. Especially compared to Kong Li and others, he really had no reputation and was also very young. Youth often means a lack of ability. He was too lazy to explain anything to them, so he simply used this method to intimidate them. These martial artists are not stupid, they must be able to see this clearly. At this moment, under Wang Tang's calm gaze, one of them removed his mask, revealing the face of a man in his early 30s, and said, "Code name, Cold Wind." After saying that, he put his mask back on and said no more. He didn't mention his own strength, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Tang's eyes. Wang Tang remained calm and didn't ask any more questions. He turned and gestured to the other person. The person removed their mask, revealing themselves to be a woman in her late 20s with a centipede-like scar covering half her face. Their voice was cold and clear as they said, "Code name, Black Widow." After speaking, he glanced at Wang Tang, who was also wearing a mask and didn't even mention his own strength. Wang Tang's teeth are sensitive. Black Widow? What kind of weird names are these? Why don't you go and act in a Women's League movie? That said, the Black Widow from the Women's Federation is quite good looking, and as for this woman in front of us, well, if you remove that scar, she should be pretty good too. Next, the others introduced themselves one by one, using only code names and removing their masks to let Wang Tang recognize their faces. Wang Tang stroked his chin and looked around. His subordinates all seemed to be quite unruly. Leading a team is tough. On the airship, Wang Tang looked at his group of subordinates and sighed inwardly. In fact, the task of leading the team should not have fallen into his hands. But since he was the main discoverer of this intelligence, and he was strong enough, with Tan Taizan backing him up, all these factors led him to this position despite having no qualifications whatsoever. Wang Tang knew that many of his subordinates probably did not respect him. But at this moment, he didn't want to explain anything. Some things have little impact if you just talk about them, so there's no need to say more. He had already recognized all his subordinates, and he was particularly impressed by the two 5-star warrior level fighters. If used well, these two will be his sharpest weapons. At least in this mission, that will be the case. At this moment, a sergeant walked over, saluted, and said, "Reporting, sir, the airship will pass by Jiyu Jiaoshan in half an hour." Wang Tang, already wearing a mask, sounded somewhat muffled. He nodded and said, "I understand." After the soldier left, he looked at the group and said, "Once we reach Jiyu Jiaoshan, we'll leave the airship and head north to reach Xingfeng City." Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Although they didn't particularly like Wang Tang, they at least outwardly showed great respect for his orders. Wang Tang said no more, glanced at Han Feng and Black Widow, then closed his eyes and rested against the cargo boxes behind him. This airship was specifically designed for transporting supplies, so it was filled with various cargo containers. The other people were also sitting cross-legged, closing their eyes to rest and waiting quietly. Half an hour passed quickly, and Wang Tang slowly opened his eyes. Almost simultaneously, the others also opened their eyes, a sharp glint flashing in their eyes behind their masks. Just from their well-trained appearance, Wang Tang's opinion of them improved even more. Wang Tang didn't say anything. He stood up, walked straight to the cabin door, and pulled it open, letting in a strong gust of wind. His wisps of hair fluttered across his forehead, and the next moment, he stepped out without hesitation. Behind Wang Tang, Han Feng and Black Widow exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with a sharp light, and then they also leapt out of the airship. The remaining people also jumped out of the airship one by one. Among these warriors, apart from Hangfeng and Black Widow who reached the 5-star warrior level and were able to transform their force into wings and fly in the sky, everyone else relied on runic artifacts. Each of them has a runic device on its back. Activating the runes will pop out a pair of mechanical wings to help them glide through the sky. If you look up from the ground at this moment, you will see black dots suddenly appearing in the sky, and these black dots are constantly growing larger and falling in the same direction. On a mountaintop, Wang Tang stood suspended in midair so that others could see his position. Cold Wind and Black Widow glanced around and located Wang Tang's position. They flapped their force wings and quickly approached Wang Tang. As the two approached, their pupils involuntarily contracted. Wang Tang had no force wings behind him, nor did he use any runic artifacts. He was standing entirely out of thin air. This means that he is at least 7-star combat soldier level. The officer who was parachuted in was actually a 7-star warrior level expert. How is that possible? He was so young, even several years younger than Major Kong Li and Major Yuan, yet he had already reached such a level. The two felt it was unbelievable. Although they had thought that the fact that the higher-ups could send Wang Tang down to lead the team meant that his strength must not be too bad. They both thought that Wang Tang was at most a 5-star or 6-star warrior. I never even considered a 7-star warrior level unit. After all, there is a huge gap between 6-star and 7-star warriors. Warriors range from 1 to 9 stars, with each 3 levels representing a threshold. Although it seems like there is only one level difference between 6-star and 7-star, it is actually a significant leap across a large tier. The two are completely incomparable. Hangfeng and Black Widow were stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but exchange a glance, before standing quietly behind Wang Tang and bowing slightly to show their respect. No matter where you are, strength is the best proof. The strong will always be respected. Even if Wang Tang said or did nothing at this moment, they dared not underestimate him in the slightest. The others arrived one after another, folded their wings and slowly landed on the ground. Seeing Wang Tang's situation, their expressions behind the masks were exactly the same as Han Feng and the other two, and a deep sense of shock welled up inside them. Is everyone here? Wang Tang asked casually after a moment. Han Feng didn't dare to be negligent and immediately stepped forward. After calling out names, he said to Wang Tang, "Everyone's here. Set off." At Wang Tang's command, he immediately transformed into a blur and sped off in one direction. As required by the military, we must arrive in Xingfeng City before dawn tomorrow. It is already noon, and judging from the distance between the two places, time is very tight. If it were just Wang Tang alone, it wouldn't take that long, but his 3-star and 4-star warriors wouldn't be as fast. A group of people traveled swiftly through the mountains and forests without stopping. Some people leapt between the trees, others ran on the ground, dozens of people scattered around, vaguely resembling a sharp knife piercing through the jungle. Star beasts occasionally appear in the wild, roaring as they pounce on the group, but are quickly torn to shreds by this sharp knife. During this time, Wang Tang did not make a move, but watched them hunt and assessed their strength. He discovered that his subordinates were not only quite capable, but also worked together seamlessly, and their performance along the way surprised him. In addition, he can collect a lot of attribute bubbles for free, which will indirectly improve his strength. At this moment, they were facing a 6-star star beast. Under the command of Hangfeng and Black Widow, they actually gained the upper hand. Not long after, the 6-star warrior level star beast suddenly roared and, ignoring the attacks from all around, charged straight at the 2 4-star warrior level warriors. As if it wanted to perish together with them. The expressions on Hangfeng and Black Widow's faces changed slightly. Pshaw! Just then, a crimson ray pierced through the star beast's head. The star beast stiffened, and the light in its eyes completely disappeared, but its huge body still crashed into the 2 4-star warriors due to inertia. Bang! The two were knocked to the ground, but fortunately they were not injured. They immediately stood up, a hint of relief flashing in their eyes, and looked at Wang Tang on the tree trunk to their left. He stood there, calmly withdrawing his fingers, as if he hadn't done anything. Everyone was utterly shocked. One finger. With just a single finger, he killed a 6-star star beast. What incredible strength that is. Hangfeng and Black Widow were also filled with disbelief. Wang Tang's strength had been revealed to them for the first time. Thank you, sir. The two rescued martial artists quickly bowed and expressed their gratitude. Everyone, get yourselves together. I don't want any of you to get injured before we even reach Xingfeng City. I can't afford to lose face like that, Wang Tang said calmly. Yes, the two replied repeatedly, their faces filled with shame. Keep going. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tang waved his hand, collected the corpse of the 6-star star beast on the ground, and transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. The people behind him quickly packed up and followed, turning into afterimages. Soon, night fell, and the group stopped to rest, recovering their depleted energy while eating some dry rations to stave off hunger. Wang Teng didn't like eating dry rations, so he quickly roasted a piece of starbeast meat with his fire elemental force, sprinkled it with some seasonings he carried with him, and it was done. A rich aroma wafted through the air. A chorus of swallowing sounds immediately filled the air. Although the conditions were simple and the time was limited, he was, after all, a master chef, and the food he made was naturally delicious and visually appealing. Even with strong willpower, could Hangfeng and his companions resist the temptation of delicious food? This is spiritual food. Black Widow's voice was cold, but she couldn't help but speak up. Could our captain be a spirit chef? Hangfeng asked with a strange expression. Having witnessed Wang Teng's strength, Han Feng and the others have gradually come to accept Wang Teng's status as captain. I'm afraid so, Black Widow said speechlessly. That's really unexpected. Sigh, this dry food suddenly tastes bland. Hangfeng took a bite of the compressed biscuit in his hand, sighed, and swallowed again as he smelled the aroma in the air. Not only him, but everyone else also stared at Wang Teng with resentment. That's outrageous. They ate dry rations, but the captain actually ate spiritual food. Shouldn't we show compassion to our subordinates at this time, distribute the spiritual food to everyone, and then take the opportunity to win their hearts? Although they are principled people, they cannot be bought off with a meal or two. But it's perfectly acceptable to accept the captain's kindness occasionally. It's a pity it's just a thought. Wang Teng completely ignored them and started eating by himself. You little punks, we can't handle you. He hadn't forgotten the show of force he'd received earlier. As a petty and narrow-minded captain, he has plenty of ways to retaliate against disobedient and unlovable subordinates. After resting, the group set off again. In the middle of the night, Wang Teng suddenly received a warning from Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai has always been by his side, and with a broader perspective, she can provide him with a lot of help. Wang Teng gestured for everyone to stop. Hangfeng, Black Widow, and the others looked at him with puzzlement. Wang Teng didn't speak, but closed his eyes and changed his perspective. He then saw a group of people fighting in a jungle several kilometers away. The two sides in the melee were dressed very similarly to them, wearing black battlesuits and masks. On the other side was a group of extremely powerful Gale Wolf beasts, numbering over 100, who formed a siege, putting the masked warrior in black combat at risk. Without a doubt, these masked warriors probably share the same goal as them. After a moment's thought, Wang Teng waved his hand and led everyone towards that direction. Before long, they stopped a few hundred meters away and could see the chaotic battlefield in front of them. Han Feng and the others were startled, and then couldn't help but look at Wang Teng. Did he notice it from that far away? Wang Teng clearly sensed something, which is why he rushed over here. At such a distance, even a 9-star warrior might not be able to detect it. How did the captain manage to do it? These people should also be the vanguard of some legion, Wang Teng suddenly said. I never expected to run into you. Hangfeng exclaimed in surprise. Several legions are taking the same route to Star Maple City as we are, so it's not surprising that we've run into them here, Black Widow said. But they're really unlucky to run into such a large pack of Gale Wolves. Hangfeng said. Just as Wang Teng and the others arrived, the martial artists surrounded by the Gale Wolves also noticed them. They were startled, but then overjoyed. Some people even shouted for help. To save or not to save? Black Widow asked. The number of Gale Wolves is a bit too large. Even if we join them, we'll probably suffer losses, Hangfeng said, frowning. No one will die, go. Wang Teng said calmly. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, and Hangfeng didn't say anything more. With Wang Teng, a 7-star warrior level expert, there was indeed nothing to worry about with this pack of Gale Wolves. They then transformed into streaks of afterimages and charged into the battle. The group opposite them was already in dire straits under the siege of the Gale Wolves. Fortunately, Wang Teng and his men arrived in time, otherwise they would have suffered heavy casualties. With the addition of Wang Teng's team, their pressure was greatly reduced. However, the swift wolves still had the advantage in numbers and were good at speed, making it difficult for everyone to cope. Ah! The howls of wolves echoed continuously, seemingly commanding the pack, making these swift wolves work together with remarkable coordination, much like humans, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Wang Teng scanned the area and spotted a 7-star warrior. However, he was surrounded by several 6-star Gale Wolves, and no matter how he tried to break free, he couldn't escape. The man also noticed Wang Teng not far away, frowned, and shouted, Hey, what are you standing there for? Come down and help. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. Underneath the thick battlesuit, he hadn't realized that this 7-star warrior was actually a woman. Wang Teng ignored her, his gaze still scanning the wolf pack. Gradually, he couldn't help but frown. How is that possible? He guessed that there must be a wolf king among this pack of swift wolves, otherwise they wouldn't be able to cooperate so well. They originally wanted to find it, but it turned out that the strongest Gale wolf was only 6-star, and there wasn't a single one that exceeded that level. Could it be that the wolf king isn't here? Wang Teng wondered to himself. Hey, hurry up and make your move. Do you want to see us all die here? The 7-star warrior shouted again. Shut up, Wang Teng shouted coldly. You. The 7-star warrior below was furious. Wang Teng ignored her, his mind racing. There's another possibility. The alpha of this pack of Gale wolves isn't necessarily the strongest one. This situation is rather puzzling. In the world of star beasts, the law of survival of the fittest has always prevailed. Their king must be the strongest in order to lead them to survive in the cruel environment. It is almost impossible for the weak to become king unless one individual possesses a unique talent that none of their kind possesses. Even so, how can we find it? Wang Teng was a bit of a headache. He originally thought that he could find the Wolf King by relying on his spiritual vision talent and the strength of the primal force, but he did not expect such a special situation to occur. The pack of wolves surveyed the area and launched a fierce attack on the human warrior. They seemed to have been starving for a long time, and even though the bone was tough to chew, they were unwilling to give up. The Gale wolves are known for their speed, making them extremely difficult to deal with, not to mention that they also have a numerical advantage. Even a fierce tiger fears a pack of wolves. This shows just how terrifying this bloodthirsty wolf pack is. The human warriors were being forced to retreat under the siege of hundreds of Gale wolves, and many had already been injured. The 7-star warrior was furious at Wang Teng's inaction, but there was nothing he could do. Wang Teng completely ignored her. That bastard. Xie Shuiyan gritted her teeth in anger, having already cursed Wang Teng 1,000 times over in her heart. Most of her subordinates were injured and probably wouldn't last long. If anyone died, how could she, as the captain, continue to hold her position? She had only been able to join this mission because she begged her family, and she thought she could finally show everyone that she was not the kind of delicate and helpless young lady she was. Only by demonstrating sufficient ability will her family take her seriously, and only then will she have a chance to control her own destiny. But now, it seems that everything is about to vanish into thin air. Suddenly, Xie Shuiyan saw a subordinate being pounced on by 3 swift wolves and about to be torn apart and devoured. Her expression changed, and she wanted to rush over there. However, several 6-star Gale wolves surrounded her in a blur, preventing her from escaping. Get out of my way. Xie Shuiyan looked anxious, let out a loud roar, and angrily thrust her long sword at one of the Gale wolves. A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the Gale wolf. With a swing of its claws, several wind blades shot out, shattering the oncoming sword light with a few clangs. Several more wind blades rushed directly towards Xie Shuiyan. Xie Shuiyan, however, paid no heed to the danger, wildly brandishing her longsword, its blade flashing in all directions, as she tried to break free of the encirclement. Pishaw. The wind blades slashed several wounds on her body, and blood splattered everywhere. What's gotten into this woman all of a sudden? In midair, Wang Teng was searching for the Wolf King's trail when he suddenly saw this scene and couldn't help but frown. A thought struck him, and following Xie Shuiyan's gaze, he suddenly understood. The next moment, 3 crimson finger beams shot out from his fingertips, landing with extreme precision on the 3-headed Gale wolves. The 3 swift wolves didn't even have time to dodge and died on the spot. Xie Shuiyan was stunned. It's him. Xie Shuiyan never expected that the person who saved her subordinate would be this guy who had been watching all along. And his strength is actually so great. She instantly killed 3 Gale wolves with a single move. Although she could do it too, she couldn't do it as easily as this guy, which shows that his strength is definitely much higher than hers. But this person is really contradictory. When you ask him for help, he just won't lift a finger. Even though we didn't call him, he still took the initiative to save people. Xie Shuiyan was almost completely confused. Wang Teng didn't notice Xie Shuiyan's gaze. After rescuing the person, he continued to search for the Wolf King, which was the most urgent task. However, he also realized that the strength of this pack of Gale wolves should not be underestimated, so he devoted some of his attention to the safety of his subordinates. As the captain, although I don't have to follow them around like a nanny all the time, I can't let them die in such a meaningless place. Wang Tang's mental strength was enough to cover the entire battlefield, so he could detect anyone in danger immediately and offer assistance. With his arrival, the pressure on the human warriors was greatly reduced, their morale was boosted, and they launched a charge against the Gale Wolves. In the blink of an eye, several Gale Wolves fell at the feet of the human warriors. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Wang Tang, and he couldn't help but pat his forehead. He's so stupid. If you have such a convenient method of sensing with your mental power, what else would you be but a fool? The Wolf King's ability to command battles demonstrates its high intelligence, and its mental attributes may far surpass those of its kind. Wang Tang refused to believe that the Wolf King could escape his mental scan. The next moment, a massive surge of spiritual power emanated from between his brows, sweeping across the surroundings. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Wang Tang noticed something unusual among the swift-winged wolves on the left. Found you. Wang Tang's eyes flashed and he vanished from his spot, suddenly appearing beside a 5-star Gale Wolf. He then pressed down with his palm. Seeing that it was being attacked, the surrounding wolves roared and pounced on Wang Tang. HMPH. Wang Tang snorted coldly, his primal force bursting forth and directly repelling the surrounding Gale Wolves. At the same time, his hand did not stop for a moment and landed on the Gale Wolf. Bang! The swift-winged wolf didn't even have time to let out a scream before it bled from all 7 orifices and was dead beyond any doubt. A woo! The surrounding wolves trembled and turned to look in this direction, letting out mournful howls. It really is the Wolf King. Wang Tang smiled slightly, then his gaze fell on the ground. The Wolf King died, and several attribute bubbles fell down with it. Spiritual Realm Spirit X50. Spiritual Realm Comprehension *60. Wind Force *210. Open black lens bracket Wolf King's Domination *1 close black lens bracket. Blank attribute *75. After picking up the attribute bubble, Wang Tang's eyes flashed, and a hint of surprise welled up in his heart. The spirit and enlightenment of the spiritual realm. This Wolf King is indeed unique, and not only that. He muttered to himself, then looked at the changes in the attribute panel. In the combat skills section, a special skill appeared, Wolf King Domination. The reason that Gale Wolf was able to become the Wolf King is probably all thanks to this innate skill. Otherwise, with its 5-star strength, let alone those 6-star Gale Wolves, even the other 5-star Gale Wolves might not be willing. After Wang Tang comprehended the Wolf King's Domination, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. That's a pretty good skill. The throne of the Wolf King now rests on his shoulders, which means he has also gained the ability to command the pack of wolves. Furthermore, Wolf King Domination is a mental skill. The higher one's mental strength, the stronger one's control over wolf-type star beasts. Wang Tang, on the other hand, possessed exceptionally strong mental power. At this moment, the swift wolves around them saw that the Wolf King had been killed by Wang Tang, and they all roared angrily at him, their eyes revealing a glint of hatred, their fangs bared. Ready to rush up and bite him to death to avenge the Wolf King. Wang Tang showed no fear whatsoever. A flash of blue light appeared in his eyes and his mental power crushed outwards. The Wolf King reigns supreme. The surrounding Gale Wolves were stunned for a moment. Then, some of the weaker Gale Wolves lowered their bodies and made soft whimpering sounds towards Wang Tang to show their submission. Only a few 6-star Gale Wolves seemed to be less affected. After hesitating for a moment, they slowly retreated, trying to escape. Wang Tang naturally wouldn't let them leave easily, and he added even more spiritual power to the Wolf King's Domination skill. Woo woo. Several 6-star Gale Wolves immediately lowered their bodies, not daring to move an inch. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded and astonished when they saw this scene. In the jungle, a very strange and shocking scene unfolded. A pack of swift-winged wolves actually bowed down before a young human, seemingly, to show submission. Quote? What exactly happened? Everyone was bewildered and their faces were full of surprise. One of the figures stepped forward, glanced at the Wolf King on the ground, and asked with surprise and uncertainty, "What did you do?" Wang Tang glanced at the other person and immediately recognized him as the 7-star warrior. Remembering how she had kept urging him on and how harsh her tone had been, Wang Tang didn't give her a friendly look and said coldly, "In the future, please use your brain a little more. Blindly charging in is useless. Don't you understand the principle of capturing the leader first?" You. Xie Shuiyan was so angry that her chest hurt. Wang Tang ignored her and said, "The Wolf King is dead, and the wolf pack is no longer a threat." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. However, they still couldn't help but stay away from the swift wolves nearby, lest they provoke them further. Captain. At this moment, Hangfeng, Black Widow, and the others gathered around Wang Tang, bowed to him, and stood behind him. Is anyone injured? Wang Tang asked. Only 5 people suffered minor injuries, nothing serious. The others have exhausted their energy and need to rest, Hangfeng said simply. Wang Tang nodded and said, everyone, rest where you are and recover your original strength. Yes, the crowd replied. These pills are quite effective, take them and distribute them to the injured. Wang Tang took out 2 bottles of healing medicine from his spatial ring and tossed them to Han Feng. Well, we all have medicine for healing on us. Before Han Feng could finish speaking, Wang Tang interrupted him. Open it and take a look. With a hint of suspicion, Hangfeng opened the bottle and smelled the medicinal fragrance wafting out. His expression immediately changed. I thank you on their behalf, Captain, Hangfeng said sincerely. Hurry up, stop babbling. If you waste time, I'll hold you accountable, Wang Tang said with a laugh. Beneath the mask, a smile crept onto Hangfeng's lips. Without further delay, he quickly distributed the pills to the injured. The Black Widow, seeing this scene, couldn't help but glance at Wang Tang again. This captain seems pretty good. They accepted Wang Tang because of his abilities, but now they are experiencing something different. Wang Tang was unaware of what others were thinking. He simply didn't want to waste too much time. He sat down cross-legged under a big tree, his mental energy sweeping around him, and the attribute bubbles that had fallen during the fight flew toward him. Wind force *30, wind force *15, blank attribute *30, earth elemental force *10, wood type force *25, wind force *36, spirit 15, ellipsis. Of all the attributes Wang Tang gained from this wave, the biggest gains were the wind-type primal force and the blank attribute from the Gale Wolf. While the other primal force attributes were relatively few. He gained a total of 632 points of wind elemental force attribute and 560 points of blank attribute. Wind force, 1356 3,000ths, 5 stars. Blank attribute, 5020. Wang Tang's wind elemental force is still at 5 stars, but it has improved a lot this time, and he is getting closer and closer to the 6-star warrior level. It's still a bit slow. Wind-type force is quite rare. Thinking this, he couldn't help but glance at the Gale Wolves around him. If this pack of Gale Wolves is completely wiped out, he should be able to harvest a large amount of wind-type primal force, enough for him to advance to the 6-star warrior level, right? Dozens of Gale Wolves suddenly shivered at the same time, their fur standing on end, as if they felt a strong sense of malice enveloping them. Several 6-star Gale Wolves looked around, their eyes filled with vigilance. Who is it? Which villain is targeting them? Ahem. Wang Tang coughed dryly, dismissing the thought, and waved to the several 6-star Gale Wolves. The swift-winged wolves hesitated for a moment, but ultimately lowered their heads and walked towards him. Captain. Black Widow and the others stepped forward, their eyes fixed on the approaching swift wolves. It's alright, you can all step back now, don't be so tense, Wang Tang said, waving his hand. Black Widow couldn't help but recall the scene of the Gale Wolves submitting to Wang Tang. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside but remained vigilant in case they suddenly attacked Wang Tang. Several Gale Wolves seemed to sense the hostility of Black Widow and the others. They glanced at them, but under Wang Tang's control skill, they did not attack the humans. Instead, they obediently came to him and squatted down. Wang Tang patted the head of one of the Gale Wolves. It feels good. If he hadn't just acquired the Wolf King's domination skill and if these Gale Wolves weren't still useful, he might have actually slapped them down. Black Widow was astonished to see Gale Wolf behaving so obediently in front of Wang Tang, and couldn't help but ask, Captain, how did you do that? This captain is wise and mighty, with an outstanding temperament. These Gale Wolves naturally bow down to me upon seeing me and have decided to follow me from now on. Wang Tang began to talk nonsense with a straight face again. Black Widow rolled her eyes dramatically. I never imagined that our captain would be such a shameless person. You don't believe me? Ask it. Wang Tang pointed at the Gale Wolf in front of him. Quote. The Gale Wolf was completely dumbfounded. What does this have to do with me? Quickly tell her, am I not wise and powerful, with an outstanding temperament? Wang Tang glared at her. Oh woo. The Gale Wolf immediately nodded, its furry ears drooping. Quote. Black Widow. Naive. Threatening a wolf. At this moment, Xie Shuiyan walked over and said disdainfully, if I'm not mistaken, it's because you killed the Gale Wolf King that they temporarily submitted to you. After a while, they will automatically escape and return to the jungle. So what? At least they're under my control now. Wang Teng didn't explain, just chuckled smugly. That said, he likes these people's ability to fill in the blanks. He doesn't even need to explain. They automatically fill in all sorts of reasons for him, which saves him a lot of trouble. Xie Shuiyan looked at the swift-winged wolf, who was so obedient in front of Wang Teng, and felt a little envious. But she just snorted and asked, which legion are you from? What legion? We are free warriors, not members of any legion, Wang Teng said, feigning ignorance. Xie Shuiyan's face darkened. Did this guy think she was stupid? She immediately took out a token and tossed it to Wang Teng, saying, we are from the Starry Sky Legion, now you should believe me, right? Wang Teng glanced at the token, then tossed it to Black Widow. Seeing her nod, he said noncommittally, so, what can I do for you, sir? Seeing that Wang Teng still wouldn't admit his identity, Xie Shuiyan didn't press the matter. Seemingly a little embarrassed, she said in a low voice, many of my men are injured. I see your healing medicine is quite effective. Could you lend me some? Oh, Wang Teng drawled, a half smile on his face. So you wanted to borrow healing medicine, huh? But you were just giving me that fierce look. Why should I lend it to you? Xie Shuiyan hadn't expected Wang Teng to be so blunt and utterly disrespectful. Her face immediately stiffened. What do you want? I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just annoyed by your attitude, Wang Teng said with a smile. How can a grown man be so petty? Xie Shuiyan said angrily. Wang Teng didn't take it to heart at all. He found a comfortable spot, leaned against the Gale Wolf, and said leisurely, you're right, I am indeed petty. Besides, who says a man can't be petty? You're shameless. Xie Shuiyan glared at Wang Teng. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never experienced such humiliation. Wang Teng looked at her in surprise and laughed, I didn't expect you to know me so well. You've hit another one of my strengths. Xie Shuiyan was speechless. Looking at Wang Teng in front of her, she felt a wave of helplessness. At this moment, Wang Teng took out a bottle of healing medicine. He opened the bottle cap, letting the aroma of the pills waft out, then took a sniff, revealing a smug, intoxicated expression. It smells so good. Xie Shuiyan's face was ugly, and she wished she could pin the guy in front of her to the ground and beat him up, but she also knew that she obviously couldn't do it. Moreover, the thought of her injured subordinates made her even more afraid to provoke Wang Teng. Although ordinary healing medicine can be used, its effect is significantly better than the healing medicine that Wang Teng took out. She just observed that the wounds of those who used this healing medicine have already healed by more than half. She knew that only high-quality pills refined by advanced alchemists could have such miraculous effects, and ordinary healing medicines were simply incomparable. In order to prepare for the upcoming battle in Xingfeng City, she must do her best to restore the team's fighting strength. Otherwise, given the situation of her subordinates, even if they arrived in Xingfeng City, they probably wouldn't be of much use. This is not what she wanted to see. Xie Shuiyan was hoping to make a name for herself in this war, so she was naturally unwilling to leave the stage like this. The healing medicine in Wang Teng's hand was undoubtedly her only hope at this moment. So she gritted her teeth and whispered, I'm sorry. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. Judging from her previous behavior, it was easy to see that this woman must be the kind of person who was bossy and domineering. Such a person would not easily bow down. But she still apologized. Wang Teng looked at her with interest, then his eyes darted around as he said, since you've apologized to me, it would be a bit unreasonable for me to keep holding on to this. Really? Xie Shuiyan was overjoyed. She had been prepared for difficulties, but she didn't expect Wang Teng to agree so easily. She quickly said, you're willing to lend me the healing medicine? Of course, I'm a person who speaks my mind. Wang Teng nodded. Xie Shuiyan was almost moved to tears, thinking that this guy wasn't so awful after all. But what? Wang Teng's words made Xie Shuiyan's heart skip a beat again. However, I only have a limited supply of healing medicine. It was originally intended for myself and the people around me. If I lend it to you, I might not have enough, Wang Teng said, looking troubled. This. Xie Shuiyan hesitated for a moment. She knew Wang Teng's concerns were not unfounded, but she desperately needed this healing medicine. And you should know that the effects of my healing pills far surpass those of ordinary healing medicines. I paid a considerable price for them, Wang Teng continued. Upon hearing this, Hangfeng and Black Widow, who were standing beside him, had strange expressions, and for some reason suddenly felt that something was off. Xie Shuiyan wasn't stupid, she naturally understood what Wang Teng meant. This is an attempt to take advantage of someone's misfortune. That bastard. She had thought she had misunderstood him, but now it seemed she had been deluding herself. Just tell me straight, what will it take for you to lend it to me? Xie Shuiyan said coldly, barely suppressing her anger. That depends on what price you can afford, Wang Teng said with a smile. I'll buy these healing medicines from you at twice the market price, but I don't have that many raw stones on me right now. I'll give them to you when we get to Star Maple City, Xie Shuiyan said through gritted teeth. So that's all your subordinates are worth in your eyes? Wang Teng shook his head. Don't go too far. Xie Shuiyan's face darkened. That bastard is so wicked. He clearly wanted to kill her, but he made it sound so noble and even brought up her subordinates. He's utterly shameless. Am I wrong? If you're not even willing to spend this little bit of money, what face do you have to be the captain? Look at me, I'm so generous to my subordinates. I use expensive healing medicine without hesitation, without even flinching, Wang Teng said calmly. Even though Hangfeng and Black Widow knew that Wang Teng was fooling Xie Shuiyan, their faces still burned with shame when they heard him boast like that. 3 times. Xie Shuiyan's facial muscles twitched as she shouted angrily. Sigh. Wang Teng shook his head, sighed, and said, with lives at stake, I didn't expect you to still be reluctant to part with that little bit of money. Your subordinates are seriously injured. If they go to the battlefield like this, their chances of survival are probably less than 30%. Xie Shuiyan felt like she was going crazy. How could she have run into such a shameless and treacherous guy? 4 times. Seeing how anxious you are, you must be heading to Xingfeng City to make a name for yourself, right? Wang Teng gave her a meaningful look. Then took out several bottles of healing medicine and lined them up in front of him. When the moment came, Cold Wind and Black Widow couldn't help but try to dissuade them. They had already witnessed the effects of the healing medicine and naturally didn't want it to fall into the hands of unrelated people. You should know that on the battlefield, such a pill can sometimes be equivalent to a life. The other party was a complete stranger to them, so even if they offered a high price, they felt it wasn't worth it. But since the pill belonged to Wang Teng personally, they had no right to say anything, and couldn't help but smile bitterly to themselves. Xie Shuiyan thought he had agreed, and her face lit up with joy as she reached out to take it. Snap! Wang Teng slapped him away, saying, What are you doing? What are you doing? I haven't finished speaking yet. Xie Shuiyan touched her reddened hand, gasping in pain. This bastard had hit her too hard. She said aggrievedly, I've already offered 4 times the price, what more do you want? Big sister, your success depends on these pills. Compared to military merits, 4 times the price is nothing. So it's really not enough, we need to pay more. Wang Teng said shyly. Xie Shuiyan took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. She knew that she was definitely going to be ripped off today, so she said coldly, Stop talking nonsense to me. How much do you want before you sell it to me? Ahem. Wang Teng coughed lightly, scratched his mask, and said, It should be at least 10 times the price. Hiss. A collective gasp of astonishment immediately filled the air. That's too ruthless. 10 times the price? How dare he say that? Everyone stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. Even though Cold Wind and Black Widow felt that the healing medicine was very important and should not be given away easily, 10 times the price was really outrageous. 10 times. Xie Shuiyan's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, Why don't you just rob it? She looked at the cat face mask on Wang Teng's face. Although it looked somewhat cute, at this moment she felt that it looked exactly like a devil. Since you don't want it, then forget it. I won't force you, Wang Teng said, and started to pick up the healing medicine on the ground. Etc. Xie Shuiyan quickly called out to him, and under Wang Teng's gaze, she hesitated and said, Could you make it cheaper? 10 times the price is too expensive. No, Wang Teng shook his head coldly. Seeing no room for negotiation on Wang Teng's face, Xie Shuiyan could only grit her teeth and say, Fine, 10 times it is. Then, sign it. Wang Teng took out a piece of white paper and a pen from his spatial ring and slapped them in front of her. What do you mean by signing? Xie Shuiyan asked, completely bewildered. They were just talking about the transaction, and in the blink of an eye they pulled out a blank piece of paper and asked her to sign it. What the heck? This girl really doesn't seem very bright. Wang Teng gave her a "Are you stupid?" look and said irritably, My healing medicine is so precious, and you think you can just take it without asking? What if you go back on your word later? So you have to write an IOU. A dignified. Xie Shuiyan felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and was both angry and embarrassed, but she stopped halfway through her sentence and snorted coldly. Judging a gentleman by the standards of a petty person. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed a piece of paper and quickly wrote 2 lines, signed his name, then wiped his finger on the wound on his body, smeared some blood on it, and pressed it hard onto his name. Take it, that's right, black and white in writing, nothing's safer than that. Wang Teng looked at the contents of the IOU and nodded in satisfaction. Xie Shuiyan, not a bad name. There was another half sentence left unsaid, he's just really a bit stupid. Xie Shuiyan didn't want to say another word to him, so she took the medicine and stormed off. She returned to her subordinates and immediately distributed the healing medicine. Is this the kind of healing medicine? It really works wonders. After taking it, they felt their injuries and all showed surprise and delight. Xie Shuiyan breathed a sigh of relief. It was a bit expensive, but at least the medicine was effective. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips, a smile that held a hint of relief, but also a touch of poverty. That's way too expensive. Ellipsis. After Xie Shuiyan left, Hangfeng said, the Starry Sky Legion is a legion belonging to another world. With the captain acting like this, won't it cause an antagonism with them? It's nothing, just a small matter. The higher-ups won't care, Wang Teng said casually. I don't think the captain is a stingy person, so why is he treating her like this? Black Widow asked suspiciously. The world is a dangerous place. This girl is obviously from some powerful family. She's naive and doesn't know how to behave. If we don't teach her a lesson, she'll really get into trouble later, Wang Teng laughed. Besides, don't you guys think it's fun to tease her a bit? The captain really has a twisted sense of humor, Hangfeng said speechlessly. Nonsense, do you think I'm that kind of person? I'm doing this all for her own good, Wang Teng retorted, glaring at her. Ellipsis. After resting for half an hour, Wang Teng stood up and called everyone together. It's time to set off. Yes, the crowd replied. Time is a bit tight, I don't know if we can get there before dawn, Hangfeng said, frowning. We'll definitely make it in time, Wang Teng said confidently, glancing around at the swift-winged wolves. Awoo! The swift-winged wolves all stood up and howled. Mount up, oh no, mount the wolf. Wang Teng called out, and then leapt onto the back of a 6-star gale wolf. These gale wolves are as tall as half a person and are enormous in size, making them perfectly suitable as mounts. Moreover, they are extremely fast, making them well suited for swift movement through the jungle. Hangfeng and the others' eyes lit up immediately. With the help of these gale wolves, they might be able to arrive ahead of time. After looking around, Cold Wind and Black Widow, under the fierce gazes of several 6-star gale wolves, had no choice but to settle for second best and each found a 5-star gale wolf. The swift wolves growled, seemingly reluctant, but under Wang Teng's control skill, they eventually obeyed without resistance. The others, who had been hesitant, saw this scene and immediately climbed onto the back of the gale wolf. Set off, Wang Teng gave the order. One after another, gale wolves suddenly leapt out, their bodies surrounded by wind elemental force, their forehooves treading on the wind, transforming into afterimages as they rushed into the night. In the distance, Xie Shuiyan looked on with envy. That bastard actually pulled this kind of dirty trick. Actually, she was thinking of asking Wang Teng to give them a ride, but considering Wang Teng's behavior, she decided against it. She couldn't afford it anymore. Let it be a little later. Captain, they still have quite a few swift wolves available. Why didn't you ask them to give us a ride? The subordinate next to him asked, deliberately bringing up the most awkward question. Xie Shuiyan, the captain and their captain must have had a good chat just now. They even lent us such precious healing medicine, another subordinate said. Yeah, their captain is a good person. He not only saved us but also lent us medicine. Quote. Xie Shuiyan's lips twitched. What a nice person. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Ellipsis. Outside Xingfeng City, in a jungle, as dawn approached and the sky was at its darkest, Kong Li, Yuwen Zan, and the others arrived and met up again at the agreed location. Was the journey smooth? Niu Li asked. I'm fine, nothing's happened, Kong Li shrugged. Me too, Yuwen Zan said. Niu Li nodded, about to say something. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. Niu Li and the others were startled when they saw the face of the newcomer. They immediately bowed and respectfully greeted him, Commander. The person who arrived was none other than Tantai Zan. She nodded, looked around, frowned, and asked, "Where's Wang Teng?" "He hasn't arrived yet," Niu Li said. "That kid is late. Did he go wandering around somewhere again?" Tantai Zan asked suspiciously. Quote. Everyone was speechless. At such an important time, no matter how unreliable Wang Teng is, he wouldn't go wandering around, would he? Just how much does the military leader distrust his disciple? Huh! Suddenly, Tantai Zan let out a soft exclamation and turned to look at the jungle on her left. When Niu Li and the others saw Tantai Zan suddenly looking into the dark depths of the forest, they were puzzled and immediately followed her gaze. But they didn't notice anything. The three exchanged glances, and Niu Li cautiously asked, "Commander, what happened?" If Tantai Zan hadn't been there, they would have been on high alert for any unusual activity, rather than asking questions. Of course, this is on the premise that they can sense it. "That kid's here." Tantai Zan smiled. Wang Teng, Kong Li and the other two were immediately struck by a thought. Who else but Wang Teng could be called "that kid" by the military commander? No one else received this treatment. Yuan Zan couldn't help but feel a little envious and jealous. Tantai Zan didn't speak again, but stood with her hands behind her back, waiting quietly. Niu Li and the other two waited for a while, but Wang Teng still did not arrive, and a sense of shock arose in their hearts. The military commander actually sensed it from such a distance. Is this the terrifying aspect of a warrior-level expert? Just then, a howling wind came from the jungle, and a strong gust of wind blew towards them. Where did this wind come from? Yuan Zan frowned, then a thought struck him, and his expression changed slightly. Something's not right. Kong Li and the other person immediately sensed something. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds, mixed with the wind, approached from afar. They were so faint that if they weren't strong enough, they probably wouldn't have been able to detect them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, countless blue lights lit up in the jungle, and figures broke through the darkness, silently landing in front of everyone. Swift Wind Wolf. Niu Li and the others stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen something unbelievable, and were stunned for a long time. Hundreds of giant wolves, each with a towering stature, were scattered all around, exuding a fierce aura and their eyes scanning the surroundings with a menacing glint. It's obviously not a kind wolf. This sight put the surrounding military personnel on high alert. If they hadn't seen dozens of masked figures sitting on the backs of these giant wolves, they probably would have already attacked. "Hey, they're all here!" A voice suddenly rang out. Wang Teng, Niu Li and the others snapped out of their daze and looked at the person who had spoken. What's going on? Where did this Gale wolf come from? And you've tamed it?" Kong Li was shocked, and questions rained down on Wang Teng like a machine gun. Yuan Zan's eyes were also filled with astonishment, his gaze flickering as he looked at Wang Teng. "You're asking so many questions, which one am I supposed to answer?" Wang Teng hadn't expected such a strong reaction from everyone. It seemed things had gotten out of hand. "Alright, stop standing there. You're the slowest. Hurry up and get over here," Tantai Zan said irritably. "Hey, teacher, what are you doing here?" Wang Teng asked in surprise. He quickly got off the Gale wolf and ran over to it. "Nonsense, if I don't come, who will you listen to?" Tantai Zan glared at Wang Teng and said, "Tell me, what exactly is going on? Where did you get this pack of Gale wolves?" In fact, she was also extremely surprised. You see, it is very difficult for humans to tame wild star beasts, especially adult star beasts. They have a certain level of intelligence and an almost stubborn pride, making them almost impossible to tame and enslave. Wang Teng actually brought back such a large pack of Gale wolves, and it seems that these Gale wolves are extremely obedient to him and do not resist at all. However, as the leader of an army and Wang Teng's teacher, he naturally had to maintain the demeanor of a master and the attitude of an elder, and could not be easily shocked. "You have to keep a straight face." "Oh, is that so?" Wang Teng immediately recounted what had happened on the way, and finally concluded. "It's probably because I killed the Wolf King that these Gale wolves have come to regard me as the new Wolf King." Kong Li and the others secretly pricked up their ears to listen. After he finished speaking, all three of them couldn't help but show strange expressions. How come this guy always runs into trouble wherever he goes? And this is such good luck. It was just a normal march, but they somehow managed to bring back a pack of Gale wolves. Why didn't they encounter such good fortune? However, they also knew how difficult it would be to kill the Wolf King in such a large pack of swift wolves. If it were them, they would probably only be able to flee in panic. Moreover, Wang Teng's team suffered no casualties, which was even more remarkable. They knew they couldn't have done it. Is this guy really that strong? That's really hard to understand. You're lucky, Tantai Zan said meaningfully, glancing at Wang Teng. Whether she believed it or not, only she knows. Wang Teng felt a little uneasy under her gaze, so he put on an innocent look and met Tantai Zan's eyes with a pure light in his eyes. He's channeling the Oscar-winning actor. Tantai Zan felt a chill run down her spine, and a head full of black lines drooped down. What kind of weirdo did she take in as her apprentice? She glared at Wang Teng and said, "You did a good job saving the people of the Starry Sky Legion. With a great battle imminent, humanity cannot afford to lose a single soldier." Wang Teng's expression immediately changed, and he said seriously, "It's only right." Tantai Zan nodded, said nothing more, and then asked, "What are your plans for these Gale Wolves?" "I plan to have the Gale Wolves work with my subordinates to form a Gale Wolves cavalry." "What do you think, teacher?" Wang Teng asked. Upon hearing this, Hangfeng and the others were immediately delighted. No wonder Wang Teng had told them to get to know these Gale Wolves as soon as possible on the way here. It turned out he had this plan from the beginning. If they could obtain a swift wolf as a mount, their strength on the battlefield would definitely be greatly enhanced. This is definitely a good thing. That suits me perfectly, Tantai Zan said. Since these Gale Wolves listen to you, then you can decide how to arrange them. Wang Teng nodded and said to Han Feng and the others, "Just follow the same coordination as before, and you can all practice together." "What about the remaining Gale Wolves?" Kong Li asked, his eyes gleaming. Niu Li and Yuwen Zan immediately looked at Wang Teng. They were green with envy for the Gale Wolf mount. There are over 100 swift wolves in total, and Wang Teng's team only has less than half of them. It's not unreasonable to give the rest to their team. We're all on the same side, so we shouldn't let the benefits go to outsiders. We can't let other legions benefit from it. You three teams can split the remaining swift wolves equally, Wang Teng said with a smile. Of course, senior sister Kong Li can choose first. Hee, as expected of my dear junior, I'll remember this favor. Kong Li chuckled, glancing smugly at Yuwen Zan and the other man. Before immediately beckoning his subordinates to come forward and claim the Gale Wolf. This is not fair. Niu Li and Yuwen Zan glanced at Wang Teng resentfully. Seeing that he was unmoved, they turned to look at Tantai Zan, hoping that their military commander could step in and uphold justice. I think this is a good idea. As students of Wanghai, we should help each other, Tantai Zan said happily. Ha ha ha. Kong Li couldn't help but burst into triumphant laughter. Niu Li and Yuwen Zan were on the verge of tears, feeling as if the whole world had abandoned them. So those two were just outsiders after all. That really hurts, Commander. Seeing the two of them, Wang Teng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Look at you two grown men, trying to compete with a girl? Sigh, it's easy for you to talk when you're not in the situation. You've already chosen your subordinates, so of course you can make sarcastic remarks, Niu Li said. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm the one who tamed these Gale Wolves, Wang Teng chuckled. Alright, take your time choosing here. Once you've chosen, get to know each other as soon as possible. Before the mission arrives, don't wander around. Remember to stay hidden and don't reveal your presence. Tantai Zan said, Wang Teng, come with me. After saying that, he took to the air. Where are we going, teacher? Wang Teng couldn't help but ask, while quickly following along. Seeing the two fly away, Niu Li and the others looked at each other, their eyes flickering uncertainly. In that direction, the military commander is taking Wang Teng to Xingfeng City. Niu Li said, this is special treatment. I'm so envious. I wish I could become the general's apprentice. Kong Li couldn't help but say. You're thinking quite a lot, Yuwen Zan sneered. What, can't I even think about it? Kong Li glared at him. After all, the commander-in-chief is the principal of our Wanghai High School, and I'm practically her disciple. HMPH, I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Hurry up and choose the Gale Wolf. We still have to choose after you're done. Yuwen Zan sneered. Ellipsis ellipsis. In the sky, Wang Teng followed behind Tantai Zan and asked, are we going to Xingfeng City? Just follow along, stop with the nonsense. Tantai Zan glanced at him, then suddenly laughed, your mask isn't bad. That's so disgusting. I'd better not find out who it is, or else. Wang Teng said angrily as he thought about it. Otherwise what? Tantai Zan asked with a half smile. Teacher, you didn't make this mask, did you? Wang Tang's heart skipped a beat and he asked suspiciously. Tantai Zan nodded, surprisingly admitting it directly. This was specially designed for you, my beloved disciple, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. It's really heartbreaking. Wang Tang stared at Tantai Zan in disbelief. Before this, he never imagined that the mask was actually made by Tantai Zan. How incredibly bored are you? For a military commander to actually do something like this, I'm speechless. And what the hell is this beloved disciple thing? Wasn't he always a disobedient disciple? When did he become a beloved disciple? Has his status in Tantai Zan's heart become so high? I'm so flattered I feel a chill run down my spine. Wang Tang took a few steps back and asked cautiously, can you speak like a human being? Roll, teacher, how can you be so sure I'll choose this mask? Wang Tang asked. Because you are my beloved student, of course I believe you can choose the strongest team among them, Tantai Zan said seriously. Can we not mention the words beloved disciple? I'm a little scared, Wang Tang said hesitantly. Have I been too easy to talk to lately? Tantai Zan narrowed her phoenix eyes, revealing an extremely dangerous glint. Ahem, well, actually I'm very grateful for the teacher's trust, Wang Tang said awkwardly, coughing lightly. That's more like it. As your beloved student, you should just gladly accept your teacher's gift, Tantai Zan nodded in satisfaction. Hee. Wang Tang chuckled dryly, feeling a chill run down his spine. Something about Tantai Zan seems off today. She keeps mentioning beloved disciple in every sentence. Could it be that Tantai Zan doesn't like him and is planning to get rid of him and replace him with a new disciple? Perhaps this is the opposite of what it means. That's right, that must be it. Tantai Zan is such a cunning person. Wang Tang's mind raced with wild thoughts, a sense of unease settling in his heart. It was truly terrifying. Before long, a town came into view. Tantai Zan concealed her presence, remaining undetected by outsiders, and led Wang Tang directly into the city. The situation in the town was different from what Wang Tang had imagined. Everything was surprisingly calm, as if it were the same as usual, with no difference. Isn't it strange? Tantai Zan asked with a smile. A little, Wang Tang nodded. Actually, it's nothing. Until the very last moment, everything here will continue to operate normally, Tantai Zan said calmly. Wang Tang guessed the reason. They had been very careful along the way. When they entered the city, Tantai Zan even concealed her aura, just in case the Dark Ones discovered something was wrong. It seems impossible for any dark beings to be found in the surrounding area, but they must have other ways of knowing about this place. Let's go, I'll introduce you to a few people, Tantai Zan said. Who is it? Wang Tang asked. You'll see when we get there. As my beloved disciple, you mustn't embarrass your master, Tantai Zan said with a smile. Otherwise, you're dead, Wang Tang. Here it comes. As expected, he had something in mind. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best and won't let you down, Wang Tang nodded heavily. That's more like it. Tantai Zan smiled and patted the back of his head. Wang Tang shuddered, his scalp tingling. How terrifying. Ellipsis. Star Maple City is laid out in a typical military town, but unlike Black Sparrow City and Crimson Tiger City, it has a strong architectural style reminiscent of the Star Marshal continent. The layout seems to have been inspired by Earth's military towns, and one can vaguely see some of the shadows of Earth's military towns in it. This shows that the Star Marshal continent has been significantly influenced by Earth in recent years. The two walked through streets and finally arrived at an octagonal, 3-story building in the center of the city. This is the main command center of Star Maple City, Tantai Zan said calmly. Wang Tang looked up and felt quite strange. The two entered the building, and the guards beside them seemed to recognize Tantai Zan. They pounded their chests with their fists, bowed slightly, and gave a military salute typical of the Star Marshal continent. Tantai Zan nodded and led Wang Tang straight to the 3rd floor of the building. Inside the hall, a huge model of Star Maple City is placed in the center, and a panoramic layout map of Star Maple City is suspended above the model. A dozen or so figures were loudly arguing around the model of Star Maple City. Several figures dressed in black and red military uniforms stood to the side, their faces full of helplessness. When they saw Tantai Zan walk in, one of the middle-aged men, who had a refined appearance, lit up and said, "Tantai, you're back. How's the situation?" Tantai Zan asked, glancing at the group of people arguing. There's no result yet. The refined-looking man shook his head, then noticed Wang Tang beside her and asked in surprise, "And who is this?" "My apprentice," Tantai Zan said. Wang Teng, however, was not paying attention to their conversation. His attention was entirely drawn to the arguing figures. No, they were probably attracted by the several huge attribute bubbles around them. Rune Knowledge *88. Rune Knowledge *67. Spirit Realm Spirit X30. Spiritual Realm Spirit 42. Rune Knowledge *101. Wang Teng's heart trembled, then trembled again, then trembled violently, and then a huge joy surged through him. You should send it. He looked at the attribute panel as if he were hallucinating. Runemaster +1+1+1+1+1. In an instant, Wang Teng's Rune Master level began to soar until it reached the upper limit of Advanced Rune Master. Rune Master 1000 Advanced. At this moment, various rune knowledge appeared in Wang Teng's mind and his head felt swollen. As this rune knowledge gradually integrated into his memory, it eventually became his knowledge. The figures surrounding the large Star Maple City model continued to argue, and the argument grew increasingly heated. These people were eloquent, constantly spouting their own opinions, and none of them would concede to the others. As they argued, their eyes widened and attribute bubbles emerged from their mouths. Wang Teng seemed to see a group of middle-aged and elderly goldfish blowing bubbles, a scene that was extremely comical and funny. Rune Knowledge *36. Spiritual Realm Spirit X12. Rune Knowledge *20. Wang Teng immediately picked it up, and his Rune Master level instantly broke through the advanced level, reaching the Master level. Rune Master, 123,000th Master. I accidentally became a Master? As the Rune Master broke through a major level, Wang Teng was quite surprised. His lips curled up into a wide smile. He never expected that following Tantai Zan to this place would lead to such a great gain. In addition to the increase in Runemaster level, there is also a large amount of spirit attribute. Moreover, these spiritual attributes have all reached the spirit realm. None of them are ordinary spiritual attributes. Spirit, 568 1,000ths Royal Realm. Wang Teng's mental attributes immediately surged, as if a giant dragon had coiled in his mind, as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Could these people all be Rune Masters? Wang Teng wondered in surprise. However, upon reflection, it makes perfect sense. At such a crucial moment, it's only natural that a Rune Master would need to step in. Just as he was pondering this, Tantai Zan's voice came over. Wang Teng, this is General Yin Tongfang, the garrison commander of Xingfeng City. The moment Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubble, though it seemed like a long story, only a few seconds had passed. Upon hearing Tantai Zan's introduction, he looked at the refined yet heroic man before him and gave a slight military salute. General Yin. Truly, a great teacher produces a great student. Your student is handsome and talented, truly extraordinary. Yin Tongfang said with a smile. Don't praise him, this kid is still far from good enough, Tantai Zan said. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Sure enough, this was Tantai Zan's true colors. All those previous calls of her beloved disciple must have been a misperception. Yin Tongfang smiled, taking it as her modesty. In his opinion, Wang Teng was indeed remarkable, and her words just now were not entirely insincere praise. He changed the subject, led Tantai Zan and the other into the main hall, and shook his head, saying, these rune masters rarely see each other and are seldom able to meet. Now that they've all gathered here, they're bound to make a racket. In this situation, you still have the mood to argue? Tantai Zan said speechlessly. What can we do? These rune masters are all big shots. It was so hard to get them here, Yin Tongfang said helplessly. I went up and tried to persuade them, but I immediately got sprayed in the face. Haha, you must have had a hard time. Tantai Zan couldn't help but laugh. Come, let me introduce you all. Yin Tongfang led Tantai Zan and Wang Teng to the crowd and began to introduce them. Tantai, they just arrived recently, you probably haven't met them yet. This is General Ko Dian of the Star Legion. This is General Kunxiang of the Giant Tree Legion. Ellipsis. Wang Teng clicked his tongue in amazement. These were all general-level big shots. It was rare to see even one normally, but there were 7 or 8 of them here. Among them, the Kunxiang general of the Giant Tree Legion was probably a warrior-level figure from the alien giant race, with an exceptionally tall stature. No less imposing than the 8-armed demon general he had seen before. And that general from the Starry Sky Legion, he tricked the other side's subordinate. If he found out, wouldn't he slap him across the face? Meeting so many big shots at once, Wang Teng felt he had really learned something new. This is Lord Tantai Zan, commander of the Black Sparrow Legion. Yin Tongfang introduced several local general-level experts before solemnly introducing Tantai Zan. As for Wang Teng, he did not introduce him, and no one asked about him. After all, Wang Teng is just a nobody. No matter how outstanding he is still a junior. If he doesn't have enough strength, why would the big shots pay more attention to him? Yin Tongfang then added, it was thanks to His Excellency Tantai that we were able to prepare in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Everyone had already noticed this woman with outstanding temperament and unparalleled beauty, and they were all secretly observing her and guessing her identity. Upon hearing Yin Tongfang's words, they couldn't help but show surprise. We really have to thank Lord Tantai. Otherwise, our Star Martial continent would have suffered heavy losses and fallen into an extremely passive situation. Ko Dian said. No one expected that a spy from the dark race had infiltrated our high command, Kun Xiang said in a deep booming voice. No need to thank me. Actually, we owe this intelligence to my apprentice. Tantai Zan pointed to Wang Teng beside her. If he hadn't had some unique methods to risk infiltrating a garrison of the dark race and uncover their conspiracy, we probably wouldn't have found anything. Oh, everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Teng. They naturally noticed the young man beside Tantai Zan, but his strength was unremarkable, so they didn't pay much attention to him. Even though Tantai Zan now specifically attributed the credit to Wang Teng, they still didn't take it to heart. Such important intelligence could not have been discovered by a mere 7-star warrior. It must have required a great deal of manpower and resources from the Black Sparrow Legion. They assumed that Tantai Zan was trying to enhance her disciple's reputation, so they didn't expose her. They offered a few polite compliments and let it go. Tantai Zan naturally saw what everyone was thinking, but she didn't explain. She only introduced Wang Teng because she disdained to claim credit for herself. It was enough for others to know. Whether they believed it or not, she didn't need to explain it clearly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tantai Zan transmitted her voice to Wang Teng and asked, "Are you angry about being looked down upon?" Being looked down upon by a general-level expert doesn't seem like such a disgraceful thing, does it? Wang Teng glanced at Tantai Zan, his expression calm, and replied telepathically. HMPH, can you stop acting so mature for your age? Young people should have the arrogance and pride of youth. Tantai Zan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. He then nodded to another group of people on the other side. See those young people over there? They are all disciples of these rune masters. They are going to set up a huge rune array in Star Maple City. You better perform well. So this is why you brought me here, Wang Teng said suddenly. By the way, why are you, a martial artist, getting into trouble with a group of rune masters? HMPH, these rune masters are all so arrogant, calling us warriors, all muscle and no brains. I'm already being very lenient by not personally teaching them a lesson, Tantai Zan sneered. What a huge grudge. Wang Teng glanced at Tantai Zan and couldn't help but sigh at how bold these people were to dare to provoke this old lady. No wonder Tantai Zan brought him here. She must have learned about his rune master skills when she was in Yangcheng last time, and wanted him, as her apprentice, to come out and make her proud. That's perfectly understandable. The problem is that he's a rune master now, on the same level as those young people's teachers. Tantai Zan is making him compare himself to them, isn't that bullying him? Fortunately, he loves bullying people. It was a perfect match. With this thought in mind, Wang Teng's lips curled up, and he replied, no problem, I guarantee I'll torture them until they question their existence. Tantai Zan was very satisfied and patted Wang Teng on the shoulder, as expected of my beloved disciple. Wang Teng felt strange when he heard Tantai Zan mention those two words, but he couldn't do anything about it, so he pretended not to hear and asked instead, with so many rune masters. Why didn't Teacher Golan come? People from Yangcheng should be coming. As soon as Tantai Zan finished speaking, the group entered the hall, and she couldn't help but smile and say, look, here they are. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he spotted several familiar figures among the group, including one with white hair and beard. He immediately went up to him and said, Teacher. Wang Teng. Goring smiled broadly when he saw Wang Teng coming towards him. You're here too. Yes, I joined the Earthstar military headquarters. I came here on a mission, Wang Teng said. Be careful. Goring's eyes showed worry. This war may be even more terrible than the last major battle in Yangcheng. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Wang Teng reassured him. Wang Teng is stronger than last time. At this moment, a voice rang out from the side. Prince Yang, Dean Yang. Wang Teng called out and asked, how is Yangcheng doing lately? The two nodded with smiles and said, Yangcheng has been rebuilt, and after a period of development, it will soon be able to restore its former prosperity. Suddenly, Wang Teng felt a faint gaze fall on him, and immediately looked at the beautiful figure behind Yang Wang. Princess, we meet again. A smile appeared on Li Rongshui's pretty face as she looked at him with a charming gaze. Li Rongshui's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the young rune masters. Beautiful things always attract attention, no matter where they are. Wang Teng couldn't stand Li Rongshui's gaze. He felt helpless. Being too handsome brings a lot of trouble. Greetings, Prince Yang. Yin Tongfang walked over and bowed. Although both were warrior-level generals, the Yang King's status was different, so even Yin Tongfang had to maintain a degree of respect and dare not be negligent. General Yin, there's no need for such formalities, said Prince Yang, waving his hand. You're late. Tantai Zan also walked over and said with a smile. So it's Lord Tantai. Prince Yang laughed. I had no choice. There have been many things going on in Yangcheng lately. I finished my business and rushed over here. Please come inside, Prince Yang, Yin Tongfang said. The group entered the hall and exchanged pleasantries and conversations. Meanwhile, Goring chatted with Wang Teng, since they hadn't seen each other for a while. Ling Xuan didn't come? Wang Teng looked around and asked. That girl originally wanted to come, but I stopped her, Goring said with a laugh, as if he had thought of something amusing. Wang Teng seemed to be able to see Su Lingshan's helpless and frantic expression, and laughed. She didn't pull your beard off? She dares. Goring exclaimed, his eyes wide. Ellipsis ellipsis. Everyone was curious about this scene. How could Wang Teng, a person from Earth, be so familiar with Golan? Previously, they had not noticed how Wang Teng addressed Goring. Master Goring and Wang Teng seem to have a close relationship, Yin Tongfang said with a look of surprise and a hint of probing. Wang Teng is Green's disciple. Yang Wang said with a smile. Isn't he Lord Tantai's disciple? Yin Tongfang asked, glancing at Tantai Zan with surprise. I am Wang Teng's martial arts teacher, and Master Goring is Wang Teng's rune teacher. Tantai Zan smiled. Everyone was even more surprised. At the same time, it is not easy to take two people as your masters, let alone when the masters are powerful figures from two different worlds. Although cooperation between Earth and Star Martial Continent has become increasingly close in recent years, this is the first time I've heard of a situation like this. This is undoubtedly of great importance. Is there something special about Wang Teng? King Yang then gave a brief account of Wang Teng's performance in the Yangcheng War. Charging into the dark race of general level, the rune array he commanded nearly killed the 8-armed demon general. For helping Yangcheng overcome this great calamity, he is hereby granted the title of honorary baron. Upon hearing this, everyone realized what was happening, but their shock only intensified. They had all heard about the war in Yangcheng before, but they were not clear about some of the details, let alone the role Wang Teng played in it. And what's more, they actually bestowed a title upon someone from Earth. Even if it's just an honorary baron, it still represents extraordinary significance. Wow, this quiet young man has done quite a few amazing things. At this moment, Yin Tongfang and the others suddenly remembered what Tantai Zan had just said. Could it be that he had discovered the Dark Seed's conspiracy on his own and brought the information back? You may not know this, but this intelligence was also obtained by Wang Teng, Yin Tongfang said with a wry smile. It seems we old folks were blind. Oh? Prince Yang looked at Wang Teng with surprise and laughed. Ha ha ha, good lad. If you survive this calamity safely, I will definitely recommend you for credit. Upon hearing this, Tantai Zan's eyes lit up. Wang Teng has already been granted the title of honorary baron. If he were to be promoted further, he could become a bridge between Earth and the other world. This is an extremely rare and wonderful thing for both worlds. Wang Teng was unaware that Tantai Zan was thinking so deeply, and at this moment he felt a little embarrassed by what Yang Wang and his group said. Was he performing too well? The light was so dazzling that even the top generals couldn't help but admire it. Yes, that's right, that must be it. It was just a coincidence, he said. Even so, the merits he has made are real and undeniable, said Prince Yang, waving his hand. Then thank you very much, Prince Yang, Wang Teng said. Standing in the crowd, Li Rongshui watched Wang Teng, who was still chatting and laughing freely among the warrior-level experts, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. This guy is really unexpected. However, after not seeing him for a while, he was still the same as before, without any change. Wang Teng was talking to the Prince of Yang when he suddenly caught a strange look in the corner of his eye, and his heart skipped a beat. What's with that loving look in Emma's eyes? It seems he didn't do anything to Li Rongxue, right? This girl's sudden change is really annoying. Various thoughts raced through Wang Teng's mind, but on the surface, he maintained an expression of, I didn't see anything, avoiding Li Rongxue's gaze. The rune masters who had been arguing over there seemed to finally notice Goring's arrival. They crowded around him and came over, calling out, Master Goring, you've come at the right time. We've selected a few formations, but we haven't decided yet. Tell us, which one should we choose? These old guys. Goring shook his head and said to Wang Teng, let's go take a look. Wang Teng nodded and followed Golan to meet them. What time is it? You're still arguing here. Don't you have any sense of propriety? Goring said with a frown as soon as he came in. It's all their fault. They absolutely refused to agree with my choice of the water curtain heavenly splendor formation. A fat old man said angrily. Bullshit. The water curtain heavenly splendor array only has a wider coverage area, but its power is not that strong. How could it deliver a fatal blow to the dark race? Another short old man with a receding hairline and thinning hair glared and said. Wang Teng glanced at him. He had pointed ears, a face covered in wrinkles, a slightly long nose, and a somewhat pointed chin. He should be an elder of the goblin race. Despite his advanced age, he still seems to have a very volatile temper. Don't just criticize old Cha. Your golden light locking heaven array has a unique advantage in trapping people, but its power is only average. It's not as good as my Gale Crimson Flame array. Another rune master spoke up. Ellipsis. Seeing that they were about to start arguing again, Goring quickly said, All right, gentlemen, we really don't have much time left. Let's sit down and have a proper discussion instead of engaging in pointless arguments. These rune masters weren't unaware of the gravity of the situation. It was precisely because time was of the essence that they became increasingly anxious, and the more anxious they became, the more they got caught up in arguments. In addition, Gorin is the oldest and has extremely high mastery of runes, even approaching the threshold of Grandmaster. Therefore, once he spoke, everyone readily agreed and finally stopped the endless argument. Yin Tongfang and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Please take your seats, esteemed masters, Yin Tongfang said hastily as he stepped forward. Immediately, everyone sat down around the large star maple city model in the center, and the atmosphere became serious and solemn. The young people followed suit, standing behind their respective teachers. Li Rongxue sat next to Prince Yang. As a princess, she naturally received this special treatment. Wang Teng looked around and, with a clear understanding of his own limitations, figured there was no place for him, so he decided to stand behind Goring and observe. Suddenly, Yin Tongfang spoke up, Wang Teng, why don't you sit next to Master Goring? Immediately, all the young people looked at him, their eyes filled with scrutiny, as well as undisguised envy and jealousy. Why should I? They are all juniors, they are not qualified to sit, so why is he allowed to sit? Of course, they only thought about it in their hearts. In front of all the big shots, they were actually very reserved and none of them dared to speak. Wang Teng didn't care about the stares. Since Yin Tongfang had spoken, he sat down next to Golan without any hesitation. Wang Teng suddenly became one of only 2 juniors present who were able to sit with the bigwigs. Yin Tongfang projected the complete layout of Xingfeng City in front of everyone and said, This time we intend to completely abandon Xingfeng City. Give up Xingfeng City. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, his heart filled with astonishment. Therefore, all masters are free to experiment and create the most powerful rune array possible. Yin Tongfang said coldly, his face grave. We will use an entire city to annihilate the invading dark race. Many people present were unaware of this plan, and upon hearing it, they all gasped in shock. The Star Martial continent must have made a tremendous decision to completely abandon the entire city. The rune masters all looked solemn, feeling an immense weight on their shoulders, and couldn't help but exchange wry smiles. After finishing his speech, Yin Tongfang handed the stage over to the group of rune masters and said no more. The rune masters hesitated, but ultimately all looked at Gorin. The plump old man, Cha Shu, spoke up, Master Goring, why don't you take the lead? Yeah, you should do it. The others also readily agreed to drink. Goring shook his head and said with a wry smile, You're all flattering me. Very well, time is of the essence, so I will not refuse. He was extremely decisive, and without dwelling on the matter any longer, he immediately got to the point. His gaze fell on the layout of Xingfeng City, and he said seriously, since General Yin said to let us do whatever we want, why don't we just let go completely? You mean, asked the Goblin Rune Master, Kale. Have you all heard of? Goring looked around and slowly said, the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Cha Shu hesitated before speaking. Is it the Myriad Thunder Annihilation Array, which is said to annihilate all things under divine thunder? Not bad. Goring nodded. Teacher, you've gone too far. Wang Teng stared at Goring, utterly shocked. I never imagined that the usually gentle and refined Professor Goring could be so reckless. He certainly knew about the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Formation. With the power of runes, and supplemented by lightning pillars, thunder from the heavens is drawn down. Under the majestic might of the heavens, all demons and monsters will be wiped out. Wang Teng had a deep understanding of the power of Ren Qingkang's use of the heavenly rank technique, Thunder Body, to summon the power of nature and unleash thunder. But to be honest, compared to the power of thunder summoned by the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array, it is truly insignificant. However, the Thunderous Annihilation Array also has its drawbacks. Several rune masters exchanged glances and said with a wry smile, Master Goring, the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array is powerful. But it is too difficult to set up and the success rate is not high. After all, we only have one chance. This was precisely the shortcoming that Wang Teng had thought of. So, how confident are the teachers? From what everyone is saying, this 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Formation is very powerful, but its success rate seems to be extremely low, Yin Tongfang asked at this moment. Yes, in terms of power, among the arrays that we can set up with our skills, the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array is undoubtedly the best, Cha Shu said. Yin Tongfang's eyes lit up, and he asked, how confident is Master Goring? Even with everyone's cooperation, I'm only less than 60% confident, Goring said. This. Yin Tongfang was immediately caught in a dilemma. A confidence level of less than 60% is still a bit low. King Yang frowned, somewhat hesitant. Since they have decided to use a city as bait, their determination is evident. Therefore, the formation is of paramount importance and cannot afford to make any mistakes. In terms of time, everyone only has one chance to set up the formation. Just because the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Formation failed doesn't mean you can easily switch to another formation. If that's the case, they don't need to worry about it anymore. Master Care and the others looked surprised when they heard Golan's words, and said with a wry smile, actually, compared to the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array itself, it is already quite high. As they spoke, they couldn't help but look at Goring and exclaimed, as expected of Master Goring, even with such a difficult rune array, he can achieve such a high success rate. You flatter me, everyone. I only have this confidence because I have considered the combined efforts of all the masters. If I were to rely on myself alone, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have a 40% chance of success, Golan said, shaking his head. Is that so? Yin Tongfang and Yang Wang were surprised to hear the praise from the rune masters. Since the rune master and Yang Wang were standing at different perspectives, their conclusions were naturally different as well. Kale and the others are rune masters, and what they mainly look at is their skill level. Yin Tongfang and others, as the commanders, only cared about the success rate. If you ask me, since the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array is so powerful, why not take a gamble and give it a try? Tantai Zan said. This. Yin Tongfang was still somewhat hesitant. Actually, we can prepare for both possibilities. Just as everyone was hesitating, a voice slowly rang out. Everyone immediately looked at Goring, and Wang Teng beside him. It was this young man who had just spoken. Many of the general-level experts present frowned. To be honest, even though Yang Wang and others had praised Wang Teng before, these people were still not very familiar with him. When they heard him speak, they subconsciously felt that he was being somewhat tactless. After all, this is such an important occasion, and any statement could affect the final outcome, so we need to be extremely careful. The disciples of the rune masters were all stunned, staring at Wang Teng and muttering to themselves. This guy is really bold. You dare to speak up at a time like this? Didn't you see that all the top generals looked solemn and the atmosphere was tense? However, to be fair, given the immense aura and terrifying pressure, the fact that he could still speak and remain calm and composed at all is commendable in its courage. Unlike them, who wouldn't even dare to fart. No, they're just being pragmatic. Fortunately, there are still quite a few people who have high expectations for Wang Teng. For example, Tantai Zan, Xie Lin, and Prince Yang. Prince Yang looked interested and said with a smile, "Tell me about it." "What I mean is, we can set up 2 formations. Wang Teng looked around and said calmly, "The myriad thunder annihilation formation should be the main one, placed outside. While the wood fusion fire formation can be placed inside as a secondary formation." The rune masters initially didn't take it seriously, but after hearing Wang Teng's words, they suddenly paused, then looked thoughtful. Since Yang Wang and the others were not well versed in rune formations, they could only turn their attention to the rune masters and wait for their results. At this moment, a young rune master, perhaps seeing the young king and others' extremely lenient attitude towards the young people, couldn't help but speak up. "That's not right. In my humble opinion, the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array is a Thunder Attribute Array, while the Yi Wood Fusion Fire Array is a Fire Attribute Array. The two are incompatible, so how can they be considered as complementary? Moreover, setting up another array within one array would only make it more difficult. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse?" Upon hearing this, Wang Teng couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. A young man dressed in runemaster's robes, with a slender and tall figure, delicate features, and a rather extraordinary temperament, was looking at him. Their eyes met, and a hint of smugness flashed in the young man's eyes. Wang Teng withdrew his gaze, finding it amusing to himself. He knew this person's intentions perfectly well. They simply wanted to step on him and show off in front of all the rune masters and warrior-level experts. Young people, after all, are bound to have a competitive spirit. However, if he could control his trembling hands, which were shaking due to nervousness, the effect might be even better. Moreover, his knowledge is clearly inadequate, so his rebuttal is untenable. Normally, Wang Teng wouldn't stand by and watch someone trample on his head, but this guy's fighting ability was too weak, he couldn't even provoke him. Yin Tongfang and the others were taken aback again, giving the two of them a meaningful look, but they didn't rush to say anything, waiting for the rune masters to speak. Sitting next to Prince Yang, Li Rongxue gave Wang Teng a teasing smile. Wang Teng couldn't help but shake his head. This old lady really loves to stir up trouble. Seeing this, the young rune master's eyes flashed with envy and jealousy, and he wanted to say something more. "Shut up!" Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. "Teacher!" The young rune master stared blankly at the old man sitting in front of him, as if in astonishment. At this moment, the old man turned his head and glared at him with an ugly expression. The young rune master was momentarily at a loss. "Don't speak recklessly if you don't understand," the old man said in a low voice, then cupped his hands to the crowd and said, "I'm sorry, I haven't taught you well enough. Please forgive my poor teaching." It's all right, young people, it's normal to make mistakes." "Exactly, that's right, we were like that when we were young." Although the rune masters were secretly gloating, they waved their hands and laughed it off, all acting like seasoned veterans. Seeing the reactions of his teacher and the other rune masters, the young rune master realized he had made a fool of himself and was now ashamed. He blushed deeply and wished he could disappear into a hole in the ground. But he has already made a mistake once. If he does something outrageous again, he will probably lose even more face. He couldn't help but feel resentful that his teacher didn't give him any face at all, scolding him in front of so many people. Little did he know that his teacher had already kept this matter in his little notebook. This wretched child, always making a fool of himself in public. However, the young runemaster was still puzzled. He went over his rebuttal in his mind several times, but still couldn't find any mistakes. The thunderous annihilation formation and the wood fire fusion formation are completely unrelated, one thunder and one fire, and cannot be combined. If they are forcibly combined, the difficulty will only increase. Why did his teacher and the other rune masters have that expression? Could it be that Wang Teng's method was really so ingenious that he simply didn't see it? The saddest thing in the world is to fall spectacularly before your opponent even has a chance to speak. The young rune master Ni Wenguang kept his head down, not daring to even glance at the expressions of others. They're probably all laughing at him right now. The other young rune masters glanced at Ni Wenguang, some with a hint of schadenfreude, secretly glad they hadn't been the ones to stick their necks out. Otherwise they would have been the ones to lose face. In fact, apart from the younger generation, Ni Wenguang's teacher, Master Dongguo, still kept a small record and planned to give him an extra treat later. Other big shots simply don't have time to pay attention to him. At this moment, in order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Master Dongguo exclaimed, "Master Goring's disciple is truly extraordinary, to have come up with such a brilliant method. You flatter me. However, his idea was truly beyond my expectations. Although Goring expressed humility, a happy smile still appeared on his face. The Yi Wood Melting Fire Formation, Master Golan. Your disciple was able to find this formation among thousands of formations that can be connected with the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Formation. His rune skills are quite impressive. Master Kyre shook his head and sighed. Between heaven and earth, there is the natural phenomenon of lightning striking wood and wood giving birth to fire. To be able to apply this to an array is to go beyond the mere appearance of the runes themselves. It is truly remarkable, Cha Shu exclaimed. Yes, my disciple only saw the appearance of the two formations and thought they were incompatible. In fact, the Yi Wood Fusion Fire Formation uses the wood elemental force of heaven and earth to attract the fire elemental force, thus forming the power of the formation. Therefore, it is related to the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Formation. With the addition of some auxiliary runes, there is no need to worry about the two interfering with each other, Master Dongguo said. PFF'd. Ni Wenguang felt as if he had been stabbed in the chest again, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He finally realized that this was where the problem lay. It seemed he had truly embarrassed himself, and a bitter feeling welled up inside him. At the same time, they were even more shocked. How could Wang Teng come up with such a wonderful method? Just how talented is he? You should know that even the rune masters hadn't thought of this method. Nobody paid him any attention. Cha Shu continued, not only that, but after the two formations are linked together, even if the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Formation fails, it will not affect the normal operation of the Yi Wood Fusion Fire Formation. But if both formations succeed, that would be truly wonderful. He became more and more excited as he spoke, his chubby face beaming with joy. He said, when the two formations are activated together and the power of thunder and fire descends, the power will be more than just doubled. I'm not afraid that we won't be able to wipe out the dark race without leaving a single survivor. Not only did the masters like Kale and Chashu find it wonderful, but even the other rune masters who hadn't spoken yet were completely captivated by the mystery of this method. As if they had discovered something interesting, and they all joined in the discussion. Yang Wang and the others exchanged glances, then couldn't help but look at Wang Teng beside Golan. This young man seemed to have made a very constructive suggestion. Li Rongshui's beautiful eyes fell on him, sparkling with a crystalline light, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Tantai Zan was not happy at all at this moment, and her pretty face was very long. Originally, bringing Wang Teng over was meant to enhance her reputation, but while she did gain some prestige, it seems that the prestige all went to Master Goring. It's infuriating. Wang Teng, the person involved, felt somewhat helpless at this moment. These rune masters were discussing the matter and completely ignored him, the person involved. They really are a bunch of old kids who only have runes in their eyes. Fortunately, Wang Teng didn't care. He didn't bring up this method to show off, he just hoped to kill more dark races. Of course, he doesn't recommend showing his face either. Seeing that the rune masters seemed determined not to stop, Yin Tongfang coughed helplessly and asked, Masters, is this method feasible? Upon hearing this, the rune masters stopped awkwardly and nodded in agreement. It's feasible. Yes, absolutely. No problem, I think we can start construction now. Ellipsis. Yin Tongfang and the others immediately showed their delight and decided, alright, then we will entrust this matter entirely to you masters. I will do anything, the rune masters said. Furthermore, I suggest that Master Goring be appointed as the overall commander of this rune array construction, Master Chashu said. No, I think it's enough for everyone to work together to build the rune array. There's no need for a general commander, Gorin quickly waved his hand. In the world of runes, it's never easy to be number one, and Gorin had no intention of getting involved in this mess. No, without a commander-in-chief, we'll probably start arguing again, which will cause too much trouble, Master Care said, shaking his head with self-awareness. Goring could only manage a wry smile. Do you even know your own worth? Even with him in charge, they'll still argue, which is a real problem, and Goring has no desire to be the peacemaker. He was about to say something more when the other rune masters spoke up. Master Goring, please don't decline. There are too many people, and it's impossible to manage without a commander-in-chief. You can take the position, I have no objection. Yes, I have no objection either. Then I'll have to trouble Master Goring, the Prince of Yang said with a smile. Goring sighed inwardly. Since the Prince of Yang had spoken, what else could he do? With a mindset of facing death without fear, he nodded and said, "All right, this old man will not refuse." After saying that, he couldn't help but joke to himself, "I'm afraid that if these two formations are set up, I'll lose a few years of my lifespan." Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. "Once this matter is resolved, I will request permission from His Majesty to obtain a few longevity-enhancing herbs for Master Golan to refine elixirs," the Prince of Yang said with a hearty laugh. "Such a miraculous medicine is too much for this old man to accept," Goring said, shaking his head repeatedly. After exchanging a few jokes, the atmosphere eased somewhat, and then they began the work of setting up the rune array in earnest. Having two formations will inevitably increase the workload significantly, and time is very tight. All the rune masters left the command building and began surveying the site to select locations for burying lightning bolts. On the surface, everything in Xingfeng City appears to be normal, but in reality, it has entered a state of emergency alert, making it difficult for any suspicious persons to enter the city. The rune masters' actions were also carried out discreetly, without attracting attention. After the rune masters selected the locations for the 12 lightning pillars, the blacksmiths began forging them day and night. Not only were rune masters present, but a large number of blacksmiths and alchemists also arrived, all secretly preparing for the great battle. Wang Teng followed Golan and the others to a huge underground forging room in Xingfeng City. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, a wave of hot air hit me in the face, and the constant clanging and banging of objects filled my ears. Forging the lightning-attracting pillars is the first and extremely important step in setting up the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array. The forging of lightning pillars requires not only a blacksmith but also a runemaster to be present and inscribe runes on the pillars as they are about to take shape. Master Goring and his companions came to the underground forging room for this very reason. Wang Teng followed a group of rune masters out of the elevator and walked forward amidst the heat and various loud noises. The other younger rune masters did not come along. But Wang Teng was allowed to come and observe because he was the proposer of the Thunder and Fire Dual Array method and his rune skills were recognized by them. As they went further, the temperature rose higher and higher, and soon a spectacular scene came into Wang Teng's view. Lava flows and fire rises from the earth. Columns, each tens of meters long and 1 meter in diameter, were suspended in mid-air by black chains and scorched red by the earth fire. A series of burly figures stepped on the scorching cylinders, wielding huge iron hammers and striking them repeatedly, sending up large sparks. These figures toiled in the heat of the fire, seemingly unafraid of the flames. "Surrender!" Suddenly, a deep, resonant shout rang out. A figure that was forging something leapt down from a cylinder, which then plunged into the lava with the clanging of chains. Pshaw! It suddenly ignited a raging inferno. "My blacksmiths are amazing," Wang Teng exclaimed in amazement. "They must all be master blacksmiths." As he was feeling sentimental, his gaze was also drawn to the attribute bubbles surrounding the blacksmiths. "Pick it up." One by one, attribute bubbles flew over, throwing themselves into my arms. Forging skill 68. Forging skill 102. Spiritual realm spirit * 60. Forging skill 120. Spiritual realm spirit 82. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow. Forging skill +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Then his blacksmith level seems to have, probably accidentally broken through. Master blacksmith. A master forger. The level of sophistication instantly increased significantly. Wang Teng couldn't help but glance at the forging masters on top of the cylinder, who were frantically swinging their thick arms. Fortunately, he wasn't one of those muscle-bound men. Otherwise, I'd go crazy. Besides forging, there are many spiritual attributes in the spirit realm. These masters seem to have undergone a spiritual transformation, reaching a state of enlightenment. However, Wang Teng now knows that not everyone who reaches the spirit realm can generate spiritual power. It depends on talent. Wang Teng is clearly a talented child, without a doubt, absolutely true. Spirit, Royal Realm. As Wang Teng watched his spiritual attribute approach the peak of the King Realm, his eyes flashed, and he eagerly anticipated the next realm of his spiritual attribute. The figure who leapt down from the pillar walked over and said, "You've come." Master Op. Goring and the others stepped forward and said, "The lightning rod is complete. You can begin inscribing the runes shortly," said Master Op, a dwarf with his hair and beard tied into several small braids, pointing to the pillar that had sunk into the lava. Goring nodded and asked, "Which of you will go?" "I'll go," Master Care said directly. Before long, the pillar rose from the lava, bringing with it a large amount of lava and flames. It was completely red and burning fiercely. Master Kale remained calm as he ascended into the sky, holding a special talisman pen, and began to inscribe runes on the pillar. The talisman brush shimmered with purple light, and with each stroke, it inscribed a rune on the cylinder. Master Kel was extremely careful and meticulous, so his speed was not fast, each stroke carefully executed. The other cylinders were also forged in succession, and the inscription of runes began. None of the rune masters were idle, they all took action. One attribute bubble after another emerged from them, and Wang Teng picked them all up, his heart filled with joy. Rune Knowledge *36. Spiritual Realm Spirit x12. Spiritual Realm Spirit *8. Rune Knowledge *25. Rune Knowledge *30. Wang Teng's Runemaster level and Spiritual Realm Spirit are both slowly improving. Goring and the others were unaware that Wang Teng's Rune Mastery had reached the Master level, and even surpassed many of the Rune Masters present. So they did not let him personally inscribe the runes. After all, forging even one lightning rod takes a considerable amount of time, and any loss is unacceptable. Ultimately, it comes down to Wang Teng's youth. Wang Teng didn't say anything, enjoying his leisure time. He didn't have to do anything and could even collect attributes, which was incredibly satisfying. Throughout the day, the 12 lightning rods were completed on schedule without any unexpected incidents. With Rune Master involved, it's hard to imagine anything going wrong. Soon it was dinner time, and Wang Teng and Golan and the others came out of the underground forging room. Yin Tongfang and the Prince of Yang, who had been waiting for a long time, eagerly asked, "Masters, how is it?" "I have fulfilled my mission." Goring laughed. Yin Tongfang breathed a sigh of relief. "Great. The first step was completed smoothly. This is a good omen. You must all be tired, let's go eat," Prince Yang said. ellipsis. The following day, the Rune Masters began inscribing the remaining runes of the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array in Star Maple City. After assigning the areas to the various Rune Masters, Goring suddenly turned to Wang Teng and said, "The Yi Wood Melting Fire Array is now in your hands. Can you handle it?" "Me?" Wang Teng had been in a passive, indifferent state, and when he suddenly heard that Golan had entrusted him with the task of constructing the entire Yi Wood Melting Fire Array, his face immediately showed surprise. The disciples of the Rune Masters who had come along were also greatly alarmed. They actually entrusted the Yi Wood Melting Fire formation to Wang Teng. Master Goring was being far too protective of his disciple. "Master Goring, isn't this a bit risky?" Master Kier and the others asked hesitantly. "It's alright, Wang Teng previously completed the 8 Desolate Fire Dragon formation that I had only partially set up. The Yi Wood Melting Fire formation is quite similar to it, and I believe he can do it," Golan said. "You've completed the 8 Desolate Fire Dragon formation that you were only halfway through setting up." Everyone was shocked and stared blankly at Wang Teng. "Why are your disciples so exceptionally outstanding, even though they are both masters?" The younger generation of Rune Masters were stunned. Wang Teng's rune skills had reached such a level. In addition, let's get the disciples of all the masters involved. There's not enough time for Wang Teng to do it alone, Golan added. Master Cha Shu smiled wryly and said, "I'm afraid they'll mess things up, which would be a waste of this wonderful double formation technique. Young people should always be given some opportunities," Goring said. "Fine, let them try. If they fail, we'll clean up their mess," Master Kier said through gritted teeth. The young Rune Masters around them looked excited. If they could complete the Wood Fire Fusion Array, it would be a rare opportunity for them to gain experience. They thought the Masters wouldn't give up easily, but to their surprise, they eventually agreed. However, the thought of having to follow Wang Teng's orders made everyone's eyes flicker, and a competitive spirit emerged in their eyes. After giving their instructions, Goran and the others left, leaving these younger Rune Masters to Wang Teng. Looking at the group of unruly people in front of him, Wang Teng felt a headache coming on. Without a doubt, these people who were able to become disciples of the Rune Masters were all geniuses. They were incredibly obedient in front of the Rune Masters, but that didn't mean they would treat Wang Teng the same way. At this moment, everyone stood quietly in place, wanting to see what Wang Teng would do. Wang Teng remained expressionless and said calmly, "I don't care what you think in your hearts. Since you masters have entrusted me with this responsibility, you have to listen to me obediently." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately showed disdain. This guy really dares to talk back, expecting everyone to listen to him. He really thinks he's something special. Anyone who disagrees can step forward, Wang Teng said. Ni Wenguang looked indignant and wanted to say something, but was pulled back by a young man next to him, who shook his head at him. Although the others were dissatisfied, they did not stand up. What a pity. Wang Teng waited for a moment, then shook his head in disappointment. Quote. Everyone was speechless. Do they really think they're fools? It's such an obvious trap, who wouldn't see it? Ni Wenguang's expression changed, and he glared fiercely at Wang Teng. He almost stepped forward just now. So this guy was just waiting for them to cause trouble. Damn it, he's so ruthless. Since there are no objections, then everyone, get to work now. Each person is responsible for a section and begin setting up the wood-fire fusion array. Wang Teng's gaze swept over them, and he said coldly, the array is of utmost importance. If anyone is careless and causes a mistake, don't blame me for being ruthless and kicking them out of the team. Everyone's hearts tightened immediately. Wang Teng was really showing off. Wang Teng continued, I'm a bit petty. If someone makes things difficult for me, I'll make sure they suffer. Even if you say I'm settling personal scores, I don't care, because that's the truth. But what will be the expression on the face of the teacher if someone gets kicked out of the military? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression immediately changed. Wang Teng's words struck a nerve with them. These genius rune masters were fearless, but they were particularly afraid of their teacher. If their teacher finds out they've been kicked out of the military, he definitely won't let them off the hook. Threaten. This is an absolutely blatant threat. This guy is shameless. How can someone be so unconventional as to say something like, using public office to settle personal scores without any restraint? Even though they were angry and resentful, they couldn't do anything to Wang Teng unless they voluntarily withdrew. Clearly, no one wanted to give up this opportunity. Many people frowned, seemingly realizing that they had unknowingly fallen into Wang Teng's rhythm. Under Wang Teng's indifferent gaze, everyone felt extremely aggrieved and could only obediently begin to work, setting up the formation under his instructions. You little brats, I can handle you. Wang Teng curled his lip. These so-called genius rune masters just needed to be taught a lesson. If they were put to the ground and rubbed, they would naturally behave. He didn't do it himself, but instead made these young rune masters do the hard labor, urging them on relentlessly. Hurry up, hurry up. Why are you so slow? Have you even mastered the basics? With such slow speed, you dare to call yourselves geniuses? Inscribing runes requires not only steadiness but also fast hand speed, do you understand? Hey you, Ni Wenguang, right? Did the blacksmith teach you how to rune? Ellipsis. The genius rune masters all showed anger on their faces. Ni Wenguang roared, Wang Teng, how dare you insult my teacher? Bullshit, when did I insult your teacher? I'm the one who insulted you, Wang Teng said expressionlessly. You. Ni Wenguang was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. That bastard is definitely targeting him on purpose. The others had strange expressions. They wanted to laugh but felt they couldn't, otherwise they would only embolden Wang Teng's arrogance. But this guy is really weird. What do you mean, you? The 16th rune is wrong. Do I have to remind you of something so simple? Wang Teng pointed at his nose and cursed. You're talking nonsense. How could I be wrong? Ni Wenguang subconsciously looked at the 16th rune, and then his expression changed, becoming extremely ugly. He was actually wrong. The others were astonished by what they saw. It seemed that Ni Wenguang had really made a mistake, and to make matters worse, Wang Teng had found out about it. This is so embarrassing. Hurry up and fix it, or do you want me to teach you? Wang Teng said disdainfully, glancing sideways. Ni Wenguang didn't say a word. This mistake made him ashamed and he didn't have the confidence to say anything more, so he quickly lowered his head and made the correction. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat heavy. The others were even more cautious, but after all, they were all young rune masters, and it was their first time setting up such a large rune array, so mistakes were inevitable. Hey you, the 7th rune down. Wang Teng's voice rang out again. The person whose name was called changed his expression slightly, thought for a moment, and then silently made the changes. Hey you over there with the ponytail, you look pretty good, but you're not very bright, are you? You got 3 questions wrong, the 15th, the 23rd, and the 26th. Correct them yourself. Ellipsis. Wang Teng sat to the side, legs crossed, opened a bag of potato chips he bought from Dixing, and ate them listlessly. His voice kept coming out, and everyone was called on, some even several times. Now everyone stopped making fun of others. Everyone is the same. No one has the right to laugh at anyone else. They were shocked. This Wang Teng was terrifying. It seemed that he knew all the runes by heart and was able to find out everyone's mistakes. They even suspected that if he were to set up the Yi wood melting fire array on his own, he probably wouldn't have any difficulty at all. But how could that be? He's at most a high-level rune master. How could he possibly set up such a massive array? But the facts speak for themselves. Wang Teng's excellence was beyond their expectations. These genius rune masters were so shocked that they doubted their existence and lost all desire to compete. Moreover, with Wang Teng constantly correcting their mistakes and urging them on, everyone was exhausted and felt that Wang Teng was even more demanding and strict than their teacher. This guy is just a heartless error correction machine. Everyone was inwardly grumbling, and a hint of fear even appeared in their eyes. That's terrifying. They are not from the same world at all. Is Wang Teng some kind of old monster disguised as a young man? Ellipsis. All day long, they were living in a nightmare, experiencing firsthand what it meant to be dominated by an error-correcting machine. However, the results that day were quite good. They actually completed more than a third of the task. Moreover, as time went on, these young rune masters became more and more accustomed to Wang Teng's exploitation. Their speed increased continuously, and their efficiency became extremely high. As expected of a genius, it seems we can continue to increase the pressure tomorrow. Wang Teng muttered to himself, stroking his chin. The younger generation of rune masters didn't hear Wang Teng's mutterings, but they all shivered as if enveloped by a thick malice. They were gathered together whispering, their eyes glancing at Wang Teng every now and then. Clearly the topic of conversation was about him. These talented rune masters, who didn't have much interaction before, are now united against a common enemy and standing on the same side. Ni Wenguang, if you ask me, you'd better not mess with him. Wang Teng is simply a devil. Yes, his rune skills are terrifying. I can't imagine how he did it. I heard from my teacher that Master Goring's rune skills far surpassed his own. I never imagined that even his disciple was so terrifying. Like teacher, like student. Ni Wenguang, really, stop arguing, you can't win. Ellipsis. The words of the crowd made Ni Wenguang feel very uncomfortable. Although he still disliked Wang Teng, he was self-aware enough not to want to compete with Wang Teng anymore, otherwise he would only humiliate himself. Unfortunately, that bastard Wang Teng wouldn't let him go. He would bring him up every time, and not only that, his tone was much harsher than when he talked to others. The others also clearly sensed this, secretly glad that they hadn't offended Wang Teng before. That guy is so petty. At this moment, Master Goring and his companions, dragging their weary bodies, walked over from a distance. Master Kyer asked first, how is the Yi wood melting fire formation being set up? Everyone answered truthfully. More than a third. You're not lying to us, are you? The rune masters all looked doubtful. The young rune masters were extremely frustrated. They could tolerate being tormented by Wang Teng, but now that they had finally achieved results, their teacher was even questioning them. Master Kale's disciple, also a goblin, was short in stature and had a temperament very similar to his teacher. He jumped out and pointed to the area they had already inscribed, saying, "Teacher, if you don't believe me, you can check it yourselves." Oh, the rune masters were astonished, not expecting these little guys to be so confident. Could it be true? But that doesn't make sense. Even if the Yi wood fire fusion formation isn't as difficult as the 10,000 thunder annihilation formation, it's still a large-scale formation. It's hard to believe that a group of little ones completed more than a third of the task in just one day. They walked over with doubt and amazement. A dozen masters looked around at the large number of runes engraved on the walls, and the more they looked, the more surprised they became. Good heavens! So much has really been accomplished. Moreover, there are no mistakes or omissions in it, and the level of completion is very high. When did these little rascals become so excellent? You did a great job. Master Cha Shu couldn't help but praise. I told you we should give young people a chance. Goering stroked his beard and laughed. The other rune masters nodded in agreement, their expressions of approval mirroring the approving glances they cast at their respective disciples. The young rune masters' resentment vanished instantly, and they straightened their backs, feeling a sense of triumphant exhilaration. How did you get here without making a single mistake? Master Care asked suspiciously. The young rune masters were immediately taken aback and turned to look at Wang Teng. The rune masters looked at Wang Teng with puzzled expressions and asked, "Why are you all looking at Wang Teng?" Master K's disciple gritted his teeth and decided to recount the whole story. "I see," Cha Shu said with a wry smile, "I thought these little guys had grown up." "Hey, I knew it. With these little brats reaching this level of skill, I wouldn't have to worry about them anymore." Master Kyer glared at his disciple and sneered. "Teacher, I tried my best too, okay?" Master K's disciple said indignantly. Seeing that the master and disciple were about to start arguing, Master Cha Shu quickly stopped them and said to Zhe Lin, "Master Zhe Lin has truly taught an outstanding disciple. We unworthy disciples will have to ask Wang Teng to take good care of us in the arrangement of the formation." "You flatter me, masters. I wouldn't dare to offer such special treatment. Let Wang Teng exchange ideas and learn from your disciples," Golin said humbly. "That's right, esteemed masters. Rest assured, I will exchange and learn with them," Wang Teng said. The rune master's impression of Wang Teng immediately improved significantly, showering him with praise and compliments as if they were free. At this moment, Wang Teng once again became someone else's child. The younger generation of rune masters were furious, especially when they saw Wang Teng's humble and polite demeanor. "That's so hypocritical. What talk of exchange and learning? Have you forgotten how you exploited and insulted them before? That bastard." Ellipsis. Over the next 2 days, everyone worked hard to set up the two formations. The rune master's work went relatively smoothly, but the progress was inevitably a bit slow in order to pursue quality. Meanwhile, Wang Teng and his group moved so fast that the rune masters were astonished. On the third night, they had completely inscribed all the runes of the Yi Wood melting fire array, and it went very smoothly without any mistakes. During this time, Wang Teng didn't even lift a finger, he simply resolved the issue with words. Of course, the young rune masters weren't really bad, their skills were actually quite high. Otherwise, if Wang Teng had only been given a group of low-level rune masters, he certainly wouldn't have been able to succeed just by talking. The young rune masters finally came to admire Wang Teng. This guy may be annoying, but his rune skills are truly unparalleled. They've made considerable progress following Wang Teng these past few days, which can be considered a favor they've received from him. At this moment, everyone was having a meeting in the conference room. Yin Tongfang and the others learned of the situation and were filled with mixed feelings of joy and worry. "Master Goring, could the deployment speed of the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array be increased?" King Yang asked. "I'm afraid that if we go too fast, we might make a mistake," Master Chashu said hesitantly before Goring could answer. "That's true. The 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array has entered the crucial stage of inscribing the core runes. If we speed it up, I'm worried that we'll fail at the last minute," Gorin said with a wry smile. "How about, we let Wang Teng join us?" Master Kyer suddenly said. Everyone was startled. They glanced at Master Kyer, then turned to look at Wang Teng. Wang Teng was a little confused. He had just finished the Yi Wood Fire Fusion Array, so why was the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array thrown at him again? People really think highly of him. We all know who deserves credit for the completion of the Yi Wood Melting Fire Array. I think his skill is more than enough to set up the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array, Master Kyer said. Goring hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Wang Teng, are you confident?" Everyone looked at him expectantly. Wang Teng looked around, inwardly lamenting his own fate of being a workaholic, and slowly nodded. "It's worth a try. It's worth a try." These 4 words carried uncertainty, but when everyone saw Wang Teng's calm face, they couldn't help but choose to believe him. Even the rune masters have high hopes for this junior because he has already proven his strength with facts. The proposal of the Thunder and Fire Dual Array, method and the leadership of the arrangement of the Yi Wood Fire Fusion Array are sufficient to illustrate the point. In that case, let Wang Teng join us and work with the masters to complete the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation formation. King Yang made the decision directly. After saying that, he turned to Wang Teng and said, "Wang Teng, you'll have to work hard this time." "Your Highness is too serious." Wang Teng nodded and said, "I will do my best." After a moment of astonishment, the younger generation of rune masters all showed expressions of envy. This guy was actually invited to join the ranks of the rune masters and work with them. They're all the same age, yet Wang Teng has surpassed them all. It's truly frustrating. "Teacher, what about us?" Ni Wenguang couldn't help but ask. The other young rune masters couldn't help but look at their teachers with hopeful eyes. They want to join too, even if they're just there for fun. It's better than not being able to get in at all. You? Master Dongguo scoffed, don't you know your own limitations? Everyone's lips twitched and their faces felt a little hot. Master Dongguo's words may have been a bit harsh, but they were the truth. Their strength is indeed lacking. Ni Wenguang's face turned pale and then flushed. He looked around at the others, trying to find someone to help him, when he suddenly realized. These bastards had long since abandoned their hopeful gazes, each staring at the ceiling as if it were none of my business. MMP. You heartless bastards. Ni Wenguang awkwardly fell silent, his heart filled with resentment. After the meeting, Wang Teng was taken away by the rune masters to discuss the next rune inscription arrangements. After several days of back and forth, they only have less than 2 days left. The dark race won't arrive at a specific time, so they must prepare in advance and leave ample time to respond. Otherwise, unpredictable changes may occur. Ni Wenguang and the others watched helplessly as Wang Teng was dragged away by the rune masters, while they were completely ignored. They looked at each other, standing there feeling utterly desolate. The rune masters only rested for 2 or 3 hours before preparing to continue working into the night. Wang Teng had no choice but to accompany this group of elderly men and women to work in the dark late at night, which was truly miserable. They arrived at the southwest corner of Star Maple City, divided the work, and immediately began inscribing runes in this corner. A group of rune masters used their skills, and amidst flashes of light, runes took shape in their hands and were engraved on the ground. It's quite a rare sight to see more than a dozen rune masters attacking at the same time. Wang Teng didn't waste any words. He took a deep breath, his expression slightly serious, and slowly lowered the talisman brush, the strokes flowing like dragons and snakes. Although the rune masters were all busy with their own work, they actually paid some attention to Wang Teng's situation. Seeing Wang Teng's skillful technique and unwavering composure, they realized they had been overthinking things. Wang Teng's excellence is beyond doubt, and his strength is even more worthy of recognition. Goring smiled slightly, his expression extremely gratified. Having such a disciple was a great honor in front of all the rune masters. Ellipsis. The next morning, everyone stopped what they were doing and took a breather. The rune masters glanced at their work, exchanged a look, and began exchanging areas to proceed with the final steps. Error correction. Without a doubt, their approach was exactly the same as Wang Teng's previous methods used against Ni Wenguang and others. Even rune masters cannot guarantee that they will not make mistakes. It is still possible to make corrections before the formation is completely completed, but if the formation is completely completed, it will be too late. The entire formation is a unified whole. Any change in one part will affect the whole, and any tiny mistake will lead to unbearable consequences. The collapse of the Great Formation will inevitably backfire on the rune master who presided over it. Therefore, Goring and his colleagues had to be very careful. After they corrected each other's mistakes, everyone came to the area that Wang Teng had inscribed. A crowd gathered to watch. Wang Teng. This is under close scrutiny. He was somewhat amused and exasperated. These rune masters, in the end, still didn't really trust him. It doesn't matter, whatever they find out, I'll consider Wang Teng the loser. The rune masters, who had originally intended to examine the runes inscribed by Wang Teng to fill in any gaps, seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. And their expressions immediately turned serious. This is. Master Ka's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he exclaimed in admiration, such exquisite engraving technique, not a single detail is off. This is astonishing. This level of skill alone probably surpasses even my own. Master Cha Shu exclaimed in shock. They kept praising it as they carefully examined all the runes, and finally discovered that they could actually find them. This rune is outrageously perfect. A group of rune masters, all over 100 years old, looked at each other with disbelief, speechless for a moment. 2 words popped into my mind at the same time. A monster. Wang Teng, what level have you reached as a rune master? Gorin took a deep breath and asked. I don't know, teacher, I haven't taken the corresponding level assessment yet, Wang Teng said, feigning ignorance. Is that so? Goring nodded. At this point, Master Kale pressed on. I see that your runes are engraved perfectly. Could it be that you have engraved them before? It wasn't inscribed. The 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array is terrifyingly powerful. How could anyone normally have the chance to come into contact with it? Wang Teng shook his head and said. Master Kyle realized he had asked a very foolish question, and immediately shook his head, saying, This is really. He couldn't find the words to describe Wang Tang's achievements. You've done very well, even better than us old folks, Goring said with a wry smile. No way, teacher, don't scare me. I'm just trying my best to inscribe these runes well. Wang Tang chuckled inwardly, but outwardly he said with feigned trepidation. Try your best? Everyone could only manage a wry smile. I just tried my best to do it well, so I surpassed them. The rune masters felt like they had been hit by a ton of bricks. These were clearly humble words, so why did they sound so infuriating coming from Wang Tang's mouth? Your rune skills have improved significantly. I even suspect you've already reached the master level, Goring said with a serious expression. Master level, teacher, are you sure? Wang Tang asked, looking astonished. Seeing everyone's convinced expressions, he felt his acting skills had improved significantly. Fantastic. Wang Tang has always considered himself a very innocent person. Occasionally showing off his acting skills is just a way to protect himself. His true nature remains unchanged. Master Goring and others also felt the same way. This child is so outstanding that he himself doesn't even realize it. Look at how naive he is, he doesn't even know what level he has reached. Before Goring could even speak in response to Wang Tang's question, Master Kale said urgently, he must have reached the master level. How could an ordinary rune master possibly inscribe such perfect runes? Master Goring, you are incredibly lucky to have found such a monstrous disciple. After saying that, he looked at Golan with envy, jealousy and hatred, as if he wanted to snatch Wang Tang away from him. Regardless of whether they can actually teach Wang Tang, just having this master-disciple relationship is enough to make it a legendary tale. A master and his apprentice, both masters, just listen to that, how sophisticated. Unfortunately, he was someone else's apprentice after all. Ahem. Goring coughed and said, it's not certain until the evaluation is done. But Master Kel, could you please stop looking at me like that? I have no feelings for you whatsoever. PFF'd. Wang Tang burst out laughing. He never expected that Professor Goring would have such a funny side. Moreover, the offensiveness of such witty remarks is amplified many times over when they come from the mouth of someone like Goring, who seems to be a highly respected elder. The other rune masters burst into laughter. Master Ka's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He said angrily, you old bastard, I have a whole bunch of children and grandchildren, unlike you who are still a virgin. Wang Tang's expression was strange, as if he had heard something very important, and he glanced cautiously at his teacher. At this moment, Master Goring exuded a chilling aura and gritted his teeth, saying, Care, I think you need to be taught a lesson. HMPH, this old man is not afraid of you. Master Kyer was a little scared inside, but on the surface he remained as calm as a dog and snorted. Alright, stop arguing, you've gone off topic. The other rune masters, suppressing their laughter, immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Ellipsis. After a busy night, the group returned to their rooms and rested for 3 hours before getting up at 8 o'clock for breakfast. The young rune masters had been feeling lost and disillusioned all night, and when they woke up early in the morning to see the rune masters showing Wang Tang such enthusiasm, their mood worsened. They tried to go up and say hello, but the rune masters ignored them completely, all circling around Wang Tang as if he were their own disciple. A group of young rune masters stood there, silently grieving. What on earth is going on? Overnight, it was as if they had lost their teacher's love and they were as helpless as abandoned stray dogs. The group sat in a corner eating breakfast, their eyes frequently glancing at the next table, where the rune masters were chatting and laughing with Wang Tang in a very harmonious atmosphere. They whispered amongst themselves, gritting their teeth, their resentment towards Wang Tang growing ever stronger. Who's cursing me? Wang Tang suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row, asking suspiciously. After finishing their meal, the group continued inscribing runes. They worked from dawn till dusk, and the day passed quickly. Finally, at around 5 a.m. on the second day, they completed all the runes for the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array. A ray of dawn was slowly rising at this moment, sprinkling its light upon the earth. At that moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A group of rune masters looked at each other and smiled. Even they couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. The thunderous annihilation formation is finally complete. Now we can just wait for the dark race to come and die. Wang Tang smiled faintly and suddenly said, Teacher, masters, the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation formation is complete. There's nothing more for me here. I have a mission to complete, so I'll take my leave. What? You're going on another mission? Master Care exclaimed in surprise. No, it's too dangerous. You're a rising star in the world of runes, you absolutely can't risk your life, Master Chashu said, shaking his head repeatedly. Other rune masters echoed this sentiment, offering various forms of advice. This collaboration allowed the rune masters to witness Wang Tang's extraordinary potential as a rune master. They all cherished this outstanding junior from the bottom of their hearts, and how could they easily let him go on a risky journey? Wang Tang was both amused and exasperated, never expecting things to turn out this way. He was naturally grateful for the rune master's care, but he was not only a rune master, but also a warrior, and he could not hide in the back no matter what. Masters, I appreciate your kindness, but I am, after all, a martial artist and a member of the Earthstar Army. You can't expect me to be a deserter, can you? Wang Tang said. Don't worry, we'll talk to Lady Tantai and we'll definitely persuade her not to let you go to the battlefield, Master Kyre said confidently, patting his chest. Alright, Wang Tang has his own path to follow. Let him decide what to do, Golan said. When everyone saw that even Golan, Wang Tang's official teacher, had said this, they couldn't bring themselves to utter any more words of dissuasion. He sighed inwardly and shook his head. Enough. You juniors have to walk your own paths, Master Kyre said helplessly. Then thank you all for your help. Wang Tang bowed to the group of rune masters, then looked at Goran and said, Teacher, I'm leaving. Go, Goring laughed. Without saying another word, Wang Tang soared into the air, transforming into a long rainbow that streaked across the sky and disappeared into the dawn's glow. Golan, you'll regret it if something happens to Wang Tang, Master Chashu sighed. I believe him, Goring said with a smile. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Such a good disciple, if something happens to him, you'll be crying your eyes out, Kyre sneered. Goring remained silent with a smile. Speaking of which, we really owe a lot to the addition of Wang Tang. Otherwise our subsequent inscription would not have gone so smoothly, Master Chashu suddenly remarked. The other rune masters nodded in agreement, sighing inwardly. Ni Wenguang and the others got up early in the morning and found that Wang Tang was missing. Finally, the rune masters could no longer see that annoying figure beside them, and they immediately perked up, eagerly approaching their respective teachers and asking, Teacher, where's that guy? What, that guy? It's Wang Tang. Wang Tang is Wang Tang. What, that guy, and, this guy? Don't you know any manners? Look at Wang Tang, and look at you all. You're all idle all day long, and your rune skills are atrocious. How dare you show your face in front of us? The young rune master's initial excitement was immediately dampened, and they were met with a barrage of angry rebukes from their teachers, leaving them somewhat bewildered. What happened? Why are they being criticized? Wang Tang is clearly gone, so why does his shadow still loom over them? The young rune masters were completely bewildered and felt extremely wronged. My hatred for someone is rising rapidly. Wang Tang, we are sworn enemies with you. The Black Sparrow Legion was stationed at the edge of the forest where they had come from. These days, Kong Li, Yu Wenzan, and the others are waiting for the great battle to begin while cultivating a tacit understanding with the Gale Wolves. In reality, only 1/3 of the members of the three teams were equipped with Gale Wolves, except for Wang Tang's team, where all members were equipped with Gale Wolves. Kong Li and the others were extremely envious of this, but they were helpless and could only stare at it. During Wang Tang's absence, Hangfeng and Black Widow followed his orders and led the training, enabling the other members of the team to quickly establish a tacit understanding with the Gale Wolves. These swift wolves were originally wild and untamed, but with the deterrent power left by Wang Tang, they dared not make any unusual moves and could only obediently cooperate with the group. Tantai Zan returned to this place today and couldn't help but marvel at the performance of the Gale Wolf. How exactly did they do it? She was filled with doubts, and even with her extensive knowledge, she couldn't understand the reason. As for Wang Tang's nonsense about how he killed the Wolf King and that's why these Gale Wolves bowed down to him, she didn't believe it at all. That kid has quite a few secrets. Tantai Zan smiled to herself. Although she was curious, she didn't intend to delve into it. In the era of martial arts, there are too many amazing things, and everyone has their own little secrets. As she was thinking about these things, she suddenly looked up at the sky. Are you back? Sure enough, a figure fell from the skies shortly afterward. Teacher, Wang Tang called out when he saw Tantai Zan. You're quite the busy guy. Tantai Zan joked. Sigh, your apprentice is just too outstanding. Without me, the formation probably wouldn't have been completed on time, Wang Tang said, shaking his head helplessly. You're getting all worked up just because I said you're fat. Tantai Zan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Wang Teng chuckled. Judging from your appearance, the formation seems to be functioning normally? Tantai Zan asked. Yes, both formations are progressing smoothly, Wang Teng said. You really do have some skill when it comes to runes, Tantai Zan said with a raised eyebrow. After exchanging a few words, Wang Teng walked over to Kong Li and the others and greeted them. Where have you been these past few days? Kong Li couldn't help but ask curiously. Star Maple City, Wang Teng said. The group exchanged glances and thought to themselves, as expected. They had overheard Wang Teng and Tantai Zan's conversation and had guessed some of what was going on. Since Wang Teng didn't elaborate, they didn't press him further. After exchanging pleasantries with several people, Wang Teng finally approached his subordinates. Captain, Cold Wind and Black Widow called out. You've done a good job while I was away, Wang Teng said approvingly, glancing at the state of everyone and the Gale Wolves. Thanks to the captain's deterrent, otherwise these Gale Wolves would have been difficult to control, Hangfeng said with a smile, not taking credit for it. The Gale Wolf let out a series of low growls, as if echoing what the Cold Wind was saying. Those despicable humans. If they weren't afraid of being punished later, they would have run away long ago. Wang Teng smiled gently and looked at the pack of Gale Wolves with a warm gaze. Wah! Instantly, all the Gale Wolves shuddered, uttering pitiful sounds as they lay on the ground, feigning death. Night. The stars and moon hung high in the sky, and the chirping of insects filled the air. Apart from that, there was no other sound, making it exceptionally quiet. Tantai Zan sealed off an area. Wang Teng and his group were in this area, where no sound could escape. In the middle of the woods, the group sat in a circle, and a campfire rose. Wang Teng took out the star beast meat, put it on the fire to roast, and said with a smile, the dark species have descended, and tomorrow may be the day of the great battle. I will personally cook this meal tonight as a treat for everyone. Hangfeng and the others' eyes lit up immediately. They had personally witnessed Wang Teng cooking spiritual food, and the aroma and appearance were simply too tempting. At this moment, Wang Teng surprisingly said that he would cook for them himself, which surprised everyone and made them secretly look forward to it. Is your cooking any good? Don't try to fool us with a bunch of culinary disasters at the end, Kong Li said, glancing at Wang Teng with suspicion. Niu Li and Yuan Zan also looked distrustful. Yuan Zan even took out some dry rations and started eating them by himself, as if he was extremely disdainful of Wang Teng's food. Han Feng and the others couldn't help but glance at Yuan Zan with strange expressions. They wondered if Major Yuan would regret it later once the captain's spiritual food was cooked. If you don't believe me, you don't have to eat it, Wang Teng said nonchalantly. I only make food for people who trust me. Ha, getting all smug now, Kong Li said dismissively. Tantai Zan sat cross-legged on the canopy of the large tree above them, not joining in. She gazed at the moonlight and listened to the laughter and chatter of the people below, her eyes seemingly filled with a sense of vicissitude. Not long after, she twitched her nose and suddenly smelled an extremely rich fragrance, and couldn't help but look down in surprise. At this moment, Kong Li had already forgotten what she had said before. Seeing the golden brown roasted meat in Wang Teng's hand, her mouth watered, and she pounced on it to snatch it. Hey, who was it that said they wouldn't eat my dark cuisine? Wang Teng dodged aside and teased. Give it to me now. Kong Li roared, chasing after him relentlessly. This is some kind of culinary disaster, it'll kill you if you eat it. Wang Teng ran around the crowd, the aroma wafting through the air and attracting everyone's attention. He himself took a big bite, chewing with great relish, his expression one of pure bliss. Kong Li gritted her teeth in hatred. Will you give it to me or not? If you don't, I'll. What do you mean? Wang Teng stopped and asked with a smile. I'll cry for you to see? Kong Li said, her lips pursed as if she were really about to cry. Wang Teng, you're being way too fake. She's clearly a tough woman, why is she pretending to be a weak woman? Is it really meaningful for everyone to not know each other? Don't try to act with me. If you really cry, I'll accept you as my mother, Wang Teng sneered. Pa, who wants to be your mother? I'm so young, do I have a son as big as you? Kong Li rolled her eyes in anger. My dad doesn't agree yet, Wang Teng said quietly. PFF'd, ha ha ha. Niu Li and the others couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. You, Wang Teng, are you making fun of me? Kong Li was furious, and another round of chasing and catching up ensued. If anyone's going to eat, it should be my teacher first. There's no reason for you to interfere. Wang Teng happened to arrive at the tree where Tantai Zan was. He lightly leapt down in front of her, handed her the roasted meat, and said solicitously, "Teacher, this is a gift from your disciple." Tantai Zan glanced at Wang Teng with a half-smile, took a bite of the grilled meat, and her eyes lit up immediately. She exclaimed in surprise, "Not bad. Your skills are even better than that fat guy at school." "Of course, I put in a lot of effort to cook a good meal for the teacher," Wang Teng said seriously. "Hey, I don't believe you." Tantai Zan rolled her eyes at him. Wang Teng gave the first grilled meat to Tantai Zan, and no one could say anything about it. After all, he was his teacher. Therefore, Kong Li was extremely aggrieved at this moment, glaring fiercely at Wang Teng as if she wanted to swallow him whole. The greatest distance in the world is not the ends of the earth, but the delicious food right in front of you, yet you can't eat it. For a true foodie, this is incredibly cruel. Kong Li deeply understood Wang Teng's pettiness, and a sense of powerlessness welled up in her heart. Wang Teng naturally knew she was a glutton, and seeing her utterly dejected expression, he couldn't help but find it amusing. He shook his head helplessly and said, all right, it's roasting right now, you'll get your share. You said it yourself, you'd give me all I can eat." Kong Li perked up as he saw the roasted meat turning golden brown in front of him, patting his stomach as he spoke. "You have no ambition whatsoever," Wang Teng said dismissively. Kong Li didn't take it seriously at all, her eyes fixed on the roasted meat. Before long, as drops of golden fat dripped down and evaporated in the flames, another batch of crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fragrant roasted meat was freshly made. Whoosh! Kong Li was incredibly fast. She snatched a piece of roasted meat and, without caring about getting burned, stuffed it directly into her mouth. "Wow, Wang Teng, your cooking skills are amazing," she exclaimed as she swallowed several large mouthfuls of roasted meat, her mouth full of oil. "Now you know how powerful I am, right?" Wang Teng said smugly. Kong Li gave a thumbs up, too busy to speak, her mouth was stuffed full once again. Quote. Wang Teng shook his head and distributed the rest of the grilled meat. Yu Wenzan silently put away the dry rations, calmly accepted a piece of roasted meat from Niu Li next to him, and ate it in silence. "Damn, it smells so good." Because there were many people, Wang Teng baked it 2 or 3 more times before everyone could taste his masterpiece, Chef Wang Daling's creation. Seeing the satisfied expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Teng felt that all the hard work was worthwhile. Many people present rarely have the opportunity to eat spiritual food prepared by a master chef, and today they not only got to eat it, but it was also free, making them extremely happy. Wang Teng even took out some fine wine he had obtained from the dwarves and shared a few drinks with Kong Li and the others. "You've got a lot of good stuff, kid. You have to share it with me after this battle, or I'll feel bad for all the meals I've treated you to before," Kong Li said with a burp. Wang Teng smiled without saying a word. "You little brat, if you can get it out of my mouth, I'll be impressed." After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they extinguished the campfire, leaving only darkness except for the starlight and moonlight scattered across the night sky. Although everyone had just relaxed, they all knew that after tonight, life and death were in the hands of fate, and they might never be able to enjoy the beauty of this world again tomorrow. Waiting is agonizing. A storm is brewing. As if foreshadowing an impending storm, dark clouds shrouded the sky, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Star Maple City. The whole city was eerily quiet. Time slowly slipped away in this waiting. Yin Tongfang, Yang Wang, and the others stood on the roof of the Xingfeng City Command Building. They stood there from morning until evening, and no one left. At the edge of the forest, Tantai Zan stood with her hands behind her back atop a large tree, quietly gazing in the direction of Xingfeng City. This stop took a whole day. Meanwhile, in many hidden places around Xingfeng City, countless eyes were silently watching the direction of Xingfeng City. Rumble! A loud bang suddenly came from the sky. "They're here." These 2 words instantly surfaced in the minds of countless people, and everyone's body tensed up. Above the sky, the wind rises and the clouds surge. The dense, dark clouds seem to be stirred by an invisible force, forming huge vortexes. There were as many as 5 such vortexes. Scattered above Star Maple City, they resemble 5 enormous, deep demonic eyes peering out from another world. 5 spatial vortexes. In Xingfeng City, Yin Tongfang and the others had extremely grim expressions as they stared intently at the 5 enormous vortexes in the sky, their hearts trembling. On the other side, Wang Teng also witnessed this scene and muttered to himself with a solemn expression, "The dark seeds have quite the grand scheme." Beside him, Tantai Zan said coldly, her face expressionless, as long as the dark race is not eradicated, our human race will never have peace. Then kill them all, Wang Teng suddenly said. Tantai Zan was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter, laughing maniacally like a madwoman. Yes, kill them all. For some reason, Wang Teng also burst into laughter. The two of them laughed like two lunatics. In the distance, Kong Li and the others stared wide-eyed at the master and apprentice, their heads full of questions. Are they out of their minds? After laughing for a moment, Wang Teng stopped laughing and stared at the continuously split, pitch-black maw, as if he could see countless spatial attribute bubbles falling out. He couldn't hold back any longer, he was itching to make a move. Before the spatial rift in the sky had fully formed, the ground suddenly began to shake again. In the distance, countless dark figures emerged from below the ground level, surging towards Xingfeng City from all directions like a tidal wave. Roar! A series of wild, hissing roars and howls rang out. The entire Star Maple City was surrounded, seemingly with nowhere to escape. This scene resembles an apocalyptic catastrophe. When the dark seeds arrived a few hundred meters away from Star Maple City, Yin Tongfang took a deep breath, waved his hand, and said coldly, "Detonate." Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions suddenly erupted, blasting countless dark creatures into the sky, shattering them into pieces, their black blood splattering everywhere. But those lower-level dark races were fearless and charged forward like ants. The explosions continued, and a large number of the dark ones at the forefront were wiped out, creating a sudden fault line. It's blocked. Kong Li breathed a slight sigh of relief. This is just the first wave of impact, Yuan Zan said, shaking his head. Of course I know, but the fact that we were able to hold off the first wave shows that our preparations were effective. And this time we will definitely teach the dark race a painful lesson, Kong Li said. A smooth start undoubtedly has a great boost to morale. I suddenly realized that explosions are an art, Wang Teng said, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he watched this scene. Kong Li and the others almost fainted. Is this the time to discuss art? Bah, what kind of art is an explosion? What kind of bizarre ideas are going on in this guy's head? The second wave of attack is coming, Niu Li suddenly said. As everyone looked, they indeed saw countless dark creatures surging out from behind, a dark mass rushing towards Star Maple City once again. Boom boom boom. The sound of cannon fire suddenly rang out from the city walls of Star Maple City, as heavy runic weapons were used to launch a large-scale attack on the dark race. These weapons of war, which were usually piled up in the military town, finally revealed their fangs today. Many of them were smuggled in from other military towns in the past few days. There were plenty of them, so that once one round was finished, the next round would immediately follow, ensuring a seamless transition and leaving the dark race no chance to take advantage. The roar of artillery fire, accompanied by terrifying screams, scatters of black blood and mangled limbs across the plain, instantly turning the earth black and red. Shocking. The dark race continued their relentless advance, breaking through layers of defenses in terrifying numbers and steadily approaching Star Maple City. They have no rationality whatsoever, only instinctive obedience. They are the lowest-ranking cannon fodder, often charging to the front lines. Moreover, they exist at the critical point between life and death, neither alive nor dead. Such beings are the most difficult to deal with for the human body. Behind the Dark Race army, many high-ranking Dark Race members watched all this with indifferent expressions. One of the dark vampires unfurled its fleshy wings and hovered in mid-air, a cold smile playing on its lips. Looks like that mole failed. The humans were prepared all along. Humans are all useless and completely untrustworthy, another tall and muscular dark troll scoffed. He, even if they were prepared, it doesn't change the fact that they are about to be slaughtered by us. The dark vampire's eyes glowed blood red as he let out a strange laugh. The dark troll race also laughed heartily, looking up at the 5 spatial vortexes in the sky with a fanatical expression. The spatial rift is about to form. And those great ones will surely descend soon. It's said that even the Lord from Black Nightmare Mountain personally took action this time, the dark vampire sneered. What, that Lord has come too? The expression of the dark troll race changed instantly, as if he had heard something extremely terrifying, and his expression was filled with fear. What are you afraid of? That Lord wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you, the dark vampire said disdainfully. The dark race of trolls was immediately embarrassed and secretly annoyed. They were so frightened by just hearing the name of that great man, it was truly shameful. He couldn't help but touch his rough, bald head, chuckled dryly, and offered a forced explanation. I was just too surprised. I didn't expect that Lord would actually take action himself this time. Over the years, we have been repeatedly blocked by the human race at the other side of the spatial rift, unable to gain any advantage. The higher-ups have long been impatient. This time, we are determined to destroy one of their military towns and let those ignorant humans know that our dark race is unstoppable, the dark vampire said arrogantly. The dark troll nodded, a restless look on its face, and asked, shouldn't we make our move? Wait a little longer, let those lower species launch a few more attacks. I want to see how long humans can hold out, the dark vampire said, shaking his head. Ellipsis. At the same time, Wang Teng also said to Tantai Zan, the methods prepared by Xingfeng City probably won't last much longer. Tantai Zan nodded solemnly and said, the dark race is coming with great force. It seems we underestimated their determination. There was a hint of worry in her eyes, as if this situation was somewhat unexpected. Wang Teng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield ahead. On the main building of Xingfeng City, Yin Tongfang and Yang Wang stood together, watching the dark creatures approaching from outside the city. The defensive formation had already been activated, forming a thick, semicircular light shield that enveloped Xingfeng City. The cannon fire continued to roar, but the number of dark creatures was too great, a dark mass like ants. Many of the dark race still managed to break through the artillery defenses and reach the outskirts of Star Maple City. The lower-level dark creatures began to attack the defensive shield, and ripples spread outwards. They were too weak to break through the shield for the time being. A large number of soldiers gathered on the city wall, holding runic guns and aiming at vital parts such as heads and hearts, firing at the dark creatures below. As time went on, more and more dark creatures came to the foot of the city walls, posing a significant challenge to the defensive shield. Behind the Dark Clan, a Dark Clan member with a ferocious expression licked his lips and laughed, let's make our move. In an instant, countless figures rushed out from behind him, and excited shouts of battle resounded. Some of them flew through the air, while others stood firmly on the ground. Their speed was so great that they bypassed a large number of low-level dark creatures and instantly reached the forefront, like straight, sharp spears piercing the defensive shield. On the top of the command building, Yin Tongfang's face was solemn. He didn't say a word and waved his hand down. Boom boom boom. Kill! A cold, sharp shout suddenly rang out. Figures rushed out of Star Maple City and clashed with the high-level dark species. Force exploded and booming sounds rang out continuously. The human warriors have finally made their move. Inside the forest, Wang Teng's expression was grave. Aren't we going to make a move yet? It's not the right time yet, Tantai Zan said indifferently. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a figure crashed down from the sky and was instantly engulfed by the dark creatures. A scream rang out, and then there was silence. He was a 5-star warrior-level human martial artist, and the first human martial artist to fall in this war. Once there's a first, there's a second. Death quickly spread. The higher dark races are exceptionally gifted, far surpassing humans of the same level in both combat strength and physical attributes. Humanity knows this all too well, yet it remains fearless and willingly faces death. They fought for humanity. Wang Teng stood atop a large tree, gazing at everything from afar. His expression gradually calmed, but a mad killing intent brewed in his eyes. His hands were clenched tightly, as if he wanted to act immediately, even if it was just to kill a dark one, it would ease the torment in his heart. But he knew he couldn't move. Everyone had been preparing for this day for a long time, but if he made a move, everything would be in vain. Everyone is waiting, he's not the only one suffering. Many soldiers know they will die, yet they still fight on the front lines. Are they foolish? Have they been brainwashed? That's not the case. They simply didn't want their wives, children, and parents to face such a horrific disaster one day, so they were willing to shoulder everything themselves, even if it meant death. Boom! A loud bang suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that the 5 spatial rifts seemed to have reached their limit, no longer expanding, and were slowly rotating. The spatial rift has fully formed. An evil and eerie aura emanated from the earth, seeping into the mortal realm. In a daze, everyone seemed to see the 5 enormous pillars retract, perfectly corresponding to the 5 spatial rifts. That's a hand, someone exclaimed incredulously, their throat dry. 5 spatial rifts were created with just one hand? Who could have imagined it? On the human side, many people looked terrified and trembled with fear. Wang Teng's eyes flickered. He still remembered the last time the dark species invaded Yangcheng. A huge scarlet eyeball appeared behind the spatial rift, peering into the present world. And in the end, it was also a sky-supporting arm that crossed the spatial rift and rescued the 8-armed demon general and the others. Demon God, Wang Teng murmured to himself. Wang Teng could hardly imagine what a desperate scene it would be if that being, whom humans called a demon god, were to descend upon the mortal world. Its eyes peer into the world, driving countless ordinary people, and even martial artists, into madness and causing them to lose themselves. With just one hand, it pierced the barrier of space, unleashing countless dark creatures. Can humanity withstand such a terrifying existence? Fortunately, it has not been able to cross over to this world yet. Its body seems extremely terrifying, and ordinary spatial rifts cannot contain it. Even so, everyone is actually worried that one day, the demon god will descend in person. At this very moment, countless dark creatures emerged from behind the spatial rift. They fell from 5 spatial vortexes and descended upon Star Maple City. Like a black meteor, it crashed down towards the defensive shield. Boom, 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 ellipsis, ellipsis. One after another, figures slammed into the defensive shield, creating deafening explosions. The defensive shield had already developed cracks during the previous attacks by the dark species. Now, under the bombardment of countless dark species, the cracks continued to widen, and the cracking sounds, like shattering glass, were clearly audible. Retreat. Just then, Yin Tongfang suddenly gave an order, his loud shout echoing throughout the entire Star Maple City. Upon hearing this, the soldiers on the city wall immediately headed towards the city center. Behind the dark race, the vampire frowned. What are they trying to do? Could it be that they're scared of us after we beat them? The dark troll race laughed heartily. Fool! The dark vampire cursed inwardly, looking towards Star Maple City with a puzzled expression. I have a bad feeling. Don't worry, the adults have already arrived. The defensive shield of that military town is on the verge of collapse and will soon be breached. Humans are already lambs to the slaughter, said the dark troll. The dark vampire seemed to realize something, his expression softening slightly. He thought to himself, this guy is right about one thing. No matter how cunning humans are, with those great beings descending, humans are doomed. It immediately dispelled the ominous premonition in its heart, and mocked itself for becoming so suspicious, which was unlike it. Fortunately, he didn't show it, otherwise he would have been ridiculed by this big guy. Now that the adults have arrived, let's make our move, said the dark race of the trolls. The vampire dark race nodded, flapped its wings, and charged forward, with the troll dark race following closely behind. Beneath the 5 enormous spatial rifts, several powerful figures of dark beings emerged. They came in all shapes and sizes. Some were vampires, some were goat-headed demons, and some were werewolves. The 8-armed demon general that Wang Teng knew was among them. Zulz, this is a great opportunity for you to redeem yourself, you must seize it. One of the dark creatures with a goat's head and a human body chuckled. HMPH. The 8-armed demon general Zulz snorted coldly and said, my affairs are none of your business. The goat-headed demon Sabbath chuckled, then his expression turned serious. He said, the lord from Black Nightmare Mountain is on his way. We'll go first, so he won't laugh at us. With his jet black fur and ferocious wolf head, the werewolf race's dark race, Sirius, grinned, revealing a set of gleaming fangs, and said, I can't wait any longer. Let's go all out. Several figures exchanged a glance, then, amidst ferocious laughter, swooped down towards Xingfeng City below. Boom, boom, boom. They didn't seem to use any weapons, they simply relied on their physical strength to crash into the defensive shield, creating a loud bang. Bang! The defensive shield could no longer withstand the terrifying blow and collapsed on the spot, turning into countless fragments of force that scattered and vanished without a trace. Several warrior-level dark beings laughed wildly. Kill! Kill all humans! With a wave of their hands, countless low-level dark creatures rushed into Star Maple City. The dark creatures ravaged the city, instantly filling it with their fury. They frantically searched for living things and destroyed everything in sight. The dark vampires and dark trolls from behind arrived and joined the 8-armed demon general and other dark races in the sky. Adult. The 2 dark creatures knelt down and respectfully bowed to the several warrior-level dark creatures. The goat-headed demon, Sabbath, looked around, his brow furrowed. Why can't I sense any human presence at all? The dark vampire felt a sudden unease, and that ominous premonition resurfaced in his mind. My lord, the humans were just in the city a moment ago, it said urgently, its face pale. Then tell me, where is he? Sabaton roared. The dark vampire trembled violently, unable to answer. What exactly happened? Explain yourself. Zalz frowned and said coldly. Humans seem to have noticed our plan, they. Cold sweat dripped from the forehead of the dark vampire and his whole body trembled. Them what? Sabat asked expressionlessly. They might have escaped, the dark vampire said uncertainly, clinging to a sliver of hope. If they wanted to escape, they would have escaped long ago. Why would they wait for us to arrive before leaving? Before the werewolf dark race, Sile, could finish speaking, Sabaton and Zalz, along with other dark races, suddenly changed their expressions drastically. Not good. Retreat quickly. In the rush, the several warrior-level dark creatures didn't have time to think and rushed straight into the sky. Since you're here, why not stay? A cold voice, filled with intense killing intent, suddenly came from all directions. 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Formation, activate. With a loud shout, 12 purple beams of light shot into the sky from all around Star Maple City. Rumble. With a deafening roar, 12 lightning rods slowly rose into the air. Bang! Several warrior-level dark creatures were rushing into the sky when suddenly an invisible force blocked them back. Runic array. Sabat's face turned grim as he stopped in midair and looked around. On the 12 lightning pillars sat 12 ancient figures, staring defiantly at the warrior-level dark beings. Today, you will not leave alive. A cold voice came from Master Goring and the others. Old fools, you think you can compete with me? Zalz sneered disdainfully. Let's just break it. I refuse to believe that with our combined strength as generals, we can't break this broken rune array. Sile cracked his neck, making a crisp sound, and snarled. Boom! Just then, thunder rumbled in the sky. Thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, seemingly cleaving through space, striking directly at the war general-level dark species with unparalleled force. Lightning-type formation. Several warrior-level dark beings' expressions changed slightly, and they subconsciously chose to dodge. Several bolts of lightning that were about to strike them immediately struck the ground. The lower-level dark creatures on the ground couldn't avoid it and were cleared out in an instant, leaving only several huge craters and charred fragments of bodies all around. Damn it, it's a lightning-based formation. Sabat's facial muscles twitched as if he was still shaken. Star Maple City has been transformed into a battlefield. Countless dark creatures rushed into the city, wreaking havoc, but they couldn't find a single living being. Humans have evacuated Star Maple City through the tunnels, leaving only 12 rune masters who activated the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array to trap countless dark creatures within the city. Sabat and other warrior-level dark beings were also trapped inside, dodging the lightning bolts constantly striking down from the sky. They never expected that humans had prepared a lightning-based formation. As creatures of darkness, they are extremely wary of two powers, the power of light, which is the opposite of darkness, and the power of thunder. Humans have not mastered the former, but there are many ways to use the power of thunder. And this lightning-type rune array is none other than that, and its power is extremely strong. Boom! At this moment, Sabaton and Zalz, along with other warrior-level dark beings, looked grim. Even they were unwilling to confront this power of thunder head-on. Fortunately, they are fast enough to always dodge. However, the lower-level dark species on the ground were not so lucky. Under the terrifying power of the thunder, a large number of dark species were cleaved into pieces and disappeared from the world. Damn it, the werewolf clan's dark race, sir, was in a somewhat disheveled state. Suddenly, it twitched its nose as if it had smelled something burning. Looking behind it, you can see that a patch of fur on its back has been burned off, making it look extremely unsightly. It turned out that it had only slowed down slightly before being struck by a bolt of lightning. A bead of cold sweat slid down its forehead. Damn, that scared the wolf to death. Damn it, what kind of plan did you make? You made such a huge mistake and let us fall into the human's trap. Sabat was furious, his eyes blazing as he cursed at the dark vampire. My lord, I don't know what happened either. The dark vampire was on the verge of tears, utterly frustrated, and shook his head repeatedly, trembling with fear. It originally thought that with the arrival of a warrior-level expert, humanity would surely perish. Even if they resorted to some underhanded tricks, it would be insignificant and would not affect the outcome. Unexpectedly, even these adults are now trapped. This is completely different from what it expected. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck directly at the two dark creatures, the silver snakes thrashing about, their mouths wide open as if to devour them. The dark vampire's expression changed, filled with terror, and he tried to dodge. Suddenly, a hand grabbed its shoulder, and its body was lifted into the air. No! It looked down from the sky and saw Sabaton's indifferent face, and immediately let out a desperate cry. Boom! The lightning struck it directly, and the silver light filled the sky, instantly engulfing it. Useless! Sabat cursed coldly, no longer looking at the lightning above his head, but turning his chilling gaze to the 12 rune masters around him. The core of the rune array is the rune master. Once these humans are dealt with, the rune array will naturally be no longer a threat. Kill them! Sabat shouted at the other warrior-level dark races. Zulz, Sil, and the other dark races flashed their eyes and instantly rushed towards Master Goring and the others. Suddenly, a scythe-like weapon appeared in Sabat's hand. He approached, his face contorted with rage, and slashed down at a figure atop a lightning pillar in front of him. That figure was none other than Goring. Instantly, a dark black lightblade tore through the void and rushed towards Gorin. However, Goring's expression remained unchanged, his gaze extremely calm, and he made no move. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck out from the void in front of him, colliding with the dark black lightblade. Boom! With a burst of force energy, the dark lightblade vanished without a trace. The surging force of the aftershocks rushed toward Goring, whipping his hair and beard wildly, and making his robes flutter loudly. Sabat's expression changed, he hadn't expected his attack to be blocked so easily. Boom! The lightning struck again, forcing Sabat to abandon his attack and hastily dodge. Its face was ugly, so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water. These human rune masters are even more troublesome than they appear. Meanwhile, Zulzix and the others also used various methods to launch a frenzied attack on the other rune masters. After seeing what was happening on Sabaton's side, Zulz and Sil exchanged a glance and attacked Master Kale together. During the last battle of Yangcheng, Zulz's weapon was seized by Wang Teng. There was too little time to forge a new weapon, so he could only make do with a giant battle sword, which was obviously not as good as the divine weapon, Moke. And its severed arm, somehow, has been restored to its original state. However, upon closer inspection, it can be seen that the reconstructed severed arms are still somewhat stiff, unlike the other arms which move freely. At this moment, it held a battle sword and slashed at Master Kyle in front of it. Boom! The lightning struck the blade head-on, thwarting Zulz's attack. Just then, the werewolf warrior Sir appeared out of nowhere and instantly appeared on Master Kale's head. Die! It grinned maliciously, its claws now adorned with steel claws of unknown material, and unleashed a barrage of clawblade attacks. HMPH. Master Kyle snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, a layer of purple light immediately appeared above his head. Lightning crackled on the purple shield. When Sil's claw attacks struck it, they were completely neutralized by the lightning on the shield with only a hissing sound. Boom! At the same time, a bolt of lightning struck Siller. Its pupils contracted, narrowly avoiding the lightning strike, but it was still grazed by lightning again, burning a patch of its body. Schiller appeared beside Zulz in a flash. A burnt smell immediately wafted into Zulz's nose. Zurz immediately turned to look at Sil, and upon seeing its appearance, his expression became somewhat strange. This sight is truly hilarious. However, Zurz managed to hold it in. They're on the same side, so laughing at it like that is going too far. Even so, Sylvain was extremely perceptive in noticing Zulz's gaze and, enraged, glared at it fiercely. However, they don't have time to argue right now. A scorching heat suddenly rose from the ground, and flames appeared out of nowhere. The Yi Wood Fire Melting Formation was also activated. What's going on? Wasn't this a lightning-type formation? How did it turn into a fire-type formation? Zulz's expression changed drastically, and he roared at Sabaton in shock and anger. It is extremely wary of this fire-based formation. The last battle of Yangcheng was crippled by the fire-based 8 Desolate Fire Dragon formation. Even now, the memory is still vivid, and I still feel lingering fear. The severed arm, which had been restored, seemed to be throbbing with pain again, constantly reminding it that fire-based formations were also terrifying. Sabat was also completely bewildered. The lightning array was perfectly fine, but now flames were popping out. What was going on? But Sabat and the other dark races had no time to think about that. Terrifying flames surrounded them from all sides, forming giant fire pythons that roared as they charged toward them. The dignified high-level dark species, at the level of a warrior general, was now like a rat crossing the street, fleeing in panic as the fire python chased after him. Flames! Thunder! With 2 approaches combined, Sabbat and his men were exhausted, managing to dodge one but not the other. Every now and then, they would either be swallowed up by the fire python or struck by lightning. Soon their bodies were covered with scorch marks here and there, looking quite pitiful. Especially the werewolf clan's Sir, whose thick hair was bald and stood on end under the combined attack of lightning and fire. That look is even more like the funeral love family than the funeral love family. Ellipsis ellipsis. Meanwhile, while the dark races at the warrior level were in dire straits, the various teams hidden in the shadows finally began to move. At the edge of the forest, Tantai Zan waved her hand. Let's take action. Niu Li, Yuwen Zan, and the others perked up and charged out on their swift-winged wolves. Kill, kill, kill. At the same time, from all directions of Xingfeng City, billowing dust rose and battle cries shook the heavens as teams charged out with unparalleled momentum. In an instant, a counter-encirclement was formed. There are still many dark creatures outside Star Maple City that have failed to enter the city. They roam around the area. At this moment, the human army rushed into the battlefield like meat grinders, annihilating all the dark races without leaving a single one alive. Kong Li and others had already rushed into the battlefield, while Wang Teng had not yet taken action. Although Hang Feng, Black Widow, and the others had some doubts, they still stood quietly behind him, each with a Gale Wolf lying beside them, their ears perked up. Their eyes all fixed on Wang Teng ahead. Under the Wolf King's rule, all the wolves bow their heads. Wang Teng glanced at Tantai Zan. Tantai Zan nodded at him and said calmly, "Don't die, or you'll embarrass me." "I won't die." Wang Teng smiled. The next moment, his body slowly rose into the sky, and upon seeing this, Hang Feng, Black Widow, and the others jumped onto the back of the Gale Wolf. Roar! The howl of wolves rang out. The Gale Wolves stood up. After Wang Teng transformed into a long rainbow and charged into the battlefield, they too were surrounded by gusts of wind, turning into afterimages. Like sharp blades of wind piercing into the battlefield. With a slight movement of her feet, Tantai Zan's body slowly disappeared from the spot. Ellipsis ellipsis. In the midst of the battlefield, as soon as Wang Teng approached, he noticed the ground covered with attribute bubbles, so numerous and countless. He landed on the ground, intending to pick up a bunch of items first. A 5-star warrior-level troll dark species spotted him, its massive body wielding a heavy weapon resembling a spike club, ready to deliver a blow to Wang Teng's head. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow and glared at him. Who gave you the courage to rush over here and die? Most importantly, it also affected his ability to pick up attribute bubbles, which is absolutely heinous and unforgivable. Watch out! Someone nearby noticed his youthful face and couldn't help but warn him. Human, die! Roared the dark troll, smashing his spike club into the air above Wang Teng's head. Suddenly, its hand stopped. Its expression changed slightly, and a look of disbelief appeared on its face. The short human opposite him possessed such terrifying strength, not only blocking his heavy blow but also seemingly without any effort. It tried to pull at the weapon in its hand, but it wouldn't budge. Quote? A bead of cold sweat rolled down the forehead of this dark troll. It seemed he had kicked a hornet's nest. The short human opposite it was holding the other end of a spike club in one hand, grinning at it and revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. It quickly grabbed the spike club with both hands and strained desperately. Keep it up, Wang Teng suddenly said, using the common language of the dark race. The dark troll race was completely dumbfounded. Is this short human an idiot? He's actually cheering it on. A mocking smile crept onto its lips. Suddenly, as if it had thought of something, the smile on its lips froze. No, this human is playing a trick on it. The dark troll instantly flew into a rage, glaring fiercely with its large, copper bell-shaped eyes, and continued to exert force. Trying to pull out the spiked club and smash it to death the short human in front of it. Seeing that this dark troll took so long to understand, Wang Teng gained a new understanding of the lowest level of intelligence among dark trolls. They might not be very smart. Seeing that there was nothing fun to do, Wang Teng suddenly raised his hand and lifted up the troll dark race member who was still holding the spiked club. The dark troll race felt itself suddenly fly into the air, looking completely bewildered. The people around were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Wang Teng's size contrasted sharply with that of the dark troll race, yet at this moment, the dark troll race was easily lifted up by Wang Teng. This scene is truly astonishing. Before the dark trolls could react, Wang Teng suddenly moved, his arm swelled up, and he swung it downwards. Boom! The dark troll race wanted to let go, but it was too late. Their massive bodies were smashed into the ground, leaving only half of their bodies still outside. It was in excruciating pain all over its body, and immediately released its grip on the spiked club, roaring wildly. "I'm going to kill you." The dark trolls roared and struggled to crawl out of the ground. Unfortunately, Wang Teng didn't give it that chance. He spun the spiked club he had snatched, swung his arm again, and brought it down. Bang bang bang. A series of muffled, loud thuds rang out. The spiked club slammed into the head of the dark troll, relentlessly hammering its body downwards. The enormous body of the dark troll race sank inch by inch into the ground until only its head remained above ground. Wang Teng looked at his masterpiece, nodded in satisfaction, threw away the spiked club in his hand, clapped his hands, and then looked at the attribute bubbles around him. Whoosh! However, the surrounding dark creatures assumed they were being watched and instantly retreated more than 10 meters. As a result, a vacuum zone was immediately formed around Wang Teng. Even the human martial artists felt their mouths go dry, swallowing hard as they looked at Wang Teng as if he were a humanoid monster. The dark race of trolls, known for their strength, was actually smashed into the ground by a young human. If I told anyone, who would believe me? This is a bit too much to brag about. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Wang Teng swept his mental energy around and immediately gathered the countless attribute bubbles together. He also picked up some huge attribute bubbles that fell when the spatial rift formed. Because it hadn't been long, those attribute bubbles hadn't disappeared yet, otherwise Wang Teng would have been unable to sit still long ago. These spatial attribute bubbles are the most important thing. Having made a huge gain in one go, Wang Teng didn't take a closer look. His gaze swept across the area and he saw a 7-star warrior-level dark creature fighting against 2 human warriors. He immediately rushed over. In the sky, 2 human warriors were being steadily pushed back by an attack from a dark vampire, and were even beginning to fall into a disadvantageous position. Seeing this, Wang Teng was naturally surprised, so he rushed straight into the sky to help the 2 human martial artists. In his view, these 2 human warriors were clearly no match for that dark vampire. If the fight continued, they would be killed on the spot in no time. This was not an exaggeration on his part. The dark vampire was indeed very strong, several times stronger than a typical 7-star warrior. And judging from its appearance, it is extremely young. In any race, there will always be individuals with exceptional talent, and that dark vampire was clearly one of them. Wang Teng had defeated many human geniuses, but he had never encountered a genius from another race. Now, feeling a sense of excitement, he decided to fight the opponent to see just how good this dark vampire genius really was. Besides, if we could kill 3, 4, 5 or 6 geniuses among the dark races, that would be a great deed for humanity. Just as Wang Teng soared into the sky, although the dark vampire had the upper hand, the 2 human warriors were not without the power to fight back. The 2 sides exchanged blows and the battle was quite fierce. The dark vampire wielded 2 blood-red bone blades, forming an impenetrable attack. The 2 human warriors, one wielding a long spear with its tip gleaming coldly, and the other holding a battle sword, suddenly unleashed a massive blue sword beam. Boom boom boom. The forces of both sides collided in the sky, one black, one cyan, and one blue. 3 distinct force lights intersected, eroded, and then dissolved. 2 human warriors were thrown more than 10 meters away by the terrifying shockwave in the violent explosion. Just as they came to a stop, their pupils suddenly contracted. A blur of light, like a blood-red lightning bolt, rushed straight towards them. 2 blood-red bone blades seemed to tear through space, emitting a piercing friction sound. It was permeated with a dark, inky force, like darkness seeping into blood, bloody and eerie. The red and black blade, carrying extremely violent power, slashed towards the necks of the 2 human warriors. The 2 martial artists had no time to dodge. In the battle between high-level martial artists, being a step too slow means everything is delayed, and there is a difference between life and death between them. Die! Seeing that he was about to succeed, the dark vampire grinned maliciously, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. The 2 men turned pale and tried to dodge, but their bodies couldn't keep up with their nerve responses. Boom! Suddenly, a figure forcefully entered the battlefield from below, blocking the 2 blood-red bone blades of the dark vampire. The 2 human warriors breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that their fatal blow had been blocked and they had narrowly escaped with their lives. They then discovered that their backs were soaked with cold sweat. They stared at the figure that had suddenly appeared before them, exchanged a glance, and saw lingering fear in each other's eyes. They quickly said, "Thank you for saving us." Wang Teng tilted his head, glanced at one of the figures, and said calmly, "If you die, who will pay back the money you owe me?" Huh? Xie Shuiyan, wearing a mask, was stunned upon hearing the familiar voice, her face filled with astonishment. "It's you. You know each other?" The other human warrior was also clearly taken aback. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's work together to take care of this vampire," Xie Shuiyan said. In that short time, the dark vampire had already withdrawn. It was somewhat wary of the young human who had suddenly appeared and easily caught its attack. Before figuring out the other party's strength, it would not be wise to attack rashly. "Who are you?" it asked in a slightly strange tone, speaking in human language. "Yoho, another dark species that can speak human language," Wang Teng said in surprise. The dark vampire sensed contempt in the young human's tone and his expression darkened. "Human, you're asking for trouble." Quote. Wang Teng's face looked constipated. When a dark creature said to him with a serious expression that he was looking for shit, he was utterly speechless, wanting to laugh but unable to. So he looked at the other person with a frustrated expression and replied seriously, "I'm not looking for shit, really." PFF'd. Xie Shuiyan burst out laughing. Where did this guy come from? He doesn't even see what's going on, and he's still acting silly. Most importantly, he has absolutely no awareness of the consequences. Absolutely amazing. Another human warrior, with a strange expression, somehow managed to find a touch of silly amusement amidst the brutal battlefield of life and death. The dark vampire stared coldly at Wang Teng. As a vampire genius, he had never experienced such a feeling of being overwhelmed by anger. He felt that he was losing control of the urge to kill the young human in front of him. "Look at that face of ITSS, it looks like it wants to suck my blood, it's terrifying." Wang Teng pointed at Leslie's face and shouted at Xie Shuiyan and the other person. "Xie Shuiyan, another human warrior. Leslie." Many dark beings around noticed what was happening and their faces showed astonishment. That human is truly ignorant and fearless, actually provoking Leslie on his own. Look at Leslie's expression, it seems angry. Let's stay away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. And so this scene unfolded. The dark creatures, as if being chased by dogs, screeched and ran wildly into the distance. The vampire genius Leslie stared at Wang Teng's incredibly irritating face and finally couldn't stand the provocation any longer. He was furious and roared as his figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, two blood-red blades slashed down from above Wang Teng's head. "Watch out!" Xie Shuiyan and another human martial artist immediately changed their expressions and shouted in unison. But Wang Teng remained undeterred. PFF'd. Before Xie Shuiyan and the other person's horrified eyes, the two blood-red blades instantly cleaved him into 3 pieces. No way. Xie Shuiyan was filled with shock and anger. She had actually watched that guy die right in front of her. Although he was somewhat despicable, he was still human and had just saved her life. And now he was dead? No, the other human warrior exclaimed in surprise, "He's not dead. He's so fast." When Leslie's blood-stained blade struck Wang Teng's body, he sensed something was wrong. It wasn't the sensation of striking flesh. Its pupils contracted, and it instantly retreated. On the other side, Wang Teng's figure slowly emerged, patting his chest and shouting, "Wow, I almost got hit. This is outrageous." Xie Shuiyan felt that even though she was on Wang Teng's side, she was about to go crazy. She could have easily avoided it, but she only reacted at the last moment, causing her to worry for nothing and completely wasting the sadness she had painstakingly cultivated. And that acting was so exaggerated it was beyond words. Could it be any more fake, you bastard? The vampire genius Leslie no longer had time to pay attention to Wang Teng's antics. He sensed an extremely strong threat emanating from Wang Teng. This situation hasn't occurred for a long time. It was faintly excited, and couldn't help but lick its lips, revealing a set of fangs. Since it defeated countless fellow dark races and earned the title of genius, it seems it has never experienced such excitement again. What a nostalgic feeling. Leslie gripped the blood-red bone blade tightly, her hands trembling slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. "I always have this feeling of being watched by a pervert," Wang Teng muttered when he saw Leslie's gaze. Xie Shuiyan glared at Wang Teng, thinking, how dare you criticize someone else? You're a weirdo yourself, aren't you? Fengshan, let's make a move together. Thanks to someone, that guy seems to have been provoked. she said to the human martial artist beside her. The young martial artist, referred to as Feng Shan, glanced at Wang Teng, his expression turning serious, and nodded. Stop fooling around, let's work together to kill this vampire. There are still plenty of dark creatures waiting for us to kill. We don't have time to waste here with you. Xie Shuiyan stared intently at Leslie, looking for his weakness, ready to strike at any moment. At the same time, she said to Wang Teng without turning her head. You all go help the others, I'll take care of this vampire, Wang Teng said calmly, his expression turning slightly serious. Don't joke around. This vampire isn't your average dark species. Don't underestimate it just because you're fast, Xie Shuiyan glared at him angrily. I'm not joking, Wang Teng said calmly, seemingly not taking Leslie seriously at all, and said without any politeness, you almost died at its hands before. Even if you attack together, you will only be a hindrance. Xie Shuiyan's face turned ugly, and she angrily said, Bastard, we just had an accident, don't use that against us, don't we have any dignity? Feng Shan's expression also turned sour. This guy's mouth was really sharp. If they weren't on the same side, he would have turned around and left immediately, not caring whether he lived or died. Roar! Seeing that they were actually pushing and shoving each other, completely disregarding him, Leslie roared and charged over. The crimson bone blade suddenly slashed through the air, a surge of dense dark primal force mixed with a bloody aura, ultimately condensing into a blood-black cross slash. Bloodthirsty cross slash. The terrifying slash arrived in an instant. Xie Shuiyan and Feng Shan's expressions changed drastically. Feeling the power, they immediately decided to temporarily avoid the attack. This blow cannot be taken head-on. As Xie Shuiyan was retreating rapidly, she suddenly saw Wang Teng still standing in front of her, motionless, staring blankly at the approaching cross-shaped slash. Does this guy have a death wish? The thought had barely formed when what happened next made her eyes widen in surprise. This cross-slash can withstand my serious punch. Wang Teng muttered to himself and suddenly threw a punch. Boom! The incredibly powerful fist force erupted in an instant, and the faint sound of ape howling could be heard from it. Monkey King Fist. The cross-shaped slash froze in midair before collapsing uncontrollably, though at least half of its force still swept towards Leslie. Leslie was struck dumb, his face instantly turning pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward involuntarily. How is that possible? Its face was filled with disbelief. As a vampire genius, it had even used powerful vampire combat techniques, yet it couldn't withstand a punch from this young human. What a joke! Leslie's belief was dealt a heavy blow, making her wonder if she might not be a genius at all. Wang Teng didn't give it a chance to react. He wouldn't hold back against the Dark Ones. He flashed and appeared above Leslie, throwing another punch that slammed into the man's head amidst his horrified expression. Boom! Leslie fell straight to the ground like a shooting star, creating a huge crater. That punch smashed its head, making it impossible for it to climb out of the pit. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Xie Shuiyan and Feng Shan were stuck in midair, unable to move forward or backward, feeling awkwardly at a loss. Their expressions were a mixture of shock, disbelief, and utter shame as they stared blankly at Wang Teng. Is this guy really that strong? Xie Shuiyan couldn't help but mutter to herself. When Wang Teng rescued their team from the wolves, he didn't show much strength, so she never knew he was so powerful. The genius dark vampire was defeated with one punch and killed with two. Clean, efficient, and straightforward. It didn't waste much time at all. No wonder he had time to tease this dark vampire before. It turned out he was confident that killing it wouldn't take too long. She had just wanted to join forces with him to kill this dark creature, but it turns out they were really superfluous and a hindrance. Feng Shan also felt his face burning. He and Xie Shuiyan together couldn't stop this dark creature, but Wang Teng made a move and the dark creature was dead. The difference in strength was too great. Previously, when Wang Teng said he didn't need their help, he thought Wang Teng was being arrogant and couldn't distinguish the importance of things. Now he realized that this guy was a monster and couldn't be judged by common sense. The surrounding dark creatures had assumed that the young human would be killed, but it seemed that the opposite had happened. Leslie is dead. He died from the punch of that young human. Many of the dark races witnessed what just happened. It was truly a case of defeating someone with one punch, killing them with two punches, and not a single extra punch. It was incredibly ferocious. Where did this young human come from? How terrifying. Many of the Darken, fearing being affected by Leslie, had already retreated more than 10 meters, and now they had retreated even more. They obediently followed their hearts and stayed away from that perverted human. Such a powerful being should be left to the higher-ups to deal with. Wang Teng paid no attention to the weaker dark creatures. His gaze fell on the land of Leslie's death, where several transparent bubbles floated up. Spirit 50. Comprehension 65. Open black lens bracket bloodthirsty cross / *1 close black lens bracket. Dark force * 320. Ellipsis. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, the cultivation method of the blood fiend cross / appeared in Wang Teng's mind. This was a high-level Earth-rank vampire combat skill that mobilized blood fiend energy and used dark primal force as a foundation to unleash a cross / with considerable power. It's certainly nice to get a high-level Earth-rank combat skill for free, but it seems like the combat skills of the Dark Clan are not used much in normal times. Wang Teng stroked his chin and thought to himself, feeling inexplicably disgusted. Unlike the 8 Extremes demonic art, the Blood Fiend cross / is not an offensive combat technique. Once used, it will inevitably reveal the existence of dark primal force. The 8 Extremes demonic art is, after all, a body refining technique that works on the body to enhance strength and physique. If it doesn't fully unleash its power and reveal the unique demonic runes of the 8 Extremes demonic art, it's difficult for ordinary people to detect anything. In addition, with Wang Teng having the system to conceal his abilities, even a dark seed would probably have a hard time finding anything. However, Wang Teng thought about the activation principle of the Blood Fiend cross /. If the dark primal force were removed, could the Blood Fiend force plus the 5 elements primal force alone be used to unleash an attack of the Earth rank? I might give it a try later. The battle between Wang Teng and Leslie, though seemingly a long story, actually lasted only a short moment. After killing this vampire genius, he wasted no time and immediately joined the fight. Xie Shuiyan felt terrible when she saw that Wang Teng flew away without saying a word or even glancing at her. That bastard never even glanced at her once. Was Xie Shuiyan really that ugly? Oh right, she was also wearing a mask. That guy had never seen what she looked like before. HMPH, next time I'll let him see my unparalleled beauty and leave him in awe. Then, like all those men before, she would become a shameless simp and then she could spit on him. Absolutely perfect. That said, that wretched bastard wasn't wearing a mask today, and he looked quite presentable. She had assumed that a man with such a bad temper and stingy nature must be ugly, but she was surprised to find that he was actually quite good-looking. This is a battlefield. What nonsense am I thinking? Xie Shuiyan shook her head, feeling inexplicably guilty. Luckily, she was wearing a mask, otherwise she would definitely be laughed at. Feng Shan, who was standing not far from her, did not notice her brief abnormality. His gaze was fixed on Wang Teng's back. They were both 7-star warriors, so why was there such a huge gap between them? It was truly infuriating. However, seeing that Wang Teng ignored him, Feng Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Wang Teng were to come over and make a few more sarcastic remarks at this moment, he would definitely feel very embarrassed. Wang Teng was unaware of his complicated thoughts, otherwise he would have laughed at Feng Shan for overthinking things. He didn't have the time to concern himself with a stranger. Without further delay, Feng Shan and Xie Shuiyan rushed into other battlefields and engaged in fierce battles with 7-star dark race soldiers. Ellipsis. Wang Teng flew through the air, his gaze sweeping across the battlefields. He picked up the attribute bubbles that kept falling due to the battles, causing his strength to slowly increase without him even realizing it. Earth Elemental Force * 25. Dark Force * 30. Spirit 12. Comprehension 20. Fire Force * 10. Battlefield Awareness * 15. Ellipsis. These attribute bubbles not only contain various force attributes, but also special attributes such as Spirit, Comprehension, and Battlefield Awareness. For Wang Teng, these are also an excellent way to improve his strength. Wang Teng himself wasn't idle either. Since there weren't any particularly powerful dark creatures around, he set his sights on the weaker ones below. Human warriors are ultimately at a disadvantage against the dark race. Therefore, even though humans had foreseen the dark race's plan and made ample preparations, when it came to the battlefield, the human side still lost more battles than they won in individual combat. Wang Teng also discovered this point. Apart from human martial artists with strong combat power, other ordinary martial artists do not have much advantage in front of the dark species. In many cases, it is a matter of life and death, and who is more ruthless. Human martial artists have never lacked fearless warriors. So the scene was extremely tragic. Wang Teng's gaze swept across the battlefield below, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he desperately wanted to do something, no matter how strong or fast he couldn't save all the human warriors facing death at the same time. However, using wide-range attack techniques is also impractical, as it would accidentally injure a large number of human warriors. This is why Xingfeng City only activated the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array and the Yi Wood Melting Fire Array after all humans had evacuated. The terrifying power generated by just one of the great formations in operation is enough to cause a large number of casualties among human martial artists, let alone two. Humanity cannot afford such losses. Wang Teng's mind raced. He brought up his attribute panel and quickly reviewed all his abilities, hoping to find a way to use them in this situation. He quickly scanned the area but found nothing. Just as he shook his head, deciding to give up, his gaze suddenly fixed on the second column of the attribute panel. Mental power. Damn it, he's so stupid, he didn't even think of such a powerful trump card. Mental power is an invisible force that can not only be combined with rune power to form primal attacks, but also to form the simplest physical attacks. Moreover, with his current king-level mental strength, the mental power he can use is absolutely not to be underestimated, and its radiation range will be extremely wide, completely covering a large area of dark race. Thinking of this method, Wang Teng felt inexplicably excited, as if he had encountered something fun. His eyes flashed and he found an area where the dark species were extremely dense. His mental energy suddenly surged out from between his eyebrows, radiating outwards in a circle centered on him. Silently, an invisible force, like transparent tentacles, extended and coiled around the dark creatures. The attack power of mental energy depends entirely on the user. When Wang Teng simply uses it to pick up attribute bubbles, it causes no damage and is not easily detected. However, when Wang Teng wants to kill someone, this mental power becomes his best aid, revealing its fangs. On the battlefield, countless dark creatures were fighting against human warriors when suddenly their attacks stopped. Quote. Countless dark creatures were filled with questions and looked completely bewildered, having no idea what had happened. For experienced human warriors, this momentary lapse in concentration could completely turn the tide of battle. Although the human warriors didn't know what had happened, they were just about to die when these dark creatures suddenly went berserk, as if a machine had crashed. The opportunity was right in front of them, so they naturally wouldn't let it go. They seized this momentary opening, raised their butcher knives, and hacked the dark creatures in front of them to death. Those cuts were incredibly clean and precise. With a swift stroke, the blade fell. With a swift stroke, the blade fell, and a single strike was enough to take the life of a dark one. However, some of the dark races who were stronger and had a richer combat awareness were able to unleash their full primal force the moment they were trapped by Wang Teng's mental power, and managed to break free before the human warriors could attack. They were all horrified, their faces showing lingering fear. The dark creature, who had narrowly escaped death, looked horrified and retreated rapidly. That moment had been too bizarre, it was best to stay far away until he understood what had happened. The human warriors who had been fighting them were slightly taken aback, and a look of extreme frustration appeared on their faces. Why don't you hurry up and do it? Just a little faster, and I could kill the dark creature in front of me. It's such a pity to have missed that moment of hesitation. Look at the others, they took this opportunity to kill the dark race. Each dark race was a military achievement, and they felt like they had lost hundreds of millions. But just then, the dark species that was rapidly retreating suddenly crashed again. Holy crap! Many human warriors were so excited that they cursed out loud. This time, they didn't hesitate. Almost as soon as the word, holy crap, came out, they caught up with the dark creatures in front of them and swung their swords down. I'll chop. Whoosh! With a swift strike, the Dark One perished. It was that simple, so simple that even these battle-hardened human warriors found it somewhat unbelievable. That's it? They were stunned for a moment, unsure of what expression to make. From the sky, Wang Teng saw this scene and couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile, letting them wonder what was going on. He was starting to enjoy the feeling, as if he were in control of the entire battlefield. My heart is itching to try. He then turned and left, rushing towards the next area. There are still many dark creatures waiting for him to favor them. A moment later, the same thing happened to the dark creatures in another area. They paused inexplicably and were then hacked to death on the spot, in a very tragic manner. Subsequently, Wang Teng made his move repeatedly, and in each area he visited, large-scale deaths of the dark species occurred, which was incredibly supernatural. His face was pale due to excessive mental energy consumption, but he picked up a lot of attribute bubbles, among which the mental attribute replenished his mental energy and he gradually recovered. At this point, humanity found itself in a baffling victory. Although the human martial artists didn't know exactly what was going on, they noticed a common point. Every time the dark race experienced a system outage, it happened to occur in the area surrounding Wang Teng. And this situation will change with him every time he moves. Anyone who isn't an idiot can see that this matter is definitely related to him. Wang Teng didn't intend to keep it a secret from everyone. This cannot be kept secret from discerning people. Having used his mental power, he had no intention of continuing to hide. Besides, having saved so many people and dealt a heavy blow to the Dark Ones, even if we were exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, not everyone can see that he possesses psychic powers. Psychic powers are an extremely rare talent, and not many people know about them. With Wang Teng's assistance, the Black Sparrow Legion also experienced an easy slaughter. At this moment, Niu Li and the others looked at each other, and then looked up at Wang Teng in the sky. What on earth did this guy do to make the dark race so withdrawn? Kong Li couldn't help but ask. Who knows? He's always unpredictable. Niu Li shook his head and smiled wryly. Yuan Zan's expression was complicated, and he felt very distressed. He still harbored resentment about what happened when Wang Teng joined the army, and wanted to find another opportunity to compete with Wang Teng. But Wang Teng didn't give him that chance, crushing him in different ways every time. Take this current downtime incident for example, he definitely can't do that. But Wang Teng did just that, and even helped everyone kill a large number of dark creatures. Without comparison, there is no harm. The more outstanding Wang Teng is, the more depressed he becomes. On the other side, Xie Shuiyan and Feng Shan also noticed the situation and looked at Wang Teng with surprise and disbelief. It seems illogical for one person to influence the course of a war in an entire region. They were deeply shocked, yet they couldn't understand how Wang Teng had managed to do it. Ellipsis. Human warriors could detect that it was Wang Teng who did it, so naturally the dark races would not be unable to find Wang Teng, the culprit. The intelligent, high-level dark species, whether vampires, trolls, or goat-headed demons, all disregarded their pride and vanity. Upon seeing Wang Teng, they immediately began to run wildly in the opposite direction from him without a second thought. This human is even more like a devil than they are. Wherever they go, the Dark Ones die. Who could stand this? However, Wang Teng's mental power was faster than theirs, and before they could run far, he tripped them up. With a mental contraction, their two legs came together, and their bodies lurched forward due to inertia. A cute little fall on flat ground. Yes, so adorable. Especially those troll dark race, each one was burly and tall, and they fell so hard that the ground shook. The human warriors around them had strange expressions, but they seized the opportunity without hesitation, quickly pounced on the backs of the dark creatures, and plunged their sharp blades into the back of their heads. White, red, and green sprayed all over the ground. Run! Run! That's a monster! The dark creatures further away started yelling and scattered before Wang Teng could even get close. Several powerful dark beings roared angrily at Wang Teng. Stop him! Kill that human! Anyone who dares to desert in the face of battle will be executed without mercy. The dark race is clearly hierarchical, and lower-level dark races dare not disobey the orders of the strong. However, Wang Teng's terrifying power made them extremely wary, and they immediately fell into hesitation. The 9-star and 8-star warrior-level dark race powerhouses were held back by the human powerhouses and unable to free themselves, so they could only speak again. His face is pale, he must have used a secret technique and exhausted himself. He is now at his limit, it is the perfect time to kill him. Kill that human, advance 3 levels, and be rewarded with dark source stones. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this dark race was quite adept at using both the stick and the carrot to manage its subordinates. He had originally intended to replenish his mental energy, but now he suddenly felt he could take a break. Upon hearing this, many of the dark creatures looked at Wang Teng. When they saw that his face was indeed extremely pale and he looked like his body had been hollowed out, they were immediately tempted. Coupled with the promotion and the stimulation of the dark source stone, some warriors finally rushed towards Wang Teng. Kong Li and the others' expressions changed drastically. Wang Teng's current state looked exactly like he had lost his strength, so how could he withstand the attack of the dark race? They immediately rushed towards Wang Teng, wanting to help him defend against the dark race's attack. At the same time, the other human warriors were also furious. Wang Teng helped humanity kill so many dark races and made such a great contribution. If they let such a human hero be killed by the dark races, wouldn't that be letting him down? They absolutely cannot tolerate such a thing happening. As a result, many human martial artists charged towards this direction with great momentum. There were quite a few dark creatures that came to kill Wang Teng, but most of them were caught up by Kong Li and other human martial artists and blasted into dust by a fierce attack. However, 2 dark creatures still managed to approach Wang Teng. They were already close by and were fast, so they managed to break through the encirclement of Kong Li and the others. Those were 2 dark species of goat-headed demons, their wings flapping behind them, moving at an astonishing speed. They wielded enormous scythe-like weapons, unleashing dark primal force with each swing. Even from a distance, their terrifying blades had already reached the top of Wang Teng's head. Kong Li and the others looked grim, wishing they could capture the 2 dark creatures and tear them to pieces. Just then, Wang Teng suddenly raised his head and threw a punch. The terrifying fist force exploded, and the 2 dark blades immediately collapsed. Quote. The 2 goat-headed demon race members, their faces filled with horror, abruptly stopped their wings and remained suspended in mid-air. It's a ghost. That's the last gasp of their power. You can't tell us that this is the last gasp of their attack, you're just kidding us. Wang Teng's gaze fell on the 2 dark creatures, 6-star warrior level. Very good, you've got guts. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he beckoned to the 2 dark creatures with his finger. Come on, let's continue. The 2 goat-headed demons seemed to see the devil's smile, their hair stood on end, and they felt a chill run down their spines. The next second, he turned his head, spun around, and ran. The several movements were completed in one smooth motion. Quote. Wang Teng's lips twitched, and he flashed behind the 2 dark beings, a brick appearing in his hand. He then struck twice. Thud, thud, the brick slammed hard into the heads of the 2 goat-headed dark demons. The 2 dark creatures immediately felt a tremendous force coming from above their heads, causing them excruciating pain, and their bodies involuntarily plummeted towards the ground. Boom! They were slammed into the ground, and before their consciousness completely faded into darkness, only one thought remained in their minds. The expert misled me. The 2 goat-headed demons, filled with deep resentment, returned to the embrace of darkness. Wang Teng looked down at the ground and saw that the 2 dark creatures had been smashed into the ground, with only their heads sticking out. With sparse hair on their heads, they looked just like 2 devilish plants growing from the ground. Only then did everyone realize what had happened. They looked at the dark creature that had been smashed into the ground, their faces twitching, and then at Wang Teng's pale face. Who is really being bullied? Kong Li and the others looked at his face with suspicion. Was this guy really at his last gasp? Or was he lying? Cough, cough. At this moment, Wang Teng coughed, his face growing even paler, as if the attack just now had exhausted his last bit of strength, and he was now extremely weak. The dark races. Kong Li and others. Hurry, he must be at his last gasp this time, kill him quickly. The powerful dark race warriors fighting in the sky urged again. The dark creatures below blinked, and this time, instead of advancing, they all retreated in unison. Quote. Dark race powerhouse. Subordinates are disloyal, they're hard to manage. Seeing this, Wang Teng sighed. It seemed that these stupid dark creatures weren't so foolish after all. His complexion returned to its rosy hue at a visible speed. The muscles on the face of the powerful member of the dark race twitched. So it wasn't that his subordinates were too stupid, but that he himself was too naive? End of Arc 3, Black Sparrow Legion, Part 1 of 3.